fair, coming up from the deep, drowning right here. But you're the one who cared, showing up like you did. No matter what I said or did, you breathe me back to life. Felt like I was dead inside, but you breathe me back to life. One touch, and I am back like I never left. My heart is whole again. I got you to thank again. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back. You breathe me back to touch, and I am back like I never left. My heart is whole again. I got you to thank again. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back. You breathe me back to life. Getting closer, knowing I'm okay, 'cause you got me to be. It ain't over, all I hear you say, said it's all that you see. No matter what I said or did, you breathe me back to life. Felt like I was dead inside, but you breathe me back to life. One touch, and I am back like I never left. My heart is whole again. I got you to thank again. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back. You breathe me back to life, to life, to life. You breathe me back to life, to life, to life. You breathe me back to life.
I'm walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke. My head is up in the ground. Maybe this will fade after one bad day. I'll be able to climb. My life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes.
running in my head. Sun came in, I'll close the blinds. Could feel it in the air. This is just a waste of time. No one really cares. But then you came across my mind, got me out of there. So I went down to the river and swam till the panic was over. Yes, I went down to the river, washed all the heavy away. I washed all the heavy feeling all the noise in here. It's becoming ache. Pull me into calm and deep and take me out to the waves. Cause I feel like a waste of space, breathing in the air. But you hold me like I might just break, like you want me there. So I went down to the river and swam till the panic was over. Yes, I went down to the river, washed all the heavy away. I washed all the heavy
So far away from it all, can't feel my face anymore. Want someone to numb all the pain.
Like today's we've been having going on here, but we do have a game coming up for us, and I'm joined by two wonderful people who've been playing today, actually.
We have.
How have you been finding the tournament so far?
No, it's been great. It's been really fun. Thankfully got to play the Open a bit, got top 12. Unfortunately did lose the LCQ, so a little bit heartbreaking, but it's been a really good event. Been nice seeing everyone again, but I'm excited to kind of get into the business end now, I think, with the big games.
Yeah, and I got to play the Halo 5 2v2, which was a pleasure. Got to play with Command Station. Very talented player. It's a little bit above my pay grade, but we managed to get to the semi-finals. Played against Booby Dooby and Envor, who were very good players, but unfortunately they just about beat us to the final. But I had a lot of fun.
Honestly, they were very enjoyable games, and I know you guys are very happy with how you've placed and how you've done.
Yeah.
We should do game attacks, actually, just so everybody exactly knows who you are. So
I am Warlord.
I'm Outcasted.
So obviously Outcasted, you used to cast a lot of Halo 5, you've casted some Infinite stuff with us before.
Yeah.
You're pretty new to casting here, Warlord, but you casted our LAN a couple of weeks ago and you did a really good job, and you wanted to hop on and do this as well.
Yeah, exactly. I'm still very new to this, but I'm trying my best. We I casted at LAN very recently, and this is my second time doing it, so bear with me, guys. I'm trying my best to do as best I can.
Like, we have you on because you did a wonderful job, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And you're brothers, so you have that
well, we might not look like brothers,
chemistry.
but we are brothers, believe it or not.
Yes,
so the chemistry should be there from playing and commentating.
So the teams that we have playing up now, we have Omit. So neither of you guys played against Omit, right?
I played Omit. It did go well, I'll be honest. We got 3-0 in about 2 minutes on the flag, and the Slayers I think 50-25. So I played against those guys a lot of times. They're very, very strong. And I know playing against Mags Upright, I think they've played already, I've heard, and it went towards Omit. So it should be a good series. But from what I've been told, even though it's a 3-1, the games apparently are really, really close. So I think this is like a really, really good pool play match to kick off with, to be honest.
Yeah, so we had the Omit coach came and sat down on the desk with us after that game, and he was saying, like, okay, yeah, we got it, but like, there could have been some slight changes, and it might have been a slightly different outcome. So this is going to be a really good rematch, and I'm looking forward to having this one actually on stream and fully ready for us to watch this. So maybe we can look at some map pools, and while we do that, I want to throw to you, Warlord, and ask, what's your thinking here? Are you think this might still be close, or you think that after a couple days of playing, there might be a wider gap?
I mean, it is important to know that both these teams have really good players, but I am definitely leaning a little bit towards Omit for this series for sure. Okay, and looking at the map pool, anything here that you wanna glean from?
I mean, personally, Stu, I don't know about you, but I think Oddball is always a really interesting game one because it's such a mixy map, and I think Lattice especially is one of the more mixier Oddballs, so it gives both teams a kind of really good opportunity to kind of get a feel for each other. Obviously, they've played already before, but I don't know, to be honest. I think both these teams, they're not like, they're kind of fairly new. Obviously, a lot of teams have kind of made new rosters for this season, so there's not a lot of these teams, like maybe like Shopify probably the only one that's really stuck it out. So I think it's a bit harder to tell who's stronger at what, but I mean, I think this game one, I think I probably am going to be looking at that one as a really kind of important tone setter because, especially for Mags Upright, they're coming off the loss in the last series against these guys. I think they want to show that, you know, now we're here on Saturday, we're in pool play where it really matters. So I think that'll be like a really big, important game one to kind of set the tone early on. Yeah, and I was just going to say regarding that, I think Oddball is always a really good test of like which team is usually the better team because it's a really tough objective, usually a bit of a grueler to start off with an Oddball. So usually from my experience, the team which wins the Oddball usually has a very good chance of winning the series. So you know, gotta watch that game. Yeah, no, I think I agree with that. I think obviously a lot of people would probably say Slayer's the most like coin flippy game type in terms of even if you're a better team, you can sometimes drop a Slayer. But even when it goes to the objectives as well, like you look at something like Empyrean CTF, obviously Origin CTF, like those free flags, they can be over so quick. You get a sniper rifle, but I think like you mentioned with the Oddballs, it's such a long mode where it's really hard to kind of just fluke a win. Yeah. Like you most of the time you need to be the better team, so I think it gives like a really good early indication in the series to kind of who's the stronger looking team. Yeah, definitely. The better team definitely always wins the Oddball for sure. Yeah, no, 100%. And then, I mean, the rest of the series, obviously, Live Fire, Slayer, Strongholds, Recharge. I mean, obviously, game one's interesting. Lattice a little bit newer to the circuit, but I think it's been long enough now where you think most teams should have got a decent grasp on how to play it. Yeah. But I think, you know, we got a few more kind of traditional maps kind of in the second half of the series, and I think Live Fire and Recharge, I think all 8 players have played a lot of those maps at this point. Yeah. We're in year 5, so there shouldn't really be a big kind of knowledge gap. It might just come down to more who's kind of shooting straighter on the day and who's had more time to kind of get on the same page. Yeah, for sure. Me personally, I'm excited to see Empyrean back as a Halo 3 fan. Yeah. I know it's been not in the rotation as much recently, so I'm really excited to see like some high-level pit gameplay. That's always a favourite of mine. So hopefully we get to see that map in this series. So this is quite interesting actually because we've been covering the feature station on mainstream, but actually we're covering station 2, which happens to be the station right behind us. So you can see the live communications going on. Yeah. I can see that all players are in lobby, so we are going to get started incredibly quickly. I think they're just taking the maps and stuff. So for this, I just want to hop in and thank our partners for this stream. So GameSir, who have sponsored our entire broadcast here. Obviously HCS for giving us the exclusive drops we have for this tournament, so if you want to get those, make sure you're watching our channel for that. And today we'll be doing 2 GameSir giveaways. So nice. Maybe after this series we might hop on and pull out a few people, get you some drops and stuff in chat, and then see if we can give away a few more controllers. And of course, supporting us. So if you want to subscribe to us or follow us, I mean a follow costs you nothing, and we do always appreciate it. And also on Twitter, we're trying to get a good coverage of the tournament, so we're trying to update when teams are qualifying, and we'll update as the bracket goes along and put some day one go lives and stuff like that. So make sure you're following us over there. But for this one, I think it's quite interesting. I think there's 2 distinctive pools, right? Yes. You have Pool A and Pool B. Pool A is definitely the more difficult pool to be in, and I think you were kind of looking at that Outcasted when you were potentially going to qualify into that pool. Yeah, no, 100%. I know I spoke to Suspense a little bit. He's on that King's Order roster, and he just played against Shopify. I think he said they lost 50-10 in one of the Slayers. Wow. So, yeah, pretty rough, and that's pool play. So, like, I think that pool is a little bit more stacked. I think when you look at the other pool, I think in Excelsis, maybe Fries in the Bag, those kind of rosters people are looking at as maybe a bit more beatable potentially. But I think both the pools, they have those kind of established pro rosters regardless on either side. But there's always that little bit of debate about which one's the pool of death and which one's maybe a little bit easier. But I think when you get to this point in the tournament, there's not really a lot of easy matches going, to be honest.
I will say this though, when it comes to pools are prime for upsets. Like we see a lot in previous HGS events where the top teams might take pools for granted. They're already thinking about, you know, later on in the bracket. But for teams like Suspense's team and many other teams, this is do or die. Like they want to get their name out there, want to make a scene. So I think for them, these pools, you never know. You could see an upset when it comes to pools.
Yeah, no,
yeah, and I guess this one's really interesting, right? Because there's 5 teams in each pool.
Yeah.
But 4 teams from each pool will qualify into the champ bracket.
Yeah.
So is it essentially going to be the same teams that qualified before going into the LCQ that are just going to make it through, or do you think one of the LCQ teams could have a chance? So obviously King's Order and In Excelsis are the 2 teams.
In my opinion, I think there's always a chance it could change, because I think the thing about Halo, right, we have so many different game modes, and a lot of them play very differently. We mentioned, you know, how Free Flag and Oddball can play differently, and sometimes you could be a team that maybe didn't have the strongest Friday, and people could maybe count you out and be like, there's no way they'll beat that team they lost to. But when you get a different set of game modes, maybe something you're a little bit stronger in, something the other team may be a little bit weaker in, just those small kind of differences can make a difference in the series. And I think, like you mentioned, Stu, I think pool play, there's always the danger of not taking it too seriously on some teams, and we've sooing that in the past. But looking at the kind of map layout here, I think it looks like it's maybe a little bit different potentially than what we had earlier on.
We had a bit of a switch up here.
Okay.
A little bit of a switch up, which I think King of the Hill Li-Fi, though, I think similar to what you were talking about with the Oddball, it's not obviously as long typically as an Oddball, but it's still one of those kind of longer OBJ modes, which should still, in theory, kind of favour the stronger team.
Yeah, I think King of the Hill is probably my second game type that probably favours the team that's better on paper for sure. So yeah, I'd have to agree with that.
Yeah, I think what's happened here is we were showing the map pool for the B-Stream. So if you are interested in that map pool, we currently have Luminon playing In Excelsis on the B-Stream. Just because, as I said, we had them on feature and then switching across. But this game is just about to start, so I'm going to disappear and I'm going to let you 2 lovely gentlemen take us away.
Thank you very much.
We are now getting into it, obviously, versus Mags Up best of 5 series between these 2 teams. We'll try and get the game attacks here sorted for you guys just as soon as we can. But as you'd expect here early on, you can see Mags Up made that play towards B. And a lot of teams seem to elect to do that, right? Make that early play towards B and kind of get a little bit early hill time.
Yeah, I mean, playing for B off the start is going to be the play you're going to see, because that camo, as you can see right there on your screen, does not come up for the first 20 seconds. So playing for that first hill is huge, but now the camo is coming up very shortly.
You can see already a lot of players making moves towards camo. There's actually 3 players towards the screens here early on for Omit, and there's going to be some kills going down. A lot of damage going down here on the side of Omit, but despite that, Stu, despite winning the camo fight, you can see just how much hill time already has been racked up on the side of Mags Up.
Yeah, I mean, that's why winning that B fight is so big off the start, because the enemy team is divided between, do I get hill or do I get camo? And winning that fight, you were just left alone in the hill to get all the time, and that's exactly what Mads Up have done.
It does seem like now, though, Omit finally do get control of that hill, and it's going to be Sniper here in the hands of one of these players on Omit. A body shot does get hit, a player does get taken down as well, so Slay's now going in the favour of Omit. 2 down, 3 down now on the side of Mags Up, as Boo Boo, last player left alive, and he gets taken down as well. So despite the strong start here for Mags Up, it's looking like the hill could potentially go the way of Omit.
Yeah, I mean, very strong start here from Omit right now. Should have this hill locked down. So they have players over towards the nest, players over towards the big door, so there should be a cap, and especially with that kill, this is a really strong start from Omit.
Yeah, really good switch around here early on in this series. As you can see, 1-0 already in this game for Omit. As you can see, the rotation now coming in from Mags Up, trying to get early control of this seaside, and it looks like it was 3 dead there for just a moment, so it should be some early scoring again here for Mags Up. Yeah,
but Mags Up can definitely bring this hill back. I mean, Boo Boo Dooboo, one of those players, if you get him in that tower, he is impossible to get out of it. I know from experience playing him in the Halo 5-2s earlier today that he is an absolute beast on the map. But this Quantum is another great piece of equipment that you could use to break this hill right now.
Yeah, you can see the Quantum in the hands of Suppressed, as he is now making a move towards the nest. He's putting down a lot of damage, but unfortunately this damage not being kind of capitalized on, as you can see it's just been the scoring ticking up here for Mags Up, trying to tie this one up at 1-1, but that camouflage as well can up in 10 seconds, so maybe a little bit of a dilemma here for these players to think that maybe prioritising that hill or prioritising that camo. But you know, it's been basically a perfect hold here, Stu, on the side of Mags Up, and 1-1 in this game now.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally what I was just saying. A team like Boo Boo's team, they're going to favour when the game does slow down and it's more setup based, and you saw that there, they just locked that setup down, and that was a huge scrap on the camo. I'm not quite sure who got that. Did you catch that?
I'm not quite sure I was able to get the camo, but it looks like you
Looks
can
like
see Omit here with control of A. They've rotated early towards the hill. It's a big grenade though, as Boo does get one kill.
Oh,
Can
nice
he find
nade.
the second? It does connect the killing spree and a double for Boo, and it's all 4 dead here for Omit. That new sniper rifle come up as well, Stu, but I mean, Boo-Boo's going to be happy just racking up that time, I think.
Yeah, this is the Boo we all know and love. Experienced player. He's played on the mainstream many times, and he's just out to a phenomenal start to start off this ball play.
Yeah, Soul Snipe here puts down some damage towards the C, trying to rotate back towards his team, but put down to 1 shot, but a really good job staying alive here from Soul Snipe. The 1v1 going down towards the screens. Who's going to win it? Soul Snipe gets the kill. The reversal, can he find the double? No, does get taken down, but his trades are going down towards the key door, but still it's Mags up, continuing to rack up this time.
Yeah, and for this hill, it's going to be really important not just to get control of the hill. You're going to notice players are going to try to get control of the cuts area, try spawn the enemy team over to mud. So you can see step 1 is what they're fighting for right now. They're trying to fight for A, and then once one team gets A, maybe they can get the control of the cuts.
It's an absolute scrap going down towards the jail here as Penguin now pushing towards A. Is he going to find any resistance? It looks like he's actually prioritizing a kill here for just a moment. Sniper rifle though in the hands of that player. You can see the support now coming in. A big team fight now going down towards the big door, but it looks like Omit might be getting the better of this one, as still you can see they're just trying to get control of this A. Not quite comfortable yet to step foot in that hill.
Yeah, looks like they should have a little bit of control now. You're going to see if maybe they haven't really got much space on the map. They are really trapped here towards A, and you can see that is really a pain for them right now, because it looks like Mags Up do get the entry pick, but this is just back and forth on this hill. No team really able to establish any surefire control, but the hill is still ticking.
Yep, Soul Snipe now pushing towards A. Is going to help his teammate clean up that kill. Unfortunately though, does get taken down. 1v1 now. The pillar being so annoying. The Jiggle Peak's coming in, and Soul Snipe gets taken down as it's 3 dead now for a moment on the side of Omit. Sam was last player left alive for a moment, but he gets absolutely melted as Envor continuing to rack up his time. The contest comes in. He's not able to cap the hill. 1v1 going down. The teammate there for support, and it's going to be Mags Up 2-1 up now in this game.
Wow, I mean, just looking at this series so far compared to maybe some of the series earlier in the day, I mean, look how well some of the players are just using the cover with the jiggle peaks, with the slides. Like, this is just really high-level action. Both these teams might just be pool plays, but both of these are playing like we're already in bracket play. They want to win this series and send a message.
You can see Camouflage was up in the background. It seems like maybe Soul Snipe might have been able to grab that. We'll have to see if that is the case, but Boo does get taken down. As you can see now, Omit, they have early control of this River Hill. It's going to be Falcated. He's expecting a little bit of pressure here, potentially, but he's just racking up this time as his teammate trying to maybe get that kill, but no, he gets taken down. A great play from a Soul Snipe with camo in his hand. He's just being such a nuisance as he hits the tower jump as well. And is he going to be able to find this kill? Onto this player! He barely misses the shot, but thankfully the help comes in. But Soul Snipe, Stu, with this camo in hand, he can just do so much for the impact on this hill.
Yeah, can just do max damage, be a nuisance, get damage back up, and that's exactly what they're doing. Really interesting. They're opting for more of a B and River hold right here to try get this time, but they're just getting bombarded from tower right now as Omit look to try finish off this hill.
Yeah, Omit doing a really good job racking up time on this hill. Nearly about to tie this game up here, potentially. One last push now coming in from Mags Up, but is it going to be enough? As you can see, it does get taken down. The kills do go down though, so this hill still not in the favour of Omit. Suppressed, last player left alive. Is he going to be able to cap it? It looks like the answer is yes, as that player not quite able to stop it. 2-2 now in this game. What a start to the series.
What a start to this series, and what a great hold right there. Just controlling B, controlling Nest. They didn't really care if the enemy team spawned dummies. They just made an absolute great hold right there. As we come on Soul Snipe, who's got Snipe in his name for a reason with an unbelievable snipe.
Soul Snipe with the sniper, not able to find the second, but suppressed now with that sniper in hand. 6 bullets to work with. He could really call game here as he does get a trade though, unfortunately. The no-scope beatdown goes down. It just seems like no one able to stay alive with that sniper for now. As Sab does find a kill onto A plat. It's going to be 2 down on both sides at the moment, as this top mid hill, Stu, can just be so difficult to get time on.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing Mags Up right now, maybe getting a little bit better with the slaves, but I think that's what you're maybe going to expect with players like Envor and BBDB. But Omit, very aggressive team, right? I mean, you can kind of see it right now, and they're doing an absolute great job of just scrapping time, and I think that's really gave them the edge right now. I mean, just look at Sab top mid just scrapping all this time as Penguin wraps around on the flank.
You know, great job from Omit. It's already nearly 3/4 of this hill has been capped.
The sprint
goes down. Penguin does get taken down though, and you can see Druck now trying to get towards this hill. He was the last player left alive for a moment, But Omit just doing such a good job racking up this time. The grenades going down. That
Well,
player in the hill being such a good job staying alive, and that hill is
gone.
going to go towards the side of Omit. 3-2 in this game now, when that camouflage about to be up.
Yeah, the camouflage is probably going to decide this hill, but it looks like Druck is going to opt to just scrap early time whilst that camo is being scrapped right now. It's a really tough dilemma for both teams, because you can't let the other team cap this hill, but at the same time you can't let the other team get the camo.
No, 100%. As Druck does find one kill on that player towards the pillars. Once again, a 2v2 on the map here, as Druck doing a good job racking up time. 1v1 down here towards back B. Can he get the kill? No,
Ow.
he gets taken down, and he's not able to get the trade. As Sir Penguin now trying to lock down this pillar's position. You can see his teammate spawning towards the river, but Penguin has got a decision to make here. What is he going to do towards the pillars? Putting down some big damage, but you can tell he's sensing pressure from both sides. Putting down so much damage.
He's
3
sandwiched.
players. He puts down damage on 3 players, Stu, but it's not enough as he does get taken down, and this B hill looking so scrappy here.
Yeah, I mean, no team really able to establish any control. You saw him just sandwich from everywhere. No one has control of the nest. No one seems to have any sort of map control right now. It's just all about getting those entry kills. But you see Sab is trying to fix that right now as he gets towards the nest, laying down some covering fire for his team. But as you can see, Mags Up are not giving up on B easily as they're trying their best to live. But it looks like they should have some resemblance of a Sab right now.
Yeah, this hill going back and forth at the moment as Sab trying to help his teammates stay alive towards the nest. Is trying to reposition towards the river here, trying to maybe find some opening damage, but it's going to be a slight numbers advantage at the moment on the side of Mags Up as Penguin maybe thinking about a little bit of a flank here potentially towards A-Plat. Does decide to relocate, but you can see just how difficult it is from Omit's point of view. But a flank comes in from Envor. Huge play from Envor as it's 2 down for Omit, and that hill really should be going towards Mags Up, and it's looking like a 3-3 game here going to the last hill.
And what might be really important right now is that sniper. I don't know what just happened to it, but it was down top middle. It looks like someone has it in the vent. Envor getting to tower, and this is where he's at his best. But no, that's a huge grenade. What a jeeb right there from the enemy team. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens to that sniper. If they can get whoever can get that sniper into the tower, they could wrap up this last hill.
Yeah, it all comes down to this. Tied 3-3 in this game 1 of this series. Mags Up Omit, and who's going to be able to capture this C hill and take this game 1? The fight going down towards tower. Trey goes in. Sniper rifle.
There it is.
In the hands of Suppressed. Narrowly misses a shot.
Oh!
He hit it. The body shot goes down, but the teammate is going to be there for support. 3 down for a moment on the side of Mags Up, and Sniper rifle away with Suppressed. He can really have some impact here.
What more does Suppressed have to do right now? 22-11. He's taking this game into his own hands right now. He is ready for the push. The game is in his hands. All he needs to do is just hit 1 or 2 snipes, and that could be wraps.
Suppressed, trying to find this angle towards the dummy door. Can he line up the shot? He does hit the no-scope, but he rebounds, finds the kill. Nearly hits the double, but it's all 3 players down for a second on the side of Omit. Penguin, last player left alive, and he's in the tower. Can he hold this push off? He's coming under so much pressure as 3 players trying to hunt him down, but Penguin somehow still able to stay alive. He's going to try to take a fight in the hill. Does eventually get taken down, though.
Oh my god. Right before I thought Omit were the favourites, maybe close out this game because they had snipe, but I just saw Mags Up grab the camo. So this game is so back and forth. I don't know who's going to win the end of this fight.
Yeah, no, it's just an absolute kind of scrap towards tower here as Envor does miss the jump for a moment. Grabbing the Plaza pistol, though, this could do so much damage to help his team win this team fight. It's a 2v2 on the map at the moment. Envor, can he locate these players? He's not able to find anyone, but 1v1 going down towards the tower.
Repulse.
Envor, and it's all 4 dead for just a moment on the side of Omit.
And he gets the repulse as well as just a nice little present. So if you're thinking about pushing this guy out of tower, you're going to have a real tough time right now as they are full setup with the enemy trapped in B.
Wow, you can see Envor now locking down this tower. Can he stay alive? He's doing such a good job, just making it difficult for Omit to progress up onto the map. You can see one player, though, flanking towards the tower. Are they going to sniff it out? He has been located. The beatdown goes down. It's 3 down for Omit. And this could be potentially a game here for Mags Up if they can hold this a bit longer.
Yeah, just one more round of slays is all they're going to need right now as Envor is on the tower 1. And this is an unbelievable hold right here. And I don't think they're going to be able to break it. This first pick is going to decide the game. One more pick and that's it.
The push now coming in for Omit. Suppress gets taken down. Envor doing so much damage towards the dummies. All 4 players alive for Mags Up. It's now or never for Omit. 3 down. Penguin, last player left alive, but it's not going to be enough. As Mags Up take game 1.
Wow, that was a great game. And just like I said at the end, that one pick that's decided that last push. An unbelievable. What a way to start the series. That's what we want to see. 3-4. I mean, I'm going to know we're in for a series right here, folks. I mean, when the King of the Hill is that close, you know the rest of the games are probably going to equally be as close as that.
Yeah, I mean, what a start to this series. I mean, we have been told, right, it was quite a close series yesterday when these 2 teams matched up. But, I mean, Stu, looking at those stats, anything that stands out to you?
I mean, it was an unbelievable performance from Suppressed. I think he played absolutely fantastic. But, I mean, if you look at those stats, it's not like really anyone played, like, terrible. I mean, even going 12 and 20 isn't the worst. I mean, 13 assists as well. I just think it was a really even match. No player or team should hang their heads too low after that one.
Yeah, I mean, such a close game. You can see players on both sides having strong games, but really it just all came down to that last hill and the plays that Mags Up were able to make to stay alive towards that tower side, and that last push from Omit just not enough to break it. And Omit were able to take this series 3-1 yesterday, but this is a much better start. You know, I think Mags Up wanted to maybe prove a point here and showed that was maybe just a bit of a fluke. I mean, yeah, what a shot that was from Soul Snipe, and I think, you know, when you're hitting shots like that, it's really going to instill that confidence in the rest of your team.
Oh, it is definitely. I mean, there was a lot of really great plays. I mean, from Penguin as well. Like, look at that sprint strafe you saw right there. And I saw him doing some really good jiggle peeks around the pillar. I mean, his mechanics are already warmed up. He's ready to play. I mean, yeah, unbelievable plays. Look at that from Suppress with the double back. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, and it really did come down to this hill, right? This C hill.
Yeah.
I think both teams, you can see, were really prioritising that tower control and, you know, recognising the importance of it. But it just seemed like in the end, Envor, he got taken down a little bit kind of easily the first time around. But we are now getting into this Slayer Stew streaks here, and, you know, looking up to start here, it seems like already the fight going down towards his red gun.
Yeah, I mean, this Streets is an interesting one. A lot of teams play it very differently. Some opt for a more passive A setup, others opt to maybe flip the spawns over and over again. So it's going to be interesting to see what strats each team deploy. But as you can see, these fights over towards A off the bat are going to be huge for this camo.
Yes.
They're getting aggressive.
Suppressed with red gun in the hand, though. He could do so much damage to help his team win this fight, as it is 2 down for a moment on the sides of Omit. Suppressed with red gun in the back pocket. Not actually electing to use it yet. Is he going to be aware of this location on his left? The player does catch him off guard, though. Suppressed put down to one shot. He gets taken down. And it's a strong start here yet again for Mags Up. 6-3 start in this game as 3 players down from it.
Yeah, and look at him getting into the Ivy right here. What they're trying to do right now is they're trying to spawn Omit in the red room and just trap them, because once they're trapped in B, they have nowhere to go. They have to funnel onto one angle, but this is a great play from Omit. Identifying the A control is going to be of the utmost importance for them, so look, they're focusing slaves towards A while Sab adds a different angle.
Yeah, Omit on the back foot for just a moment, but doing a really good job breaking out as a nice place grenade from Sab. Does find one. Can he find his second kill? No, the grenade takes him down as well. So it's a lot of back and forth trades here early on in this Streets game, as it looks like Envor with his teammates here towards C, just a little bit bunched up towards C, and we'll have to see where they kind of elect to push it early on.
Yeah, that's why it's a dangerous game, trying to trap the enemy team in red room, because if they just get 1 or 2 kills, they've instantly flipped it. They've got control of A control. I thought that was a great flank from Sab, but it just wasn't enough, and this is a really close game where both teams make some really clever plays.
Yeah, 3 down again for Omit as Soul Snipe here pushing towards the pink. He's going to have his teammate there for support as they've located this player towards the cafe. I think I'm about to find this opening kill, and then no, he does get, teammate does get taken down, but you can see Soul Snipe now in the 1v1 towards back A. He gets taken down as well. It's back and forth trades, but this is going to favour Mags Up here early on this game. Only a 4-kill lead, but the trades are going to, you know, they're not going to be worrying about the trades at all.
Yeah, Suppressed is doing absolutely everything in their power just to make sure that they win this series. They put a Herculean effort in the first map, and they're doing exactly the same in the second, getting very mixy already with 7 engagements on the map already. Make that 8 with the assist. And yeah, looks like Druck, though, does have to... Oh, Druck does have to Stalker, and yeah, that is exactly where you want to Stalker top A. And it's just a scrap for top A. Just like the last game, no team can really assemble any sort of control.
You can see Penguin staying alive now towards the PD, is coming under a little bit of pressure, but that camouflage here coming up in just a moment towards bottom mid. Penguin looking to fight here early on, does get a nice kill as it's 3 down, make it 4 down here on the side of Mags Up. A double kill from Penguin and camo in hand now, so it was once a 4-kill lead on the side of Mags Up, now down to 1, and camo here in the hands of Penguin. He could really make an impact to bring his team back into this one.
I know we're still early doors in this series, as we say in the UK, but Penguin has really impressed me. He might not have the best stats in the first game, but his decision-making has been so good. His mechanics has been so good, so I'm expecting big things with his camo right now, and as you can see, he's playing it very intelligent, waiting for his teammates to engage.
Yeah, Penguin here putting down some damage, but not rushing this push like you mentioned, but the opening kill does go down, does get traded back the other way. Penguin just trying to locate these players towards back C. 1v1 going down, nice. Teammates going to be there for support. The bait and switch coming in. Penguin does get traded out, though. That camo play is taking down a big kill on the side of Mags Up, but you can see the fight still going down towards C here. The Soul Snipe is going to be pushing in. Can he capitalise on this damage? Does find the headshot on the player back C. Gets traded out, and Stu, this game just back and forth trades at the moment.
It's just trades, but it looks like Mags Up is still scrapping in C. There's a lot of scrapping in C right now, and just both teams want to win this fight. They have to sandwich right now. Can he get the kill? He can, and this is just unbelievable stuff. It's so back and forth, but what a double kill from Boo Boo.
Huge individual plays from Boo Boo Doo. 8 kills and 5 assists. He is leading by example here for this Mags Up roster, doing so much damage on the map, and you can see Stalker Rifle as well in the hands of Envor, I think that is. So momentum now definitely switched towards Mags Up, as they are just flying at these players on the side of Omit, putting so much pressure on the map. Bubu continuing to be a difficult kill here towards the cafe. Is now going to back down, but you can see Omit now collapsing towards the pink. This is an insane sequence.
Yeah, I mean, Envor and Bubu, they are definitely really good Slayer players as well. I mean, Bubu Dubu, just anomalous with playing 2v2s, and you can see it right now, just off to an unbelievable start in the Slayer.
Yep, 2-kill lead though about here at the 30-point mark of this Slayer as Suppressed. Looking to push now towards the purple. Well-placed grenade, putting down so much damage. He finds the opening kill, finds the second as well. As 2 down now, 3 down for Mags Up, as it is going to be basically a tie game here at the 30 mark.
Yeah, this is absolutely neck and neck stuff, but look at this. We have Omit with the A control. They get an entry pick, and this is going to be unbelievable if they can just get one more pick for this camo. This could really swing the game. We've seen back and forth trades so far, but 1 pick and 1 camo, and they could run away with this.
Yep, it is going to be Suppressed now, pushing towards C. Does get located
Very
there
aggressive.
for a second. Suppressed, big 1v1 here towards top Ivy, but he's doing a good job staying alive.
Wow.
The grenade, that stick, does actually come through. So 2 down now for Omit. Oh, sorry, first Mags Up as Omit with a 4-kill lead here. At the moment, that player towards the driveway does get caught out, and you can see Omit just continuing to grow that lead. Suppressed does finally get taken down, but the damage already arguably been done here, as it is a 3-kill lead. The 1v1 towards back C, the jiggles do come in. Bubu doing such a good job staying alive, but 34 to 30, and it's so awkward for Mags Up at the moment being stuck in C.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting to that point now where Mags Up need to not be giving away any trades and need to start getting clean kills, because it looks like Omit are just pulling away with this right now. A 5-kill advantage, and Penguin is getting aggressive with the pistol. Killing spree, double kill, and yeah, they've gone right when they want them. They're just trying to cycle them right now. They're getting staggered. Mags Up need to live and stop the cycling.
11 and 5 from Penguin in this Game 2 Slayer, and he's done such a good job controlling those camos. Does get taken down though, but 39-33, momentum definitely in the favour of Omit. As Falcated though, a well-placed grenade takes him down. Sab does find a trade before he gets taken down as well. Soul Snipe pushing towards B here. It's going to be Stalker Rifle in the hands of one of those players on Omit, but the push now coming towards B. The Soul Snipe looking to get aggressive on these players towards the seaside.
Yeah, this is a really back and forth game. I don't know what way it can go right now. It looks like Soul Snipe having a bit of a rough game though. 5 and 12. I would expect a little bit better from a player of his caliber. But yeah, Penguin, I mean, he's just been playing so well. Every time we hop on board with him, it seems like he has a power weapon, whether it's a camo or a stalker.
Yep, Stalker Rifle in the hands of Penguin. We're getting down to the business end now of this Slayer. Mags Up looking to take a 2-0 lead in the series, but Omit 43 to 37 up. The game definitely in their hands, and finally, Stu, it seems like this Slayer has slowed down.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying earlier, Mags Up cannot afford to give away any trades or deaths right now. So they're looking for a clean 2 or 3 dead, which they can use to get full map control right now. No trades allowed.
Yeah, the Stalker Rifle shots do go down. Penguin switches to the Bandit, able to find a kill, but the pressure now coming in for Omit.
Wow.
But Penguin able to stay alive in the 1v1. Does eventually get taken down. It was 2 dead for just a moment. 3 dead now on the side of Omit. And you can see Mags Up just closing that lead just a little bit.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was saying earlier. I mean, no trades, that's exactly what happened. And they have A control. They have A control, so that puts them at absolutely huge advantage for this next round of slays, especially with the Stalker. You can lock down this entire B lane completely by yourself right now, but they're gonna identify Envor has the Stalker, and they're gonna make an unbelievable team push to kill him.
This camouflage could decide this game, but it looks like Omit don't want the camouflage to even be a factor at the end of this game, as it's all 4 dead on the side of Mags Up. 48 to 41, and Camo now in the hands of Falcated. 14 kills in this game, having an absolute incredible game as Slayer, just trying to collapse on these last 2 players. 49, make it 50 as Omit tie up the series 1-1.
Wow, unbelievable game right there. I mean, that was textbook Street Slayer. The A control, the collapsing, and these 2 teams, I'm like a broken record, but it is so evenly matched. We're seeing great plays from both teams, and I don't know which way it's going to go.
No, it's always an interesting question, right? When 2 teams match up for the second time in a weekend, you always wonder, is one team going to have the advantage and figure the other one out? But so far this series seems like it's going basically the same as the kind of first time around, very closely matched.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes you're going to look for the underdog team, or maybe you're going to be, well, the team that lost the previous series rather, are going to be a little bit more motivated. They're going to want revenge right there. But let's take a look at that. 15 and 7 from a member of Omit. An unbelievable 14 and 11 as well, with 10 assists from Falcated. He's been here a million times, but I mean, yeah, I mean, this is an unbelievable series so far.
Yeah, I mean, Penguin, I think, the standout there, 15 and 7. I think the thing we kind of highlighted in that game, right, is his control of the power weapons and the power-ups. I think he had camo twice. Yeah, we saw him with a Stalker Rifle towards the end. I think, you know, Mags Up did a good job kind of trading him out with a camo and not letting him kind of get that full usage. But in the end, I think that could have really been a difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a few nice spawn traps, but yeah, I mean, that was a really good game. But I'm looking very forward to this next game, a Stronghold's Recharge. And Stronghold's Recharge, it might honestly be the complete opposite to what we've seen with Street Slayer. Street Slayer, fast, frenetic, you see that mid lane, a lot of players get really aggressive. But Stronghold's Recharge, you see some teams maybe opt to hold their AB, set up a more traditional 2-cap, or you might just, judging by those first 2 games, you might see, and teams trying to put the other team in the blender and just get that trip cap and spawn the enemy team in the long haul, right? Like, it's going to be really interesting to see the pacing of this map.
Yeah, Stronghold's Recharge, tied up series here at 1-1. For anyone that wasn't able to catch the stream yesterday, we did see Omit actually win this series between these 2 teams 3-1 in the bracket. But we are now in pool play, and we're going to have to see if Mags Up have got a different story to tell in this series. Stronghold's Recharge, and the fight for this camo here off the start is going to be absolutely massive. Yeah,
and don't also forget the fight for B. Like, it's always like a tough dilemma, because some teams might want to try to get the B cap early, get the grapple, get the shock rifle. But that camo will, that is huge, especially for A. You'll see a lot of players grab that camo and bring it over towards the grapple.
Yeah, fight for the camo here off the start. Already going to be going down. A Soul Snipe going to be in the 1v1 here towards bottom mid. Does find that stick. It's an absolute scrap towards bottom mid as Penguin looking to get yet again another camo in his hands. The Shroud screen does go down. The G-Slide comes in, and that's camo again in the hands of Penguin.
Yeah, this is textbook 101 from Penguin. If you're a matchmaking player and you're like, I just can't seem to rank up. It's like the most important thing in Halo is controlling the sandbox, and Penguin is doing just that. He is grabbing every single camo, and this is just amazing play for a sparring player.
Yeah, Omit here looking to find a few more kills potentially before trying to convert B, but you can see A going in their favour, C already in their favour. A really strong start here on the side of Omit, as Penguin does find a double kill, 4-0 to start this game, and that trip capture about to be on board.
Yeah, I mean, the trip cap is going to be absolutely huge right now, and as you can see, they've got him trapped towards A. This next round, if they win this next round of Slays, they'll probably have the enemy team spawning towards the long haul, and that is the worst blender of all blenders. Like, this could get out of hand big time, and that's exactly what's happening. They've got him trapped towards the long haul.
3 dead again for just a moment on the side of Mags Up. It's a perfect start to this game for Omit. That trip cap still going to be in their control, and you can see all these players trapped towards the long haul. Falcated does get a bit of information, puts down that damage, does wisely choose to back up, but look how difficult this looks now on the side of Mags Up. Trapped towards long hill, still not able to get up. The Blaster Pistol in the back pocket. Massive. Not able to get the trade though, and that kill from Boo Boo could give him an opening to maybe break out of this.
Yeah, that was a really well played. I didn't think they'd play like that. They played the long haul spawn slow, and they just baited, faked what way they were going to push, and he managed to sneak up the gold stairs. That was such a clever break right there. Normally, it's really difficult to break that.
Yeah, no, really good job here from Mags Up, as they do get C and B in their control. The pressure now coming in from Boo Boo, finds 1 kill, not able to find the second, but Mags Up now putting their own pressure onto the map and looking to get a trip cap of their own here. As you can see, A now being converted. 1v1 goes down, but Suppressed is going to lose it to Drunk.
Yeah, oh my god, this is an absolute scrap. I mean, top A is going to be the most important stronghold, so you're noticing both teams really just scrapping towards there as well, because the great thing about top A is you've rather got an AB or an AC hold, and both of those are the 2 optimal holds on this game mode.
Yeah, Mags Up looking to flip this game on its head as Druck in the 1v1 towards the pipes, does get taken down.
Trip.
Penguin now looking to break, and we'll have to see if Omit can have a similar success in their break with this trip cap, as Penguin does get snuffed out.
BXB.
No, the BXB comes in, the beatdown, the reversal stays alive from that player on the gold stairs as well. And Penguin 5-1 starts this game. There's been such a difficult kill on the map, and Stu yet again, it's like deja vu, he's getting camo.
I mean, Penguin's my series MVP, because even though he got that camo and died, he is making sure if he's not, he's rather getting it or he's burning it. So his team has been a huge advantage for this entire series, just having all the power weapons and power-ups. He's just playing so well. Yeah,
despite the strong start though from Omit, it's looking like Mags Up once again going to be in full control, and about to be a tie game here in our game 3 as Boo Boo Doo Boo now sneaking towards the turbine. Is he going to be able to catch some of these players out, putting down some damage towards top A? That player does get taken down. One more fight though, going to be going down towards top A. The bait and switch comes in from Mags Up, but somehow that player doesn't get taken down as Boo Boo just trying to locate this fight. This is a big kill, but no, he loses it, and Omit finds some nice kills there towards the top A, and this could be now control going towards Omit once again.
And who else but Penguin? Who else but Penguin? The player is playing absolutely fantastic this series, living up right there. Currently 8-3, controlling the most important stronghold on the map. He wins an unbelievable piv, and now they have an AC hold, which is huge.
Once again though, this push from Mags Up happening towards A, and this time it looks like it is going to be successful, as they are now converting A. B also is going to be in their control, so that kind of stereotypical AB setup that we see so often on Recharge is going to be be in favour of Mags Up, but the push now coming in from Omit. 2 players on the side of Mags Up do get taken down. 3 down here as Envor, last player left alive. Can he do anything? The answer is no, as he gets taken down. All 4 dead again for Mags Up, and once again Omit converting the strongholds.
Yeah, this is an absolute scrap towards the B right now. We have a lot of carnage breaking out towards here. Penguin with a huge fight on A earlier, we just saw that. I mean, yeah, this is really hard to say which way this game's going to go right now, because every time we swap to a POV, they're dying. It's the caster's curse right now.
Envor doing such a good job staying alive towards the tower, but it's not going to be enough as he gets taken down by Sab. Sab locking down C, and once again it's a triple cap on the board here for Omit. And are we going to see Mags Up have the same success they had early on in this game to break out of it and shoot camo in 25 seconds, but so far away for these Mags Up players to even think about, as Omit are just racking up so much points on this Strongholds game. 150 points and rising as it's 3 down again for Mags Up. Boo Boo, last player left alive towards gold, but Omit just putting down so much pressure.
Yeah, I mean, they're just feeling themselves right now. They're just getting so aggressive. They don't even care about the camo line. We have time to go kill you in gold, turn around, fight you C, and get the camo. It's very greedy, but if this works, it could be game.
Yep, killing spree now on board for Sab, 10 and 6, as he's absolutely dominating and being such a difficult kill here towards the stacks. But A is being converted off screen by Mags Up. The fight for the camo still going down. It looks like there is going to be camo in the hands of Boo Boo. He's known for his great plays with camo.
Wow.
As he finds a double. Can he find a triple kill here? Not even going to go for it, actually converting the stronghold instead. And Mags Up able to find a little bit of control.
It's like I said before, though, that was very greedy, and you can see that greed might have cost them, because the enemy team does have the camo, and now they have a trip cap. Maybe they would have been better just setting up for that camo and not pushing those gold guys, but you know, mistakes happen, and but you know, this is so close. Just one small mistake and the enemy team can just get a trip cap, and it's just so back and forth.
A great kill from Suppressed as B now being converted by Omit as well, and the collapse coming in towards A. Suppressed putting down some nice damage, finds the headshot on that player. Can he find the double? No, he gets taken down, but 3 dead again for Mags Up here as Sab looking to stay alive towards gold, and once again the A-B control gonna be in favor of Omit.
Yeah, this is unbelievable plays right now. Stab towards the long haul. Not really a route you see players take that much in this caliber of lobby, so you can see he's decided against that. Because, you know, he really doesn't want to be blocking those spawns or just giving his teammates those long spawns. So backs up towards gold and just trying to get a little bit of cross-map damage, but he is isolated, so he could be getting baited right now. But he looks like he is going to exchange the damage and try to run away before he can get cleaned up.
Yeah, great job from Sab, staying alive, putting down damage, making sure Omit are able to hold it. It looks like Mags Up converting A, as Sab just trying to do all he can to stay alive towards B and lock this down for his team. But you can see he's sensing the pressure coming in. The BXB, the beatdown kill does get in, and Sab still just unkillable, it seems like, in these gold pipes. He finds a double to extend his KD to 14 and 8 now.
I mean, that's why grabbing the BR is massive, right? A lot of players just walk over that BR. They're like, I'm great with the bandit, but not Sab. He just gets the BR, does incredible cross-map damage with it, wins an unbelievable piv, and he's looking with the shock rifle now, shooting the weapon pads, getting great damage.
Yeah, the pressure now on for Mags Up as Omit looking to close out this game and take a 2-1 lead in this series. Mags Up need to get feet in some of these strongholds, but Sab now pushing towards the gold pipe. Can he find another kill? Yes, he can. He's locking down B. 10 points needed now for Omit. Take the lead in this series. Shock rifle in hand for Sab. Can he get an angle onto this player? Huge. He doesn't even need to, as all 4 down for a moment for Mags Up, and it's going to be Omit taking a lead in this series. 2-1.
Wow, that was great. I mean, we saw at the end, they were just like, all right, let's just hope. We've been getting greedy. We've been charging there. Let's just get the 2 cap. They get the 2 cap. They hold it. Huge plays by Sab. I mean, he was just locking gold down single-handedly with the shock rifle and with the BR. And we did hear players getting loud behind this right there, as you can see them on your screen right now. Players are getting a little bit feisty because, you know, this series means a lot to both teams, right? I mean, a lot of these players have teamed with each other, played with each other a bunch, so there's a lot of bragging rights on the line.
Yeah, I was having a look at the stats here, and I mean, Sab, we were on his screen a lot towards the end, 15 and 8 from him. But Penguin, again, having another really great game. I think in the Slayer is double positive, and 17 and 8 here from Penguin. I mean, arguably the kind of most high-achieving player on this Omit roster, and I think he's really kind of leading by example here for his team.
Oh, he is. I mean, everyone knows, everyone can see from this series that I've just been gassing Penguin up, but I mean, how can you not? I mean, every time we hop with him, it's not even just like the kills he gets, it's the power weapons he controls, it's him staying alive single-handedly. Like, you know, when you're playing Recharge Strongholds, A is the most important thing, and like he was just not dying in A like the whole entire game. They just couldn't get him out of there.
No, 100%. As like I mentioned, a 2-1 lead now in this series for Omit. The pressure is going to be on Mags Up to force that game 5. And like we mentioned a few times now, Omit were able to take this series 3-1 yesterday to qualify for pool play. So are we going to see a repeat of what we saw yesterday, or maybe Mags Up looking to have a bit of an improvement on their performance, because heading into this event, I think a lot of people maybe had them potentially outside that top 6, a lot of really strong players. So I think we'll have to see if Mags Up can start just building a little bit of confidence into this tournament, maybe force that game 5. But Stu, let's talk about Empyrean CTF. 2 sniper rifles, a rocket launcher, and overshield. What's going to be the keys to victory for these teams?
I mean, keys to victory for both teams is generally going to be trying to push through the high side. You'll see teams pivot towards this low side of the map for when the overshields and the snipers are coming up. They might use that lane to flank. But generally what you'll notice, this map's been played the same way for many years. Just trying to get through to the other team's needles and just trying to run the flag that way.
Yeah, overshield here early on in the hands of Boo Boo Doo, but that rocket launcher does melt so much of his shields as he's being aggressive so early on in this game. Is he going to find a kill? No, does get taken down, but the sniper rifle in the hands of Envor is going to be there for support. Envor in such an advanced position, does put it away for a moment, tries to line up the no-scope, but Envor, last player left alive, and he throws that snipe off, Stu.
That's a really smart play by Envor, paying attention to the kill feed, noticing his teammates were dying, and he's like, I'm just going to play this snipe. And that's something you're going to see in a lot of pro lobbies, maybe not something you see in matchmaking though.
Yeah, it is going to be a bit of a kind of back and forth start here. As you can see, one of the players on Omit was able to locate towards the enemy snipe tower. Not sure if he's able to stay alive, but Boo Boo once again being so aggressive towards the Omit side, does get taken down though.
Yeah, that's textbook from BB, right? Like, even though he died there, that's what you want to see. Get a kill and just push through the long haul. You're going to see teams maybe instigate a lot of their pushes through the green box and follow it up by long haul. Maybe a flanker might come around on the training. There seems to be a bit of a scrap here towards the sword side. Maybe there's intel that maybe one of the snipe players around here or something, but oh my god, that movement! The slide, this is and just like the last games, it is very, very scrappy.
Suppressed being a nuisance here behind enemy lines as he is going to put down more damage, finds that kill. Suppressed just trying to stay alive, waiting for a bit of support here from his team.
Wow.
Finds another kill, a double kill now for Suppressed, as he is now rotating towards the enemy snipe tower, and we'll have to see if he's able to kind of put down more damage and maybe initiate a nice team push for us.
Yeah, I mean, the great thing about Suppressed being here is he's going to make the spawns predictable. He's going to make it so the entire enemy team is going to spawn the other team smaller. But the issue with that is it can sometimes be pretty hard to trap them in there, but Suppressed can just buy a lot of time because he can be very unkillable on the tower. But saying that, they do manage to clear out their base and take him down.
Yeah, 3 players down on the side of Omit as that push wasn't going to be successful. Mags Up now, looking for an opportunity to break out of their base, but you can see now the overshield and rockets going to be up in about 20 seconds time, so both these teams going to be trying to position to get these power-ups and power weapons into their hands as Falcated finds a kill. 6-2 start for him in this game. Rockets and overshield 10 seconds away.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that's crazy about Pit is overshields and rockets spawn at the same time. So you need to get at least one of them. If you get neither, the enemy team's pretty much guaranteed a cap. So this is absolutely huge, see how they split their resources.
3 dead for Omit for just a moment as it is now going to be getting taken down though. And overshield in the hand of Boo Boo Doo, rockets though in the hands of Omit.
Nice.
Boo Boo finds the kill, 2 down for a second on the side of Omit, and once again Boo Boo Doo being so aggressive towards the base. A well-placed grenade finds the headshot as well, and it's 3 down on the side of Omit, but the last player left alive, Falcated. He stops the push for just a moment, and that flag not on the move.
That flag not on the move indeed. This is back and forth action right now. No team can really seem... I mean, the thing about flag, right, is you need like a clean 3 dead to get a flag pull. And every single time, it's like the team on defense is doing an unbelievable job just getting those trades so the enemy team cannot pull that flag.
Sniper rifle now in the hands of Suppressed. He's the player you want it in the hands of, to be honest, as we can see exactly what he's been able to do over the last few years in the HCS. And he's got a full sniper to work with. Does find the headshot early on, and that could be a nice opening kill to maybe initiate a little bit of pressure on the map, as Suppressed has been so elusive with this weapon, trying to locate these enemy players. On the side of Mags Up, it was 3 dead for just a moment. On the side of Mags Up is once again Suppressed, electing to push towards the S1, hits the no-scope, but he gets taken down.
That's the thing about a low side push is it's high risk, high reward, right? Because you will need more slays, but pushing the low side right now can work if you have the sniper watching over you. But that was a great job by Mags Up, taking down on that sniper, and that's a triple kill for Soul Snipe. Wow.
Yeah, 3 dead again for Omit, and this is such a stalemate-y game. I mean, in Pit, we see a lot of flags be capped sometimes. Sometimes we see very quick Empyrean CTF. But I mean, still 0-0 here, and both teams almost just kind of nullifying each other, doing such a good job cancelling each other out. But once again, you can see Mags Up being aggressive towards the base. The sprint strafe comes in from Soul Snipe, but it's not going to be enough to help him stay alive, as once again the push is thwarted on the side of Mags Up. Omit looking to now push out. A 14-5 starts this game though for Falcated.
Yeah, it's always a really delicate balance on this map. You're seeing both teams really trying to beat the enemy team to spots, right? They're trying to take space, but doing so, as you can see, they're staggering, right? Like the deaths, they're just very staggered, and they just can't really seem to make a good push.
Boo Boo with sniper rifle here in the sword. Does hit a nice headshot onto that player. It's 2 dead for a moment on the side of Omit, and Boo Boo maybe sensing a little bit of pressure towards his own base. Does rotate back, putting down the damage, but this is such an interesting situation. You got players all over the map on both sides as Boo Boo caught between kind of a rock and a hard place. Does get taken down. 3 dead now on the side of Mags Up as Sab pushing towards the base and looking to get that flag on the move, but Stu, Overshield and Rockets coming up as well. This is such an important part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, what Sab's basically trying to do here is he's pretty much trying to say, hey, look at me, I'm running the flag, trying to cause a diversion for those rockets coming up. And then once his team gets some slaves, which they do, then they can get rockets and the flag, which could very well lead to a cap, as we're seeing here.
Flag on the move, and finally maybe a chance for a team to take a lead in this Empyrean CTF. Rockets in the hands of Omit, but Sab gonna keep running that flag. Put down to one shot, does get taken down. The flag on the plat. Penguin's gonna be there as he does cap it. 1-0 lead now in this game for Omit.
Mr. Objective, Mr. Penguin right then. Pretty synonymous on his old rosters of being kind of more of the objective player, and who else to be there to punch in that flag as he's going to look to go towards the low side. And as you can see, both teams are going to be trying to get towards kills on the low side for these snipers, basically.
You can see Mags Up rotating towards the enemy base. They're overextended, but Penguin, he sniffed them out. He's putting down so much damage, but is he going to get the kill? No! He gets taken down as it's 2 dead on either side at the moment. Both the flags on the move. Druck in the 1v1 towards the long hill. We can see his teammate flanking for support, and this could be a chance for Mags Up to tie up this game, but they've got to be careful as one player still left alive towards the Mauler. Is he going to be stuffed out? The answer is yes. That flag still on the move from Mags Up. Druck doing such a good job laying down his damage, keeping his players at bay. The support comes in, and Stuart looks like it's going to be a tie game here.
That was really clever from Mags Up. Really heads up play. You notice that Omit were really trying to play for those snipers right there, and Mags Up were just like, hey, if you want the snipers, we're just going to grab the flag, and that's exactly what they did. They caught them off guard. They won a few huge pivs, and it led to a flag cap.
Tie game here as sniper rifle in the hands of Penguin. Mags Up though, trying to force the game 5 in this series. Can Penguin line up the no-scope? Does actually choose to back up for just a moment, sensing the pressure coming in. Hits the headshot onto that player. That's maybe going to make him hesitate about pushing that long haul for just a moment. Hits the no-scope, and look at these shots from Penguin. Can he hit it again? So much damage going down from Penguin on the side of Omit, and this could be a great chance now for Omit to make the push.
Yeah, they've got them spawned right in the Mauler right now, and so the spawns are getting very predictable.
Oh
my god. But looks like now he's trying to get away from the snipe spawn so his enemy teams can get into the Mauler and try to spawn them on their S1, but the spawns are getting really messy right now, and the game is getting very messy.
The flag on the move again. Omit making that flag pull, but looking like they might need a few more kills as it's 2 players left alive on the side of Mags Up. Sab here and his teammate trying to stay alive towards the snipe tower. This next sequence of kills could be so important. That flag return though does come in, and like you mentioned, Rockets and Overshield here could decide this game. Only 4 minutes left in this game and still a tie game.
Yeah, I mean, this next set of power weapons could very well decide the game. This is probably the most important part of a pit CTF is when both the weapons come at the same time, so it's going to be imperative for both teams to get them. As we see right now, Mags Up do have the Overshield. 3
down for a moment on the side of Omit, and Overshield now in the hands of Envor on Mags Up, looking to locate this player towards the trading, not able to for just a moment, but Envor looking to kind of lead the line here for his team, making this push, putting down the damage. 1 kill goes down, it's about to be 2, the rocket misses. Can Envor find the kill? 3 dead now on the side of Omit. Falcated, last player left alive towards the cuts. The push coming in, and you can see now Stu that flag on the move.
They have a really good shape here to hold this flag as well. They don't have anyone in the sword, which isn't ideal, but they have training, they have long. They've just got to win the damage fight, and this very well should lead to a cap.
Flag looks like it has now made it towards the long haul. Boo Boo Doo Boo playing duck hunt here for just a moment, cleaning up these kills. Maybe some double cap potential here. There's 3.5 minutes left in this game, but Mags Up take the lead. A killing spree now for Boo Boo Doo Boo. 19-9. He is in this game, having an absolute, incredible performance on this Empyrean CTF, but does get taken down. But the pressure now on Omit to try to tie up this game.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable plays right there. Almost with the double cap. All I needed was 1 or 2 more rounds of slays. But right now, the thing about Pit is it never stops. It feels like you blink and another power weapon's coming up. It's exactly what is happening here with the snipers coming up. Will they make the same mistake again and maybe overplay for those snipers and allow the enemy team to cap a flag? It's going to be really interesting to see how each team spreads their resources right here.
Yeah, the team fight going down towards the high side as Falcated now pushing towards long, does catch some players off guard, puts down some damage. The opening kill goes down on the side of Omit, as it is going to be Falcated gets taken down as well. And like you mentioned, Stu, those sniper rifle is going to be so pivotal here with only 3 minutes left in this game, and Druck looking to make a play for the enemy sniper rifle.
That's exactly what you want to do, right? Basically, it's capture the flag, but whenever a sniper comes up, it's capture the sniper, because you know if you can get a sniper and play it off the map just like that. Now your team has a sniper and their team don't, which realistically means you should probably win the next set of team fights.
Yeah, really heads-up play there from Druck, stealing the enemy sniper, throwing it off the map, and like you mentioned, it should be now advantage on the map for Mags Up as Envor finds a perfect kill. He gets traded out though, as it is now 3 dead on the side of Omit. Penguin, last player left alive towards the base. The spawns do come in though towards the Mauler. You can see Mags Up blocking that snipe tower again. So are they going to trap these players towards Mauler and Flag and make the push?
That's exactly what they're trying to do, but that's a huge win right there, and that's what they're doing a really good job of. Omit is, even though they're losing this game, they have been trading out relatively well when it comes to defense right here, but the overshield is still yet to come up, and maybe this is what they could use to get back into this game.
Overshield going to be popped here on the side of Mags Up, and the sniper rifle in their hands as well. Envor finds a double. Can he find a triple? Oh, narrowly misses the no-scope, not able to get the kill. Rocket launcher though does come in. All 4 players down on the side of Omit, and the pressure once again coming in from Mags Up.
Looks like they might be trying to work a low side pull here, because Envor is just going to plant his feet in the sword. He needs to be thinking about those needle spawns though, kind of pre-aiming cuts maybe a little bit too much, and now he's kind of realised his team is tanking a lot of damage, and he needs to get stuck in and hit some well-timed flank to run this flag mauler.
3 players down yet again on the side of Omit as Envor looking to move this flag and force this game 5 in this series. Mags Up, they've got the flag through the long haul. Is there going to be any overextenders on the low side here for Omit? No resistance
Good
yet.
slides.
On the side of Envor, perfect movement. He gets taken down. The flag going to be down on that plat. 1v1 here towards the training. 2 down, but no shoot. That flag goes in. Mags Up, they take the game. They tie up the series 2-2. We're going to a game 5.
Oh my god, this series is so back and forth. I mean, I was kind of thinking it might be back and forth, but it's even better than I thought. I mean, wow, that was some great pit action. I mean, just the way that they were leaking to the other team's snipe, living up on the tower, playing the snipe. I mean, you can really see just how the meta of pit has changed throughout the years, and like how effective some of these teams are at like knowing when and when not to go low side.
Yeah, we have a look at the stats though. I mean, Boo Boo 24 and 14 have an absolutely incredible game. I mean, apart from him, I mean, on the other side, a bit of a slower game from the Sab, but
yeah.
I mean, we had a few standout-ish performances on both sides, but I mean, what do you think was the real difference maker there in terms of how both teams played that map?
I mean, for me, there was, I mean, even though there might be a few standout individuals, like you said, from the stats, I think as when it comes to plays, I mean, we saw some great plays from many players, like playing the sniper and just hitting some really well-timed flanks. I think that was really the main thing from both teams, is just kind of knowing when to hit those flanks. I mean, overall, it was really back and forth affair, and I feel like it would feel maybe wrong to pick maybe a standout player. But yeah, I mean, this has just been a standout series. I mean, both teams are just playing absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, we saw a lot of big individual plays, and I mean, it's always interesting, right, when you see players like throw the sniper rifle off the map, because I think a lot of players will see that and be like, what the hell is that guy doing? He's got a sniper rifle in his hands. But I think when you see that this kind of highest level of Halo, I think both teams recognise the importance of not letting the enemy get the sniper rifle.
Yeah, and I think another thing as well is you have to remember who we're seeing in this series, right? I mean, look at the game tags on your screen right now. These players, I mean, this guy's snipe in his name, Soul Snipe, and they're still throwing the snipe off the map. Now, these are some of the best snipers in the world, and you're seeing it here with Boo Boo in Sword, and they still have the wherewithal to be like, you know what, I'm still going to throw it off the map because that's going to help my team succeed. So, you know, I mean, that's just really selfless plays, and that's what it takes to be a top player.
Yeah, I mean, Penguin here, this sequence from him, he put down so much damage with Sniper Rifle in the kind of middle section of this game, but you can see here, rockets were in the hands of Mags Up. I think Envor had Overshield there just before that, so I think not only are Mags Up doing a good job kind of getting the power-ups and power weapons, but they were doing a really good job kind of using them to maximum potential and really utilising them.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely indeed. I mean, we saw some really good plays from everyone when it came to power weapons. I mean, everyone just seemed to be... I mean, you'll see that a lot in these high-level lobbies, right? Like, great team fights for the power weapons.
Yeah, and as you can see now, the series layout on your screen, we are going to be going to a Game 5 here between Mags Up and Omit. Omit were able to win the last time these two teams matched up in the bracket 3-1, but it looks like that's not going to be the case this time at least. We are going to be getting a Game 5, and I guess, Stu, obviously we've seen this series go back and forth, back and forth. Is there any team you really favour when it comes to this Game 5?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, Boo Boo and Envor, I played them earlier on Plaza. They were looking pretty nasty on this map, as Solitude is, of course, a remake. We also see Druck and Soul Snipe. I mean, there's a lot of talented Halo 5 players who just absolutely have a real soft spot for Solitude, right? So I'm pretty sure both sets of teams will be feeling really confident on Solitude. It's kind of it's like a Halo 5 kid's home, right? So this one's going to be really difficult to call. I'm probably leaning a little bit more towards Soul Snipe and Druck, but it's hard to say, really.
You can see the players now just about to take their seats again. Soul Snipe taking a seat, and like you mentioned, right, I mean, a lot of players were pros in Halo 5, So when it comes to a map like Solitude, definitely won't be a problem in terms of comfortability. But
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes to game mode itself, right? I mean, what do you really think is the importance here off the start? Do you think it's quite a snowbally game mode, or do you think it's one of those modes where the start isn't as impactful?
I mean, Slayer is always snowbally because generally speaking, it is going to be a shorter game mode than say like an oddball. So like that means less camos, and that means if you get, you know, usually in a map like 3 camos a game. So if you get 1, that's already 33% of the camo power weapons controlled for that game, right? I mean, generally speaking on this map, you're going to look to see both teams generally trying to control the yard and the tram side. Those are going to be the most important things, and maybe trying to trap the enemy in blue or S1. The ideal trap you're going to see is trying to spawn the enemy team in S1, which I had the pleasure of Boo doing that to me earlier, just trapping me in S1. So that is going to be the blender of all blenders if you can get that. But step 1 is going to be getting over to the yard and the tram. But you'll probably start seeing that once this camo scrap transpires.
And you can see Coach Hoaxer on your screen there. And I think the thing that's interesting, right, Stu, is when we get to this stage now, right, of competitive Halo Infinite, we're in year 5 for a lot of these teams. And,
Yeah.
you know, a lot of these players, like you mentioned, they played years and years of Solitude, you know, previously Plaza. And I think now, for me at least, that really makes these starting strats so interesting, because you think at this point, right, both teams are going to know what the kind of meta is. They know what like the ideal starting strat looks like. And I think, you know, when you get to that point, right, the kind of mind games start about who can counter the kind of typical starting strats, who's expecting to get countered, and then countering the counter. There's lots of little mind games to go on. And I think especially, like you mentioned, for a game mode like Slayer, where the start can be so important and really set the tone, that just, you know, having that little bit of research maybe in advance and knowing what the enemy team does off the start, that could really make the difference here.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the coach's job, right? That's what the coaches bring to the team. They give those small edges, those small gains, knowing what the enemy team does. But I think another big thing for this series is you're generally seeing you're gonna basically see it's all about execution, because like you're saying, both teams have played this map for years. They know what to do off their spawn. You know, no matter where they spawn, they know what spawns to block when they get kills. So it's just gonna come down to execution, right? Like who does better with the camo, who gets more kills, who hits more shock rifle no scope, who's winning their pivs. Generally, these can be the tiebreakers when this game has been out for such a long time and everyone just kind of knows the meta. You're going to be looking for those small details to swing a game.
You can see now all 8 players in the lobby. It looks like everyone's taking their seats, and we should be going in now to our game 5. The fist bumps are going down, and like we've mentioned, the start here is going to be so important. Shock rifle located towards S2, camouflage located towards top mid, and I mean, for me at least, Stu, Penguin's going to be the player that I'm really looking out for, because I think he has definitely been a standout in this series, and we saw it in the game 2 Slayer especially. He's been controlling those camos, and I think that really could make a difference to this game 5.
Yeah, definitely good. I mean, if you predict anyone to maybe get the first camo, it seems like a safe bet is always Penguin. We feel like him and the camo, it's been a match made in heaven so far. It's going to be interesting to see. I believe Mags Up will be getting the tram spawn off the start, which will be definitely an advantage. You'd probably rather have that spawn for the camo. But, you know, only a small advantage, but it is worth noting, of course. You're going to see that thrust over towards the yard. Not as strong as it used to be, but still, you know, nice bit of equipment if you can get it. And it looks like maybe there was a bit of a DC right there to start the game.
Yeah, it's maybe a bit of a tech issue, but yeah, I mean, just talking about the event as a whole, right, as we just do weights against this game 5. Mags Up, Omit. I think a lot of people going into this event, right, are going to be looking at Shopify as the kind of team to beat. Obviously, our most recent Halo World Champions, but you know, when you look at these 2 rosters, right, Omit and Mags Up, do you think, you know, either of these rosters could potentially maybe kind of look to take down a team like Shopify?
I mean, they could. They have the players. I mean, like I was saying earlier. I mean, if they're just shooting, no, it's a bit of a cliche, but like if they're just shooting a lot better and they're just playing as smart as we know they can, I think they definitely could. I mean, it's all about catching a team like Shopify cold, right? Wanting it more, all those cliches, but they all add up in the end. And I think both these teams definitely could, right? I mean, it's just really important to just look one series at a time and just build momentum and gain confidence throughout the series, right? Because Shopify, they're going to be expecting to just steamroll everyone, right? So if Shopify don't steamroll a team, then it's not. I mean, if Shopify win a series against like one of these 2 teams, they're going to be like, business as usual. That was fun. Probably not getting a lot of dopamine from it, right?
Yeah.
But for if you're one of these 2 teams, you're going to be buzzing if you beat the other team, and you can snowball that into beating another team, and then before you know it, by the time you play Shopify, you've won like 3 or 4 series. So like the momentum and just the mental edge can be massive, and we've seen that at many HCS tournaments where you'll see these teams go on these crazy losers bracket runs. So momentum is huge in Halo, it's huge in sport, and yeah, I mean that's going to be a big thing for the rest of the day.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I think psychologically as well, when you talk about this Mags Up roster, right, they were taken down by Omit earlier on in the tournament, and I think if they were to lose again to Omit, maybe some questions...
That could be heartbreaking.
Yeah, some questions might start being asked about, are we good enough to kind of compete with these top rosters at this event? But, you know, it could all change now. They win this series, they start building that confidence. like you talked about. I mean, it's a big tournament, right? It's a big weekend, $100,000 prize pool here for all our events at Dreamhack Birmingham. It's going to be a great day of Halo. Still 2 amazing days to go here in the 4v4. As you can see now, the player's going to be loading into this game. The fist bump's going out again. Fingers crossed. As yeah, I mean, after the start here, Stu, let's just talk about it a little bit. When you talk about that camo, is it something where you expect to see one player maybe just rush it off the bat, or do you expect to see more of a kind of like a damage fight going down?
I mean, generally speaking, the Cobra side or the red team from Tram will generally be a little bit more direct. You'll see players maybe go up towards the poster stairs, or you'll see players go soda and just jump top middle. The blue team will maybe opt for a more passive approach, with maybe one person going dip towards the camo. But you know, it's going to be really interesting to see how both teams play it. There's many different ways to slice the cake, as they say, many different starting strats. But generally, I would favour the red team at the start, but we'll have to wait and see.
You can see now getting into this game 5, Omit versus Mags Up, all to play for here in full play as Envor early on here, locating towards the blue window, putting down some nice opening damage towards these players on the soda, but 2 players on the side of Omit looking to push towards the sniper. It's a really interesting start here on the side of Omit. It seems like Camo though was grabbed on the side of Mags Up.
Wow, just sneaks away. That was a really interesting start right there. It looks like you see how they prioritized the snipe, and instead of going for camo, and I think that could come back to bite them. We'll have to just wait and see once this scrap finishes.
It seems though, despite that start, it is nearly a tie game here. Shock Rifle though, in the hands of Soul Snipe. 2-0 start to this game, and we know what kind of plays Soul Snipe can make with a weapon like this in his hands. Trying to locate these players towards the yard, hits the perfect headshot. Can he find the double? Narrowly misses. The grenade's going down.
He wants it.
The Soul Snipe's doing such a good job staying alive, but no, he gets taken down. Envor though, gonna be there for support. The fight going down towards the yard. The jiggle beats come in, and it's back and forth trades here at the start of this game.
I mean, you're seeing right now, this fight for Tram is massive. Both teams are really trying to get control of Yard and Tram. As you can see, if they get control of these positions, this happens. You quad spawn the enemy in one location, and it becomes so difficult for that enemy team to break out.
Yeah, Omit now looking to collapse towards blue. The opening kill goes down as Druck is going to be taken down. Suppress continuing to put on the pressure though. He does get taken down though, and the trades are coming in as Mags Up holding strong for just a moment here towards blue, as Boo Boo Doo Boo now looking to move towards Yard. Shock Rifle in the back pocket. The grenade is able to find that kill. 2 down now on the side of Omit, and map control heavily in the favour of Omit, of Mags Up. All 4 down for Omit, and this could be dangerous.
And you saw Boo Boo there, just hanging back in blue. He knew his team were going to win this fight, and now I'm getting PTSD. I'm getting flashbacks, because this is exactly what happened to me earlier. They are quad trapped in S1, and this is where the game can get really ugly right now.
So some of the Omit players have broken out towards Hotel, have broken out towards Dip. Soul Snipe putting down the damage. He's going to have that information, but it seems like Omit were able to find an opening kill there and break out 1v1 towards the Dip. The beatdowns are flying out. Soul Snipe gets taken down, as it's all three players down there for a moment on the side of Mags Up. A tie game though, Stuart, 12-12.
Yeah, tie game, and that was an unbelievable break. They spawned S1 and there was no hesitation. They instantly flew up that hotel ramp and got some huge slays. That is what you see at this top level, right? People just get a spawn and they instantly know what needs to be done, and that was no exception to that right there.
Yeah, new camouflage here, gonna be up in 10 seconds time. A tie game of 13-13 in this game 5 between these two teams. Falcated locking down his glass position. He's got such good sight lines, able to put down damage onto S2, but does actually back down for a moment. That camouflage is going to be up for grabs. You can see all the players on the map now trying to gravitate towards the camo. It's 2 down on the side of Omit, 3 down on the side of Omit, as it looks like Mags Up going to be in pole position to get hands on that camo and maybe think about trying to grow a bit of a lead here in this game.
That was a great break from Omit right there. I mean, from Mags Up rather. I mean, I really favoured Omit with that camo. They had control of the ramp, they had control of the yard, but they just couldn't somehow get to camo. And that's a huge game. That's a huge moment in the game for Mags Up.
Yep, camo in the hands of Soul Snipe. Not only is he leading his team in kills, he's leading his team in assists as well. 5, 7, and 3 here to start this game from Soul Snipe. And camo now in his hands, but no, he gets taken down. Great shots from Falcated as he does get traded out. Camo not going to be as effective as you might have hoped for on the side of Mags Up, as Boo Boo Doo Boo now looking to push towards the loop potentially. It's going to be sneaky here towards the light rifle. That grenade does stuff him out. A double grenade on the side of Omit as Falcated is going to be there as teammate for support, and despite that camo stew going in the hands of Mags Up, Omit doing a great job responding and taking the lead here.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. Everyone seems to be doing a great job. This game is so back and forth right now. Everyone is playing it really well. I mean, you're noticing right now Omit do have the yard there. Looks like they're trying to opt for a pinch between the dip and yard right now. Mags Up need to pick a direction or they're going to get sandwiched right now. And it looks like they're going to try fight out towards the mid right now, which is a very smart play.
Boo Boo Doo Boo 1v1 towards the dip, but he's going to lose it as 3 players down on the side of Mags Up. Envor, last player left to wide towards a loop, and look at this pressure. Look at this coming in. On the side of Omit, you hear a dead shout on the side of Suppress. The players now getting loud in the background. There's a 6-kill lead here for Omit. Suppress continuing to fly across this map, putting down so much damage, playing so confident, putting 2 players down to weak. Are his teammates going to be there for support? The grenade takes him down though. But Omit looking to collapse towards the S1, but once again a decent hold from the side of Mags Up, able to stabilize for just a moment.
And this is what you love to see. Suppress playing absolutely fantastic this game. Commonly known as a little bit of a young up-and-comer, but now he's really solidified himself, not just on this main stage, but out, like just worldwide as a fantastic player. And he's been playing lights out this series. He wants the world to know just how good he really is.
The collapse now coming in on the side of Mags Up, but Boo missing a few shots, and it is going to be Sab actually getting the better of that engagement to extend their lead now, 29-23 on the side of Omit, and Student's camo could be so pivotal. It's already a 6-kill lead. The repulse grenade does go down. Sab once again, we've seen it so much in this series, doing such a good job staying alive. This camo, arguably a must grab here for Mags Up, a 6-kill lead for Omit.
It's not arguably, it definitely is a must grab. I mean, you're seeing that right now. I mean, Sab with a huge kill right here, and I mean, if they get this camo, it is going to be game. So, and more dead shouts is coming around in the background right now. I think Omit are starting to, they've already got one hand on the victory.
Yep. 33-24 now for Omit, as it is going to be camo in the hands of Suppressed. All 4 players on Mags Up, trapped towards blue. As Suppressed putting down so much damage with this camo, now making the push towards the dip. Suppressed, he could really cool game here for his team. He has so much of an impact potential with this camo. Is electing to play a little bit slow, just trying to contain these players in blue here for just a moment.
I like this gun really wide, just not taking his time right now, and this is it. This is the game. If they win this fight, they probably win the game, and that's a huge double kill. That was great patience right now. Make that a triple kill. Can he get the overkill in the piv? Oh, and he loses it. But that was unbelievable plays. Wow.
Suppressed with the camo, making the exact plays you want to see. 12-6 for him in this pivotal game 5 between these two teams. Omit looking to once again get the victory over Mags Up in this tournament. 37-29. The pressure is piling on now to Mags Up. They need to find a way back into this game, but Omit continuing to put that pressure on. They're not even giving Mags Up a chance to breathe on the map, as Falcator just G-sliding across the map, flying towards S1. His teammates do lose the fights, but he's going to be there for the cleanups. Falcator just spinning, doing so much damage. 39-32 now.
Yeah, no deaths to play with right now if you're on Mags Up. And just as I say that, another death comes in. And they need to stop the cycling, but it's so hard on a map as small as this when you have no depths to play with. It is such a trade-heavy map, but they're going to have to try their best somehow to slow the pace of this game down.
40-32. Falcator, we've been on this screen now for a while, when you can see why, as he is just doing such a good job staying alive. It's 2 down yet again on the side of Mags Up. Omit collapsing towards blue. Once again, these team collapses have been so strong on the side of Omit. A 42-33 lead now as Mags Up. We're glad to see near perfect Halo from them. If they want to bring this one back, the dead shout Penguin finds a double. 3 dead again on the side of Mags Up. Only 5 more kills needed here for Omit to close out this game.
Penguin is just playing so fantastic. His movement has just been world class, because he is a world class player as a world champ. I mean, this is unbelievable things. Wow.
46-36 now. Falcator finds the beatdown on that player in blue. 2 more kills needed. Camouflage coming up. I think it's a little bit too late for Mags Up, as they only need 2 more kills. Camo
and they get it.
It's going to be in the hands of Penguin.
Who
he
else?
could really close out the game here. 2 more kills, 1 more kill needed. They locate the player towards the posters, and that's going to be game. Omit, they take the series 3-2 in the game 5. A little bit closer than the last time, but they get the job done in the end.
Woo! What a series! I mean, that is what we all tuned in to see, right? We're in the serious business end of the tournament right now. We're entering pool play, and we're just seeing these 2 titans go at it back and forth as we get some fake claps in the background from a great series right there. And good GGs all round, and thanks for those games, because that was fantastic.
The fist bumps going in, and is that going to be the last time we see these teams 2 match up? I don't think it will be. I mean, I think both these teams strong contenders to make that top 6, make that top 4. So, but we see there once again Omit getting the better of that one. That's 2-0 now for Omit over Mags Up on this weekend, as it is going to be Suppressed 16-9 in that game 5. Falcator as well, 13-8 with 12 assists. Those 2 really leading the line for their roster. On the other side, I mean, when you lose a game 50-36, it's going to be hard to find a lot of positives. But I mean, Soulspike with a 12 assists, really having a bit of a strong game there. But unfortunately, not going to be enough, as once again Omit able to get a better of Mags Up for this tournament.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough, and I think the psychological damage that could do to a team like Mags Up, I mean, it might be hard to come back from that, right? Losing 2 nail-biting series back-to-back. But you know, they're experienced players. You know, they've been in tough situations before. So I hope they don't get too disheartened from that, because you know they came to play this weekend. They shouldn't have hang their heads too low, because they just played really well. And I think, you know, just a few tweaks and they could have won that series, right? I mean, really well played from both teams.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think this max up roster, right, we're going to hope to see more from them as this kind of tournament goes on. I think the pickup of Envor, definitely a very interesting pickup. I mean, I think for him, arguably one of the stronger rosters he's found himself on now in the last few years of competing in Halo. So I think this is a really good opportunity for him. And thankfully for him, right, it's only pool play. So, I mean, no reason to panic yet if you're a maxed up fan. Still a lot of Halo potentially be played for them. But like you mentioned, Suppress made some huge plays. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to find the overkill, but it's not going to matter. As you can see, Game 5 going towards Omir and finding, once again, another big series victory in this tournament.
Yeah, and I think we just want to give a shout out to Suppress really quick, because I think there was a time where it was like Suppressed is going to be the next big thing. Kind of, you know, a bit of an online player, right? Like, can he do it on LAN? And I think those questions were starting to get asked. But that is what you want to see. Game 5 for your team, winning it. I mean, it's an unbelievable performance. Oh, that's so impressive from Suppressed.
Yeah, and we talk about this Omit roster, right? I mean, what a team on paper, by the way. I mean, you've got players like Falcade and Suppressed that are just so kind of known for their individual prowess and how strong they can be. I think Sab as well, finding a place onto this roster, a really kind of interesting pickup for them. He's not someone that we've kind of typically seen in that kind of top 4 circle in the last few years at HGS. And then Penguin, I think, leading this line. I mean, could you really ask for a better player? I think, I mean, he's one of those players where he's played in so many grand finals, so many strong performances, and he's also just incredibly individually skilled, right? So I mean, to have him rounding out this roster, I think definitely one of the strong contenders to maybe really challenge that Shopify team later on this tournament.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things, right? Is like maybe a lot of people don't think either of these teams are maybe the favourites to win the whole thing, but Penguin, he's probably one of the best players at this event, and I think he really showed it in that last series for sure.
Yeah, Game 5 in the end is going to be going to Omit, as it really did live up to the billing right last series. I mean, going to be heartbreaking again, right, for Mags Up losing in that fashion, but I mean, in terms of the kind of silver lining, right, the fact they're able to push them that close, go all the way to a Game 5, there's definitely some positives to be taken from that, but it's always easier said than done when it comes to kind of looking on the bright side of a loss like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's still early doors, right? I mean, this is only pool play, which is crazy to think because we've already had so much Halo action throughout the day. But I mean, yeah, I mean, there's still plenty more Halo to be played, so it's going to be really interesting to see, you know, if one team can keep that momentum going and if the other team can bounce back.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, it's a great series, and I think in the end, I think Penguin with their camos early on that series really had a strong impact. But I think as we got later on, we really saw the importance of all 4 players stepping up. I think it's very rare in Halo that you can really rely on one player to always pop off. I think what we saw that was great from Omid that series is they're almost taking it in turns to have big games. I think Penguin, especially in the game 1 and 2, and then we saw Sab in that recharge stronghold have some really strong plays. And in that Game 5, like you mentioned, Falcade and Suppressed. But we have a quick look here at the pools, and you can see now it's shaping up how most people probably would have expected. Shopify and Omit 2-0 to start off here. Unfortunately, Mags Up 0-2, and I think Margin 0-1, King's Order 0-1. So anything interesting here that stands out to you in terms of this pool?
Yeah, I think Shopify Omit, I think a lot of people will be looking forward to that series to see if Omit can build on that momentum. I wouldn't count out Margin yet. I know Margin had a really rough start to the day. They got knocked into lose bracket really early. But I think Margin, you know, if Mags Up might be a little bit deflated, maybe Margin can get a nice, it depends on the layout, right? Like if Margin play King's Order, get a nice win, and they keep that going, then they could use that momentum to win the next series, right?
Yeah, and you can see here, Pool B, Luminon, Kraken, Legion, Fries in the bag, and in Excelsis. Obviously in Excelsis kind of barely making it into pool play with that crazy Game 5 victory earlier on, but kind of similar story here. I think Luminon going to be most people's favourite in that pool, but Kraken as well, you can't count them out. You know, Piggy and Jackson and kind of crew, they're a really strong looking roster as well. But you know, when you look at this pool, Stu, do you think it's a kind of clear cut who you think is going to finish last, or do you think there's a bit of upset potential?
I mean, honestly, I think the top 2, as you can see there, is looking pretty locked in. I do think in Excelsius, you'd probably say maybe we'll probably get 5th if you were a better man. And the other 2, I'm not really too sure, to be honest. I think Fries in the bag have shown some real promise in the open bracket, so I'm not really too sure. I think that one is maybe I'm a little bit less certain on who's going to win that game.
Yeah, well, it's a great series. As we'll have to see what's going to be up next for you on stage action, but I mean, you couldn't really ask for a better start to pool play. Game 5, 2 great teams, and I think a lot of people have been really wanting to see how these top teams are going to be shaping up coming against this weekend. I think a lot of people, they've got maybe 4, 5 or 6 kind of really top rosters where there's a few kind of interchangeable places, right? We don't quite know who's going to get 2nd, who's going to get 3rd. Obviously a lot of people talking about Shopify as almost a nailed on 1st place, but you know, teams like Luminon, teams like Omit, they won't be thinking that. They'll be thinking we can beat this Shopify team. And I think Shopify have been looking a little bit more human, I'd say, online.
Yeah.
Obviously, the switch to Xbox maybe has made them a little bit weaker, but I think a lot of teams that switch to Xbox kind of get used to it. So I think Shopify maybe not looking as dominant as they were towards the end of last season, and maybe giving a bit of a glimmer of hope potentially for some of these teams trying to cause an upset.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like you said, a lot of teams are looking weaker, but that is kind of Xbox, right? I feel like it's been a nerf for everyone. It's just who adjusts to that nerf the best, right? And I think that's a huge part about this land, is who's adjusting to these Xboxes. And so far, everyone is adjusting to it really well. It's a great series.
Yeah, well, we are going to go to a quick break, guys, as we try to get our next series ready to go. So don't go anywhere. We'll hopefully be back with the action as soon as we can, and we'll see you in a bit.
Can somebody take my breath away? Hold me tight, lonely babe. I've been searching for something to ease my mind, till you came along, never thought I'd find. Take me away in this moment when I'm here with you. Been chasing this feeling, now I feel brand new. Get on a plane, go wherever with you. Take me away in this moment when I'm here with you. Been chasing this feeling, now I feel brand new. Get on a plane, go wherever with you.
Enemy team score.
Hello everybody, welcome back. We're here for a little bit of a post-game interview. So, let's see how this is going. Do you guys want to ask questions? You guys were casting.
Yeah, no, I'd love to, yeah. So obviously, Suppress, you're able to take that one in the game 5 in the end. Was that a little bit of a closer series than you expected, or did you kind of expect those guys to really pep a fight like that?
I mean, they're a great team. Like, I knew they were going to come out, like, harder than last time because, I mean, it was definitely close games, like, the way it ended. And I know, like, they were going to fight back harder, like, next time. So, props to them. We went game 5, and we went the distance, so we took out the W.
100%. And just talking about you guys, obviously this roster you guys have constructed, what do you guys really see as the kind of main strengths of this team you've got?
Wait, I'm sorry?
The main strengths, like when you were kind of constructing this roster, what do you think kind of like gives you guys the advantage over some of these other teams?
I mean, we're definitely disciplined when it comes down like losing numbers or like when we need to collapse like on a certain play.
Yeah.
Like we definitely like capitalize on our damage. So that's what makes us so good. Also, like we had different dynamics on the team to where like anybody could make the play. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
I think we really saw that, and I think Penguin early on that series was playing really strong with the camos, and I think you and Falcade, especially in that game 5, really kind of took over. So I think, like you mentioned, you guys got a nice balance of not just relying on one or two guys to really kind of take over. But I mean, Shi, you got anything you want to ask?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to know what it's like to maybe team with Penguin. I mean, you two, that entire series, I felt were playing really well. I feel like every time a camo was coming up, like Penguin had it. I mean, can you just talk a little bit about that? What it's like maybe playing with a player like him?
Playing with Penguin is a great experience. He's like vibey inside out the game. He's a great teammate. He basically does what's needed on the map. You know what I mean? Like, you know, when it's your time to like die on the map or you know going clutch, you know, stuff like that. But playing with Penguin has been a great experience for sure.
So you guys obviously qualified for travel coverage to come to the event. Was that like unexpected for you? You were pretty solid, like, okay, if we're going into this opens with this roster, we're going to make travel coverage, we're going to go to Birmingham and we're going to just make it happen?
I mean, it was kind of to be expected, like, for all of us. I even went to Texas for it because, you know, playing in Texas is, like, central gaming for Halo especially.
Texas boost.
Yeah. So, yeah, I went to Texas. We qualified, got top 4. I think we bowed out to, like, the last qualifier, we bowed out to this team. And they 3-1'd us, I think, or something like that. But they basically beat us like pretty hard, and it's like Sab was like saying that like, no, we'll get them back, you know, I'm better on land, stuff like that. So, I mean, we kind of proved it, you know. So we beat them twice, 3-1, then 3-2. It's kind of a grueler though, that whole series.
So I think when we were talking to the coach yesterday, he was saying that most of you guys were playing on like a simulated Xbox setting. How long have you been doing that, or were you one of the players that was playing on the Xbox? I think one of you had an Xbox, right?
Yeah, it was Mike.
Okay.
But it's funny because like we found that out like during like our series, like someone had it on, and it felt way better. It was like one of the settings in the monitor, I forget, but yeah, we basically turned it on and it feels way better.
Okay. And are you enjoying this tournament so far?
100%. I enjoy this tournament. I love the atmosphere. A lot of energy in here.
Yeah, it's like such a different vibe to like Worlds last year or some of the majors that we had last year.
Right. I mean, because last year, you know, you had more people playing, more viewers. You know, this year's
It's a little bit more intimate,
quiet.
let's say.
Yeah, for sure.
I was going to say, last room from me, I mean, obviously, I think a lot of people are kind of looking at you guys as a team that could potentially upset Shopify. I think a lot of fans maybe coming off the back of the last season are seeing them as kind of heavy favourites for this tournament. I think, do you guys think you can really kind of put up the fight to a team like Shopify and maybe kind of be crowned champions, say, this weekend?
I think Shopify is a great team. I mean, they went back-to-back, they're back-to-back champs, but I know for us, we can come out with a W if we're on our P's and Q's.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, that should be. There's a lot. I think there's a lot of teams this weekend that people are thinking could put up a fight to Shopify, which for me at least is refreshing because I think I was a little bit worried with how good they looked last season that it could be a bit of like a one-horse race. But I mean, you guys, Luminon, I think you've both proven you can take games and put up a fight to them. So you know, it should be great. And like you mentioned, you beat Mags up twice now. You're looking really strong to kind of start the weekend. And I think this next series, for me at least, I'm really excited to watch to kind of give you guys a chance to shape up against Shopify. It's going to be great to watch.
So now that you're one up in pools, you're guaranteed to make the champ bracket. So for the rest of the day, are you going to maybe take it a little bit more relaxed, save your energy for tomorrow, or are you just going to carry on putting everything into it and keep that passion going?
Save that voice.
They always say don't let your foot off the glass whenever you're playing good teams, or any team in that matter. So we're going to keep going with this, our momentum.
Awesome.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thanks for joining us. I believe you've got another game up on main stage, so we'll have you on stream again.
Okay.
But we're looking forward to seeing you guys, and thanks for joining us for this conversation.
Yeah,
Thank you guys for having me.
Best of luck.
Yeah, good luck. Oh, that was very insightful.
Snipe.
Kiss me like citrus and fruit, burning so unsweet. Too shy to call you alert when you said you need me. And I'm waiting for me, trying not to call you. Talking myself down, explaining that there's only you.
shows we let it go for too long. Go back, I never could. It wasn't what I was searching for at all. We've been turning upside down. Now things are stranger. Nothing's left to say. Too far gone to go back to that place. And I don't wanna feel that way. Seems right, it never was. We were just stuck into something. Time shows we let it go for too long. Go back, I never could. It wasn't what I was searching for at all. We've been turning upside down. Now things are stranger. Nothing's left to say. Too far gone to go back to that place. And I don't wanna feel that way. Feel that way.
Hello everybody, welcome back. I am joined by a couple of fun guys who I think have been having a pretty entertaining time this tournament. Obviously, Luke, Hidden Experience, we've already had on camera, but we have now Fletch joining us as well. How are you both doing today?
Bueno.
Yeah, terrific. It's good energy, good vibes. Really surprised how great the turnout's been. Just great.
Good event
atmosphere.
so far.
Yeah.
Good event so far.
Have you caught any of the games today, Fletch?
No, I've been watching a little bit of Halo, as I'm contractually obligated to do. No, I'm kidding. But no, and I just checked out the Call of Duty scene. Massive. You know, I was surprised how many people were there. It's huge. So great time. Yeah, great energy.
Cool. Luke?
Yeah, I watched Margin and who was it? Omit earlier.
Sure.
That was Omit won, obviously, but it was a pretty good game. Watched some of the Halo 5 2v2s as well. And I was saying earlier, it feels, I'm not a massive Halo 5 fan, but it feels weirdly nostalgic watching Halo 5 at an event again, because I went to a ton of Halo 5 events, and that was like sort of like my entry into going to esports events. So seeing it in person again is kind of strange in a cool way.
Yeah, well, we'll have Omit up on stream next after this, so more Omit content to come. They seem to keep popping up, but they seem to be having the best matches, so power to them. Now, in celebration of GameSir sponsoring our stream, we have a giveaway for YouTube, but also a giveaway for chat. So this is the first opportunity today to get your hands on a GameSir controller. If you're in the UK or Europe or in North America, if you put EHL GameSir in the chat, we will pick one of you to win. Make sure you put it in our chat. If you want to restream, you'll have to come to our broadcast, twitch.tv/European Halo. Now, while people go ahead and do that, let's ask a couple of questions. So I'm going to ask 5 questions to each of you, independent, no fighting.
That's a tough task.
Yeah, that's a tough task.
If you get 3 out of 5 right, you get yourself a controller. You have a choice of black or white, the GameSir G7 Pro, top tier controller. It seems pretty good that whenever we try to offer these controller away to people as giveaways prizes, they tend to say, "Oh, I've already got one."
Wait,
Which
so,
is
so
normally
you're
a good
making
sign.
us work for it now?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
you
we
gotta
have to
work
work
for
for it. Okay.
Have to
Okay.
tell my
I'm
union.
prepared.
Who wants to go first?
Rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, let's do that.
I'll
Jack
go
goes
first. Yeah, let's
Okay.
do it.
All right. During Halo 2, the Covenant undergoes a civil war which separates many of the elites from other members of their religion. What is the official title given to this event?
The Great Schism.
Correct. You want to add some filler lore in there, Luke? You like to do that.
We'll
Yeah.
be here all day. Let's spare people.
I mean, I can.
No, we're good. We'll come back to that. Okay. Ooh. So, which of the following weapon has not appeared in every Halo game? Plasma pistol, needler, sniper rifle, or assault rifle?
Assault rifle.
And which game was it missing from?
Halo 2.
And why was that? No, I don't really
No,
know.
I wasn't there, unfortunately, but yeah.
Yeah.
Before your time.
Predates me a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I'm also not quite that old.
Yeah.
Luke?
I am. Yep, no, I am. I'm not the oldest one here.
Well, no, I mean, I meant it predates my professional Halo career, we'll say, yes.
I see. I'm going to whip out a Halo TV show question.
Oh,
Now, I don't know if
no.
this is a good idea or a bad idea.
Oh, no,
Okay.
no.
So, Silver Team,
Yes.
famously the team in the Halo TV show, Master Chief is composed of Master Chief and 3 other Spartans.
Oh.
Which of the following Spartans is not a member of Silver Team?
I can do this. Okay, come on. Yeah, let's do it.
Kai 125,
Yep.
Vanak 134, Riz 028, or Joshua 029?
Joshua.
Joshua 029. Correct.
Yeah.
You've already
okay,
won yourself
yeah.
a controller, but we'll do all
thanks.
5.
I'll give that to a community member, but yeah, go on.
And what team is Joshua a member of?
Can you phone a friend?
You have.
You
yeah,
got to be
I
my
guess.
friend to do that, Luke. What team? Is this in the TV show?
No.
I was going to say, I thought I'm going crazy. Joshua. It's not like Kilo 5. What's my timer here?
5 seconds.
No clue. Luke?
Luke?
I want to say red team. Original red team. I'm probably wrong.
Gold team.
Gold team. Oh, okay.
Gold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It appears in the Halo novels and is referenced in the series, but does not make an appearance.
Oh, didn't know that.
Okay, so question number 4. This is just for fun at this point.
Yep.
Anyway. So the UNSC has a storied history of numerous fallen soldiers. Which of the following members of staff was the oldest when they died? Jacob Keyes, Avery J. Johnson, Carter A259, or Chips Dubbo?
Wait, what was the second one?
Avery J. Johnson.
It must be Johnson, because Johnson aged. He was part of the original Spartans. Yeah, Johnson.
You saw through my trick question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to
Okay.
say, that was a good trick. That was a good trick.
So he spent a lot of his life in cryosleep, so he was older than he was maybe appeared in the video games.
Well, also it was biologically augmented as well, so that helps.
Of course. Okay, final question.
All right.
The Flood in Halo can achieve self-sufficiency after achieving enough mass and no longer require a host to maintain themselves.
Yes.
So we talk about pure forms here. Which of the following does not need a host? Gaunt Flood, Stalker Flood, Thrashed Flood, or Tank Flood?
Tank.
Incorrect.
Look,
Would you like to phone a friend?
the dirty looks I'm getting right now.
Yeah. Give me the 4 forms again.
Gaunt Flood,
Yep.
Stalker Flood, Thrashed Flood,
Stalker.
Tank Flood.
Well,
It's the gaunt. It's the gaunt, right?
Yeah, because Stalker's another form of PR of tank.
Is it?
Incorrect.
Damn. Okay.
It is the
Who
Thrasher
are you?
Flood. Only found on the planet of Trove. Their original hosts are unknown to
Oh,
anyone.
it does need a hose. Oh, I thought you said didn't need a hose.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's
Oh. Okay. Okay. I
what
was
you
gonna
said. Does
say,
need a.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does need a hose. The
That's,
Thrasher does.
I thought I heard the same thing. Yeah, because that's
Yeah.
why I would. I think we
Yeah.
need a
Maybe a trick
replay.
question.
We need a
Technicality on that
replay,
one.
yeah.
Technicality.
Anyway. Alright, so that's your 5 questions. Congratulations, you've won yourself a controller. Do with that as you please.
I will give it to
away.
a community member.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm a community member. Give it to me. I need more controllers.
Alright,
I am a
Next.
member of the community.
we're going to have to go now again for other questions here now for you, Luke. All right, which of the following is a description of the Rubicon Protocol? In fact, I do have multiple choices here, but maybe you can just lay it out before I even list multiple choices.
I can try.
Don't give him it. Yeah.
I can certainly try. So the Rubicon Protocol was set between the intro of Halo Infinite, where Chief loses to Aatrox, and the beginning of the game, and it follows the Spartans who were on the Spartan 4s who were on the Infinity, who went down to Zeta Halo, Nina Kovan. I'm blanking on the rest of the names. One began with H, I think.
Horvath?
Yes, Horvath, thank you. And it's basically about them initiating the Rubicon Protocol, which was almost like a guerrilla warfare campaign against the Banished on Zeta Halo to try and disrupt their operations on the ring and establish a foothold for the UNSC on Zeta Halo.
You should have given him the options.
He's really good.
Because it just goes off on a tangent. Yeah.
Listen, I like it.
Unrestricted permission to engage in guerrilla warfare against an enemy. Congratulations.
Thank
Question
you very
1 is
much.
already in your pocket. Okay. Blue Team has seen many members come and go over its long tenure as a Spartan unit. Which out of the former members and affiliates is the only member to still be alive? Olivia, Anton, James, or Samuel?
Okay, I've got to have a little bit of a caveat here. Is this as of like current canon? How up to date is this?
As of current canon.
Because there's one character who was thought to be dead, who came back recently and then died again. I'm going to go...
He's worrying about the question now.
I know.
So did I write it correctly?
I'm going to go... I think it was Anton, I want to say. I might be wrong with that. Because Olivia was a Spartan 3. What were the two other options? James and
Samuel.
Samuel's dead. And James is also dead now.
But James is in one of the newer books.
Well, spoilers, he kind of...
People can watch it and read it themselves, Luke.
Anton.
Incorrect. It's Olivia. After being reassigned by the UNSC, she now operates as the
I thought it was
UNSC
Olivia.
specialist for
Ghost
the
of
Ferret
Onyx,
squad.
yes. Oh, of course, yeah, okay, yeah.
Acting like he knows all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah.
Are you struggling,
Of course.
Luke?
Yeah, I am.
You got 2 questions wrong.
No, you got the first one
Well,
right.
the first one right.
He's got 2 wrong, though.
Oh, you got your question wrong. Is that what you said?
That you also got wrong.
Yeah.
That we got wrong on a technicality.
Anyway.
Okay. In the Halo 4 mission Reclaimer, Master Chief, whilst aboard a mammoth, attempts to destroy defensive around Requiem's gravity well. Which Forerunner character appears towards the end of the missions to assist in the pair in their efforts?
The librarian. The Didact's wife.
And what does she do?
It's kind of watery. She accelerates his evolution to essentially force his Gaesh to kick in and give him an immunity to the composer. Is the idea.
Is it a Gene song they call it?
Correct. Unlocks his gene song.
Gaesh, Gaesh.
I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it. I mean, that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Thank you.
Okay, right. 2 correct, 1 wrong. You're still in it. All right. We have some people loitering in there in the background, looking pretty on stream. Okay.
Is that Uber Nick? Sorry, go on.
Halo Infinite has numerous maps and modes that cycle in and out of its ranked playlists over its lifetime. Which of these combinations has never featured in the ranked playlist?
Jesus Christ.
Streets King of the Hill, Imperium Strongholds, Argyle CTF, or Recharge Slayer?
Imperium Strongholds. Definitely.
Okay, of course. Right, you were worried there for a little bit.
I was concerned, but then Pit Strongholds?
Yeah, no one wants to play Pit Strongholds.
Nah.
All right. Congratulations. You have achieved enough points. We'll do one more fun question just to see how we can do here. Okay, the Master Chief Collection contains 6 games and has achievements present in every corner of each game, pretty much. How many achievements does the collection have in total? Is it 343, 1,000, 700, or 2,552?
Good one. 700.
1,700, he said.
Do you want to take just a punt at how much gamer score that is in total?
Ooh, that's a good that's a really good question. I'm going to say 4,000. The old style, no, more than that actually, because it used to be 1,000 gamer score per game back in the day, but now it's way higher.
Well, you had DLC on top of that as well.
It would normally go to like 1,250 or 1,500. 8,000.
Not bad. Do you want to take a your guess?
6,700.
Well, if he gets that right, that's cheating because he works there.
No, actually, well, this is before my time once again. 7,550.
You were close with your first guess. It is about 7,000 in total.
Okay.
So you're both pretty close, right?
Yeah, pretty close.
I'll say, well done. Okay, congratulations, you've both won. Would you like a black or a white gamer cell?
I got the white before. I already won a white today, so I'll take a black.
Okay.
We'll do a white, and I'll give that away. Yeah.
Would you like to grab in front of you
Yes, sir.
the game cells
Thank you.
and proudly display them on stream? Remember, if you want a chance of winning one yourself, please put !EHL game cert in the chat. We'll be picking that very soon. And of course, if you are not subscribed to our channel, please support us, come subscribe and follow us, and stick around because we have more games of Halo to come, and we are very excited to see what's going. And I hope you guys have a lovely rest of your day.
Thank you.
Too. Likewise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Caught up in a lie. Sorry I didn't care enough to be the way I should. But can you let it go? Even though I know
Back, we are jumping into this one very quickly. How are we all? My name's Hixie. I'm joined here by Mr. Harry Thomas Lethal. How are you, sir?
Not too bad, mate, not too bad. Our first series for us here today.
Yes.
And we've got an absolute cracker going in between Shopify and Omid. And you can see already getting straight on in with the camo. 20 seconds in. We're not mucking about here, guys. We want to get straight into the nitty-gritty with the games. And already Shopify looking pretty damn good so far.
Yeah, so these guys just ready to dive on into map 1, and this is for going 3-0, right? Both these teams are undefeated in Pool A. Looking over to Pool B as well, you've got Kraken and Luminon Gaming both 2-0. So Luminon showing up, as are Kraken on the other side, but we're going to see who is going to go undefeated in this pool. Just falling down in utility now, and already one flag put in for Omid.
Yeah, I said Shopify had a half-decent start, but Omid came out swinging here. And you've got to remember, they come off that incredible Game 5. Very back and forth earlier against Mag Zap. And now Omid, you know, full of all gas, no break for them at this stage. They don't have to worry about stamina here as they're going straight into the next part of the ball play. And against Shopify, this might actually work out for them considering how warm they are. But like I said, currently 1-0 now in favour of Omid. It's Foster's just trying to stay alive and get at least a little bit more control, or establish it anyway in the meantime. With the flag already being pulled, but doesn't actually get it in the end anyway. But you can see it's his last shot. We'll find a few of the players around Fridge's side. Should be able to keep on the spawn. Not really too much of an issue there. He was slightly weak at the time, but they weren't aware that he was weak, came around behind them. But some great shots, and I did, well, would have mentioned earlier if we had time, but Royal 2 and last shot on Shopify are definitely a couple of the key factors here in the slaying department in terms of how good to progress in this series.
Yeah, and that's a crazy counter cap to get, right? It was a goal line stand for Shopify. Omid so close to getting that one in. I think the jump actually might have thrown them off. If they just tried to run it in, maybe it could have been 2-0, but tied up as 2 minutes have been played. Nice nades there, means the last shot is going to find a nice double kill in utility, and he's just going to be running for this flag. Does not want to wait for his shields. Going to be running it down the car side. He does have a player in front of him, but the support's coming through and actually able to keep him alive as well. So this flag could keep running, but he will fall.
Yeah, sadly, Omid, we're having a little meet and greet session with Shopify and Util, and they've delayed it by a small segment, but that 2-3 second delay was able to put a complete halt to that flag entirely. And Savage just trying to keep that top carbine control. Is just finding the struggle bus a little bit in terms of the damage dealt, but it managed to stay alive, which is actually crucial because now he's got another angle to put another player on from Shopify to actually keep him at bay and just keep him trapped in the base. And Sav, all he needs to do now is stay alive, wait for the rest of his teammates, get that numbers advantage, and you can see already Shopify just struggling a little bit just to get out the base overall. But if they take down Sab, that would be huge, and they don't. Great stuff from Sab, but he does get traded straight afterwards.
Yeah, and 3 falling for Omid as well means that Shopify can push up and get some map control. You see a player running in through Fridge and utility, and then you got Cycle just holding top mid. Player spotted down bottom mid, but should be dealt with. Cycle actually missing a few more shots. That player will be able to get away into utility. Cycle as well, losing the high ground, will eventually lose his life. And a little bit of a misplay from Cycle means that 3 dead again for Shopify.
And it just shows that the tiniest, most minor errors can cause such a huge impact in these games. very unfortunate, very uncharacteristic of Cycle, but he's probably thinking to himself, yeah, don't worry, mate, that is not going to happen again. As it's just the beginning of this series, and just let you guys know at home, as Hicksy's already said, both of these players are 2-0 in their group, in their pools, and looking to try and make it 3-0 just to guarantee a decent spot and seed going into Sunday. As we stick from Larshot's perspective, we've had no reason to switch PFEs as of yet. A little bit of a windmill, but you know what, he got it done in the end and did further damage onto another player onto that util side. Sab gets cleaned up around bottom car, and Royal2 now one of the main slayers here for Shopify. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, Royal2 just chucking that flag down, so getting the pressure onto Omit. They know there is a rat behind them. Just playing around and sat right in the back of the base, able to find one, getting loud as well. Another kill picked up by the team for Shopify. Sticky won't land, but all runs out of ammo. Trade comes through Royal2, maybe hoping he could get, not the trade, just get the kill straight up. Does lose his position as a fact of falling. Nice kill, at least back from last shot. Will get traded though, so Omit trying to plug these gaps and fish out this final player who's sat in utility. No one really there to support as well. So as I say that, actually top mid, he will drop. But still, just playing around this car side, it looks like is Shopify's plan. Suppressed will actually spot out one of these players and just gets perfected. Cycle to get the better of him. Not willing to miss more shots like earlier.
Yeah, Shopify were just so patient around that util and top car side. They knew eventually they were going to push that side. It's the importance of course, going into Aquarius, but they got so many numbers around that area and such great positioning. There wasn't really too much Suppressor could do. Then the best outcome he could have had is take a 1v1 and then be able to continue from there if he had numbers, but sadly it wasn't to be. But Valkated managed to get a double zone and looking to see if he could take the flag a little bit further. All the players in Shopify are in util. If he could just put a halt to this flag run in any way, but it looks like another 2 are down now for Omit and, sorry, for Shopify, and that should be another cap.
Yeah, Shopify just got to, oh, excuse me, Omit, going to lock that one in. That would be Valkated. You're throwing me off, man. Valkated to lock that one in and go a flag up 2-1 with 6 minutes left to play. Spotting all these Shopify players just rushing through bottom mid. One unknown, actually still unknown. He will spot him down on P1, but didn't expect him to push up to P2. So to find that kill is nice and easy for Shopify. Royal2 again back in the base of Omit, just being such a damn nuisance. And sees that player spawn up back fridge. Does actually get the call come through. That's a huge perfect to pick up Royal2 and just flush him out the base. The Shopify's flag does get thrown out. No one here to try and continue this run, and last shot making sure of that.
A lot of from Royal2 as well. He didn't just pick up the flag straight away. He was well aware that someone from Omit is going to try and delay that from util. Went straight to util, tried to take it down, did quite a bit of damage. Also did a lot of damage on the fridge guy, but in the end it's just a bit unfortunate, just due to the fact that it didn't actually take anyone down. But at least he delayed the push coming out from Omit. But last shot just coming in swinging here, going into that util side. This needs to wait a little bit longer to get his shields back. Another engagement is going to occur, but will he better stay alive? No, he does not, but at least he gets an important trade.
Yeah. Another kill for Suppressed as well, taking him to 11. Everyone on the side of Shopify and Omit really putting up the show. Cycle maybe a little bit uncharacteristically slow in the stats, but I mean, if we look at the rest of Shopify, everyone definitely putting in the work, as we often see from them. Just see if they can warm into this series a little bit more. 2 dead for Omit as Sab will spawn up. Nice kill onto last shot. We do have the picture-in-picture as well. It's always nice to see these players on land take the opportunity, take the advantages we get being in person. 7 seconds for Camo, and Penguin, another player on Omit, have pushed up actually into Shopify's base. One will get flushed out. Penguin to full, Sab as well. So it looks like everyone seems to be shut out, and I think Camo might have gone into the hands of Shopify.
Possibly, yeah, and it's 2 down, and you can see they're falling apart like one by one in terms of the death cycle here, and they're not all going to spawn together. So you can see Royal2 just biding his time here. He has been behind enemy lines for what, like multiple occasions now, and just taken full advantage of the situation, and he's just going to be doing it again, just waiting for someone else to pop by. Yeah, sure, he got taken down, may have only got 1 kill, but the delay is all about the amount of delay he caused for the Omit squad to go, like, you know, we need to actually try and fix this, we need to sort this. But you were talking about Cycle's stat line earlier. I think with the camo here, he'll be able to catch up a little bit, which is, like he said, you know, not very characteristic of him at all in the slightest. Getting a few shots down, taking all 3 members to try and clean him up, but finally he does. Not a bad investment with the camo, as you can see, but 3 down now for Shopify and Omit. This is an opportunity to try and extend their lead.
Yeah, last shot last alive in the back of the base and will get shut down by Suppress, just hunting that kill. Suppress smelt blood in the water and pushing up so far. This flag is being run down the car side. Well, it looks like the P side actually, excuse me. And it's going all the way. It's going to be getting into the base. And it looks like they're actually going to be locking this one in, just waiting to get shields back. So it's just sat there, just teasing them. Another flag to go in. But if Royal 2 can stop it, and he can't, he's going to try and go for the counter cap. 3-1 now for Omit. Omit, a team that has placed 3rd, 5th to 6th, and 4th in the opens against Shopify, who have never placed lower than 1st, are currently beating them in this capture the flag.
Yeah, it's still early days in this series, but this is an incredible start from them. I don't think anyone expected Omit to come out as they have done with this 3-1 lead. Still a few minutes left remaining, don't get me wrong, we have to see what Shopify can do. They've done some crazy things in the past, and Suppress a lovely double just to, again, keep at least level pegging in terms of the deaths. You saw there both teams were 3 down at the time. There has been a grab, but Falcated puts a complete stop to that and didn't get very far. So just a couple of minutes left now to see if Omit can hold on to this lead, but it wouldn't surprise me if Shopify pulled something out of the woodwork.
Yeah, this is looking really nice for Omit. Not really seeing much of a fight back from Shopify, it feels like. And the stat line definitely showing it, at least for flag caps. Falcated seemingly feeling himself. 20 and 17 for Suppressed as well. Everyone just cooking on gas. Nice trade, at least from Frosty. Trade he definitely shouldn't have gotten, it feels like. The last shot now to try and run this through U2, who will get through. So this one's going to get a little bit hairy for Omit. They're going to need to try and get someone close. This long sight line down car side could be a benefit to them, but if no one's there to see him, he's just going to keep running. He's got his shields back as well. Looks like this flag's going to go in. A beautiful run from last shot keeps them in this one.
Exactly what I said a minute ago. It's still early days yet. Shopify, it wouldn't surprise me if they did bring a couple of flags back, but Frosty wins a very important engagement. Another play on Courtyard. Frosty's debating switch or stay alive with the teammate next to him, but instead he's just going to go straight on in. He knows he doesn't really have too much time here. All 4 dead for Omit. Frosty now going to head into that U2. They must try and get top mid control, keep them back around Fridge. Even if they don't kill all of them, at least keep them at bay long enough in order to cap this flag. And this is looking extremely good for Frosty. He is taking a little bit of damage. Will he be biding his time, or is he just going to go straight for it? He's thinking, do you know what, I'm just going to take it anyway. And now we're at a level pegging, 3 apiece with only a minute left remaining.
Within that last 40 seconds, they're able to put 2 flags in. Shopify just showing how scary they can be and why they're the top dogs, current world champions, and not dropping a single placement at Dreamhack. First, and first for all 3 online series. Looking like they want to keep it that way. They want to go perfect in pools. They want that big fat 3-0 moving into champ bracket. They are seemingly just hungry for this. 27 seconds to work with. With 3 dead for Shopify, though, you've got to be careful. Royal 2 last in the base. Will get taken down by Penguin. And now he's just going to pull this one out. He's trying to take a big bite. Will actually be able to chew on it. Penguin's still just working around this Fridge. Takes some more damage, but just going to push in. Penguin doesn't care. He's just going to find all the kills. Finally gets taken down, but damage felt. But no one on Omit seemingly able to pull this flag, so it's just been sat there whilst Penguin's been doing so much work. Everyone else has been falling around him.
Yeah, I'm a little bit shocked by that. Penguin played out of his skull for that last 20 seconds and just consistently engaging and was getting away with murder along that Fridge side, but it wasn't to be in the end. And you would have assumed that the amount of damage he was, inputting across the boards for that 20 seconds, that was looked like it was quite clean cut. Looked like it was going to be almost guaranteed. So a little bit unfortunate, but we're now going to head into sudden death to see who's going to be able to take this first game. But this is exactly what we want in the first game of the day.
And going into overtime, 1 cap to rule them all for map 1. Or if that 4 minutes 40 remaining goes down, we're going to have a replay. Very unlikely with both of these teams. I feel like they're so good at capitalizing on any mistake that surely we're going to see a cap. Feels almost cheating if neither of them are able to pick one up. But we have time. We have a lot of time. Frosty to die trying to pick up that camo. And that's just going to sit dormant. Up top mid, it does actually look like a player is able to get away with this for Shopify. Falcate not able to get the angle. Slipping away with the camo is Shopify. We'll see if they're able to work with it. Actually, it looks like that camo player is going to drop. Falcated making up for the misses from earlier. A nice double kill response from Frosty, but really good job there from Omit to shut that one down.
Yeah, very back and forth here. Frosty just trying to establish control of top car. Again, the fight for util is going to continue. 3 members of Omit are in util area, or at least in the proximity of it, to stop any member from Shopify to contest that area and meant to pull the flag straight afterwards. Frosty, after a fabulous start the last minute, he's finally been cleaned up. Falcated again with another Omit member trying to push on forward, and that was a good clean-up again, which you saw from there and on that car side. And Falcated has full util control. Now it's just a matter of trying to find the members of Shopify. Why are they lurking? Are they fridge? Are they back a flag? And you can see they're just being patient at the moment. Find one player actually around util, just using the audio advantage to be able to pick them off. And even though they had height and had everything there, they still came out actually losing that battle. As we see now, Frosty again just taking a little bit more damage. Actually have to stay low. Still managed to put quite a few shots in, considering he was on no shield. And Penguin, we saw some great stuff from him during that last portion of the first game earlier. But let's see what more he can do now around Courtyard.
3 minutes on the clock. I'm just going to keep looking at that timer. It does feel quite level at the moment. It's like both teams having their own moments, and as I say, that last shot actually slips by. It does get spotted though, so they're going to be aware of this. Almost lands the plasma actually. This nade isn't going to take him down. He's still going to be able to slip away. Surely he's taken down here. He will fall. The moment I thought he was safe, he does actually get dropped, and with Camo coming back up, Omit going to try and at least shut this one down if Shopify are able to pick it up. Shopify have the manpower, only suppressed there to try and stop them from finding it, but with excuse me, I thought there were going to be more spawners for Omit, but suppressed, falling, Sab last alive. That's a free camo for Frosty. Yeah, he's lost his shields, but those will come back. And now, just to play the waiting game, you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket and go too quickly. This is a massive advantage for Shopify to have, and with 2 minutes left, you're going to have to try and do something now.
And you can see all 4 members have created a really good crossfire, just knowing that Frosty's going to be lurking somewhere with that camo, and they can't afford to die here. But Frosty's like, oh, do you know what? I'll try and get away with it. And he has pulled a flag, but he's trying to get a reaction. That's his whole plan with the camo. Get a reaction with the flag, force it to push out, and that's exactly what happened. They had the perfect crossfire, but Frosty completely broke that just by pulling the flag, waiting for a reaction, and that's exactly what you get. Shopify managed to take the first game in a very, very close manner. And yeah, that was just textbook stuff. Like, that was a very intelligent play. You saw the crossfire from both sides of Fridge and util side. They thought to themselves, well, there's nowhere else they could go apart from the jump up. But yeah, sure, 2 players did have angle on the flag guy, but Frosty had the camo. All he had to do is pull it, stay alive, and just wait for it to push out. And that's exactly what happened. He got a reaction, and that's exactly what you're going to get when you try and push out from that defensive stance.
Yeah, Frosty, the cat amongst the pigeons, just chucking that flag out and making them all scramble on Omit. 30 bomb for one of these players. I don't know who it is. It's so difficult to see. We're trying to go off of the old service tags, but looking like 2 of them, at least, are keeping the same. I know Royal 2's at the bottom, at least. He makes it nice and easy by having Matt. The rest of them, not so sure. Pretty solid numbers from everyone. I'd say across the entire board, right? It didn't feel like Omit were massively outslayed. I mean, 31 for Royal 2 as well. Maybe second reflection, it does look a little bit more damning for Omit.
Yeah, considering we witnessed it like an almost 20-minute game, it was, what, I think Shopify, from what I can see, from total, like plus 16 overall for that long time frame of the game. That's actually quite crazy considering. And it just shows like the very little moments, and I love how Frosty performed that final part. They had complete full map control. They clearly planned for them to rush out once Frosty pulled the flag. And sometimes it's simple but effective, but in those moments, in this kind of environment, when you're in pools and every map, every series matters, to pull off something like that with complete ease and patience and no nerves at all, full-on confidence. You can tell they've clearly planned for that once before, and well, I say once before, probably a few times in a lot of scrims, let's be honest here, unless that's something they were just saving in their back pocket. But honestly, very impressed. You've got to remember, Omit were up 3-1 at one stage, had 3 minutes left as well, and Shopify were just like, giving them false hope and then saying, yeah, don't worry, we should have this at some point. It's not like we've been slaying bad and we've had poor objective efficiency. It's just Omit were very good at cutting off the flag runs, and we saw it time and time again. And it must have got so frustrated to the point where the 2 flags they got at the very end, they had full map control, and there was absolutely no way they could cut them off like they did the previous times. But yep, again, well played for Shopify. Now 1-0 up in the series, and now we're going to see how Omit are going to respond, because it's a shame. If Omit actually took that first game, we could be seeing a slightly different series, but if they don't take the Slayer, it could go all downhill from here.
Yeah, I think if Shopify are able to lock in that Slayer as well, it does feel like a bit of a done deal. We are talking, obviously, a little bit further in the future, but I mean, just thinking of, the more I think about that final play in that first map, it's just such a testament to how well they play as a team on Shopify. Like you said, obviously it seems like a drill they've run through quite a few times. It was very well orchestrated. Cut off all the choke points so no one can be rushing out either side of the base. The only way they can come through is through the top of flag, and that's already where Frosty's gone. I was a little bit worried that he would get dropped. As soon as he picked up the flag, he'd just get melted, but I think as soon as he dropped down and was able to get into courtyard, that was signed, sealed, delivered.
Yeah. As soon as he pulled it, I was like, they're done. There's nothing they can do. Unless they all agree to push to one side, or 3 members push one side with another person coming a little bit later with an additional angle. But yeah, it was very, very difficult. Clearly something that they've not contested with in the past. But it's going to recharge Slayer. We could see, a lot of stalemates, or maybe a lot of very aggressive collapses, or maybe even strategic chaos going into this. Who knows at this point? As already now Omit up 2-1 here, with Penguin having the camo. One of the most dangerous players to use the camo effectively here. And you can see again, just having a little look around at the moment around blue box. He's well aware that there is someone gold stairs, but he's getting tagged in the back, and they're just all trying to make sure they drop him, and they've done that perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, teams of this caliber, if they don't get the camo, they're making sure that no one can have it. Very, very greedy, if anything, right?
Yeah.
Selfish, I guess, is probably the better way.
How dare you?
Yeah, exactly. Right? If I can't have it, no one can. But it's just so interesting to watch these guys play. A nice sticky nade, actually, will take Frosty super low. Very thankful to be alive. Probably a little bit confused. The very quick start from Omit has been suppressed by Shopify, as it looks like suppressed is who we're going to be jumping on board with, because he has the shot. He's only got 1 charge left in it, though, so going to try and make that count. He's also got grapple to work with, but not a lot to work with when you're dead. Nice back smack there for last shot, nets him a double. As Penguin is the first spawner, and looking like they're going to be spawning on back C and tower. So last shot already here to meet the new spawners. Does catch a few more in his sightlines, so just doesn't want to get too greedy. Wants to back off. These early kills can mean so much in the late game.
Oh my goodness, lovely shots coming out from last shot. And even Royal 2 going 6-3 this early. I mentioned before the series began, but Royal 2 is one of the key factors here for this Shopify roster. Always able to get behind enemy lines, always seems to make the perfect rotation and flanks possible in order to give his team and, well, his entire roster a huge advantage when they collapse on their opponents, and is continuing to do just that, especially in that last game as well, back to back. But we're going to switch over to Fabricated. He's on C stairs, looking to try and get a little bit more down, which he has done. Beautiful stuff. Doesn't get the trade on last shot, sadly, in the blue pipes, but that does not matter. Suppress is going to go over to bottom control to see exactly what mischief is going on. He's been greeted not one, but there was a second player on C plat, but it looks like he may be able to find him, and Suppressed just trying to fry peek just a little bit, as he does manage to stay alive. Couldn't get 2 hit. That would be huge, and he was even confident enough not to purposely go for the trade. Brilliant stuff from Suppressed here.
Yeah, really, really nice from Suppressed, just to play the same angle against 2 players on Shopify and come out with both of them. Finally will fall to a perfect from Shopify. Just got to try and keep him muted. Yeah, you got a double kill on us, but we are not slowing down at all. Another camo for Penguin. He has been spotted here, so it is getting a little bit hairy. But with the support from his teammates, able to slip away. A bit of a team nade, it looks like. Still down long haul. He gets spotted. These guys just can't. I don't understand how they see him so well. It's just periphery vision. It's so good. And he will unfortunately fall. That's camo out of the round again. Omit, 2 camos, but not really a lot working with them.
It's twice in a row that Penguin's had camo, and sadly he has lost it, but I kind of feel like when he had camo the second time round around blue box, that team nade, he was still vaguely he could be seen, but just faintly, and with that 1 shot tagged as he was going around the corner, the rest of his team was able to see him round long still, so it was very, very unfortunate. just a very small circumstance which actually caused a pretty big impact. And they're probably thinking to themselves, we've had 2 cameras, like what can we do here to try and extend our lead? That's what they've been planning to do the entire time. But it's still okay, they do have a 4-kill lead, and Shopify just trying to continue to keep this competitive. But they're just waiting for Omid to make that first mistake. And a couple of players from Shopify, again, just holding around that top A, bottom A elevator side. Frosty is also there ready to bait and switch, and they could just try and continue. Oh my goodness! And you saw there, Penguin able to take down both members of Shopify around that Whirlpool side. That makes up a little bit for the 2 camo losses. We'll let him off.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're seeing some crazy multi-kills from Omid, which is giving them this lead, right? It's insane. The 5-kill lead they have is just from some incredible individual performances. Suppressed earlier, Penguin now just looking for something for Shopify to get their mitts on. Looks like they're going to be able to find one, but Cycle will get traded out at least. It feels just a little trade city at the moment. Everyone falling to either side. And if you're Omid, pretty happy with that, so long as you can keep trading. And that's crazy that you don't get that kill with your last shot. You need that trade as a bare minimum with the deficit that you're in.
And I'm actually quite surprised with Suppressed as well. Like, he wasn't on my bingo card to perform so well this series, and he's been actually very consistent. Normally one of those players who plays okay or actually has like an incredible game once in a while, but he's been very highly consistent in the Slain department, and Small 2 just trying to stay alive around Chip Stack, but just does not occur. Penguin also doing the exact same around C Stairs and Long. Managed to get one for his troubles around Sneaky, and he does find another. That's going to be a huge double, considering we saw Penguin, that was pretty much a guaranteed death for him and his team, but managed to stay alive and gets a 3rd camo in a row. But this time, let's see how well he invests his camo compared to the previous 2. And let's be honest though, that second one wasn't really his fault, was it?
No. I mean, clearly Omid have a plan. Put the camo in the hands of Penguin, but he'll just fall again. It's so unfortunate, but it doesn't feel like he's necessarily making many mistakes. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Harry. You know, I'm not the analyst here. But yes, okay, he messes up that little tech jump to get to the top of tower. But aside from that, what did he do wrong?
For him, he's just trying to find an exploit one way, shape or form. He thought going top control would be perfect. The only problem is, Shopify are actually prepared for the camo guy to come around, so they actually just stick in numbers. They know eventually the camo guy is going to have to purposely make some form of play, and every time Penguin's attempted to do that, Shopify have been more than ready to actually put a halt to any kind of camo play so far. But saying that though, look at the scoreline here, Hicks. It's literally 48 to 36, a completely different story in comparison to that first game. And it makes you wonder, you know, we could have a cracking series on our hand, but we thought maybe Shopify could have been building their, like, you know, comeback, but putting that 3-0 as that occurred there. Falcated just trying to stay alive around Whirlpool, but you're kind of like just delaying the inevitable here. It's just a matter of time. One more kill, should be able to seal it. Falcated just going to find one more, does find 170 Platt. It's Suppressed looking to clean up, but it's already been done by someone else on the Omid roster, and now 1 apiece. Who would have expected it, mate?
I mean, look, Bounce smiling in the background, nodding his head. Omid looking pretty solid. We've now got a series on our hands. I feel like if it was a 2-0 from this map for Shopify, that we could be already calling curtains for Omid to get that 3-0 in this pool. But a really solid job. You got to take into consideration, right, the fact that they had all 3 camos for this map and weren't really able to do anything with them. There's nothing really to take note from those camos, and yet they still won 50-39 against a team like Shopify to win by 11 kills. It's insane.
I think it's worrying how Omid picked up every single camo without fail.
Yeah.
Like, that's a rare occurrence in itself. I'm not too sure if the prep work going for these camo plays or actually picking up these power-ups, like normally like 15-20 seconds beforehand, you'll kind of be set up ready in order to kind of execute some kind of plan and action in order to pick up the camo. But the fact that they did it every single time, and Vitra, let's be honest, for camo, it's not easy. Depending, there's so many positions and so many angles you can hold in order to contest the camo. And yeah, sure, but, you know, it wasn't invested greatly, but the fact that they kept it out of Shopify's hands, that's the main ingredient. That's what they wanted to do. And now, as we mentioned earlier, this is best of 5. People were just joining us. We're going to a game at number 3, and it's going to be live fire oddball between these two. And it wouldn't surprise me from what we witnessed, especially in that last game, that this series could go all the way.
Yeah, I am a bit nervous for Omid though. Live fire for Shopify. seeing last shot on live fire in the open qualifiers. I know everyone knows exactly the clip I'm talking about with the sniper rifle. Ever since that clip came about, I have been quite nervous for any opposition against Shopify on this map. They're going to have to do their damnedest to keep that sniper out of his hands, especially when he's feeling it. We'll have to find out. I mean, Oddball as well, bit of a slog, albeit probably the shortest map for it that we have in the pool. If it was Lattice, I'd be incredibly worried for Omit if Last Shot can get his hands on that sniper. But alas, we are finding ourselves on live fire for this one. Lattice to actually come next as a guaranteed with Omit tying that one up.
I've even seen on Lattice as well, like Sab and Penguin perform brilliantly on any objective mode going into Lattice, but I know that's a little bit further away at the moment. You did say that Shopify for Live Fire Oddball, this is kind of like their bread and butter, so to speak. I don't know if this is going to be a potential dominant performance from Shopify, but Omit, the fact that they slayed brilliantly in that last game, Shopify outslayed them, I think by plus 16 in that first game. And Omit, that's why I was kind of a little bit worried going into the Slayer. But we know that Recharge Slayer can be a little bit 50-50. It can be a little bit substantial in terms of how a lot of these situations and circumstances go. So it's, didn't even realise, hello. But yeah, I am very curious to see how this is going to go. Live Fire, I've not seen them, but we haven't seen them play against each other on Live Fire yet. It could be a totally different kettle of fish, considering how open it is. But we saw some brief moments, especially on Aquarius, that the trading potential for both these teams have been very strong. Not so much for bait and switching, but in terms of like they're trying to at least establish some kind of authority across the map. But for Live Fire, we've seen a couple of these players, as you mentioned already on Shopify, who are just absolute demons on the server on that map, and it's going to be pretty tight-knit for Omit. It's going to be a lot of methodical, strategical chaos, which is going to be involved in terms of coordination. But I look forward to see how these two get it on.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm just looking at the other pools, right? We do have our first team guaranteed to get to the champ bracket. Luminon Gaming going 3-0. Pretty solid from them. We've also got Mags Up, who are 0-2. They are having a bit of a rough time. They managed to take down King's Order and go 1-2, so they still are in. They're still able to try and find something. Kraken go 2-1 as well in Pool B. So still potential for them and likely to go through, right? Kraken being everyone's top four, I believe, except for James. Most of us having them actually four.
Well, he probably wanted to put a spanner in the works, didn't he? He thought, oh, do you know what? I'm not going to be like everyone else. I'm going to, have a slightly different pick. That's what happens, James.
He heard that Mags Up were willing to put out a pretty, aggressive tweet towards any caster that didn't want to pick him. So he maybe was feeling the Mags Up hype. I see Kraken actually put for second by Vanadam. He's the only one to put him up there. Everyone else had them in fourth, I believe. Yeah, it looks like it. So, interesting how our predictions are going to fold out throughout the weekend, as we are, I believe, just rebuilding the lobby for the guys to jump back in.
Yep, we certainly are. Luminon Gaming going 3-0, is that really a surprise? It's heavily expected.
Really.
They were the favourites going into that pool, and
yes.
Shopify, well, let's be honest, if they're not just the favourites for the pool, but of course the entire tournament, and that has been the storyline for this whole event. Who has the most potential to take these down? We saw Kraken with a lot of potential, like especially in that last qualifier, but the only problem was getting to the winner side so comfortably. They were looking very good, but you get some teams, and we've witnessed it in the past, where they'll get to the winner side, like maybe a team which a little bit underrated. It's kind of a team we've seen totally off the radar, and then when they drop it to lowers, they are not the same team we witnessed in the upper bracket, and that's what I'm kind of worried about. I don't want to see a team where they're very good in the upper bracket and then they've shown a huge amount of inconsistencies going into lower bracket. We saw Kraken do that, and I'm hoping they've had a few weeks to kind of understand and rectify a lot of the minor errors which is causing a lot of major issues in a lot of these games. But Luminon Gaming, they've had a fab day as well. We can't really complain about them at all in the slightest, and that's where you can see the Shopify roster getting ready. I spoke to Best Man earlier. He goes, was there any Halo 2? And I said, nah, sadly not, mate, sorry. But I said, if I had anything to do about it, you know me, I would have put on something HT related, and I'll probably be doing it with you, probably against you, knowing my luck. But yeah, it's incredible roster across the board. There's no weak links at all. It's quite hard to really say anything bad about them at all, and especially with Best Man as coach. He's been incredible, like one of the heavy veterans in the scene. Been around for, goodness me, it must be like well over 15, maybe even 20 years now. It's getting on a little bit nowadays, aren't we?
Well, there's still life in the old dog yet.
A little bit.
Cool. Looking like we're all set and ready to go. Diving into Oddball Life. I appreciate everyone's patience and hoping these players can reward you for it. Already, Shopify bringing this ball back to Garage as everyone except for one on Omit actually wrapping around. Looks like they've got the sniper as well. So Suppress just trying to make work with this. They've got QT, they've got everything they need but the ball and the hold, although the kills are being found. 2 dead for Shopify so far, so trying to just get an early setup has actually come to bite them in the backside.
Still though, Suppressed with that snipe. Being quite patient with it at the moment. It's just more prioritising angles, waiting for anyone to even attempt to go for the ball. That's going to be a huge first kill, but look at that, 3 dead for Shopify. Well, he's going to make that 4 if he hits his shots and manages to take him down. 4 dead there, at least 10 or 15 seconds on the ball. And Suppress is going to go and rotate it around, which is perfectly understandable. More than aware that he'd rather go tower side, so he's got an easier time to actually try and play that ball, but Sab's got snipe and camo. He's got all the goodies. It depends if he can put in the work, and he does not hit that second shot and manages to stay alive. But that was huge from one of his teammates here on Omit to keep him alive with that camo snipe. And this is going to be a little bit worrying here, as you can see they're all trying to push top mid together. Sap is just being a nuisance, getting away with a dear life here. And now going around cuts to see if he can find another angle. He was well aware that Shopify were all trying to push top mid, but I think he realises that they're all going towards B side, all trying to get nest control to make their next initial push to break the setup.
Yeah, very selfless from Suppressed to drop Sap that sniper. Oh, he hits a nice little double there. Lovely adjustment for the second. Just going to drop down to support the ball carrier. Falcated to hold on to this one. And I did question why Suppress might have dropped that sniper to Sab earlier on, considering the series that Suppress has been having, but considering he had camo, it makes sense. Maybe we'll see that being picked up by someone else for the next one, and now just a back hold. Everyone just on C elbow for Omit, but the last player alive needs to play this Bull Penguin, and he will do exactly that. If he can just stay alive and be a nuisance, just keep being a little rat around the back, could be damning, but he does get shut down. So Penguin flushed out. Now Shopify do have tower side. Camo coming up in 3 seconds as well, and the ball getting rotated to tower. So you're going to have to try and fight this one from a bit of a disadvantage as far as numbers go. But Royal 2 with the QT positioning does actually zip away. Almost runs off the map there. It's always a bit hairy, but able to stay up and just get a little bit of info as a bare minimum, right, on that dummy side.
Yeah, that's the whole point of the QT. It's a second lifeline, and it's to feed your teammates info. You see it with the camo when they just ping whoever's lurking around without taking a shot. QT kind of works in certain ways like that as well. And Falcated trying to stay alive, but he was looking to actually try and go for the trade earlier, but thought I'll scrap that and take the 1v1. But it doesn't actually work out for him, but Suppressed with the trade as well. Frosty trying to stay alive around cuts, just a little bit worried that someone will come out from bottom mid, but will be greeted by someone from cuts. Did try to go for the stick with the spike nade. And Penguin, beautiful shot count from him, trying to go for a second, doesn't hit it, and now he's going to be heading straight to cuts. Cycle's got the snipe. Let's see what he can do with him.
Yeah, Cycle, very, very scary when he gets hot. He hits that body shot. That's just dirty. He zips away as well. Just a warning shot. Don't get too close, because I can bite. Able to find that kill as well. Always had the support. He will fall, and Sniper to be trading. And Suppressed lands a huge body. Looking for the third to make the triple, but won't find it. Nice double kill from everyone at the moment. Last shot, Sniper just trading hands. 1 bullet left to work with, but no players on screen. Everyone just spawning up, and already from the spawners, nades just flying in. Everyone getting shut down. So going to be rotating this ball up towards tower. It's just going to be actually outside of flat. And landed that body shot, last shot. Oh, just teasing us with that sniper. I want to see him using it on this map again. I want a bit more from what he can provide in the highlight reels, but we will just have to wait for that.
Still got potentially 2 more rounds, and we've still got a lot more time to go in this first round. He is pure filth with the sniper, absolutely right. and I'm sure he'll have his go later on. Masaka trying to stay alive around backseat, not going to happen. But Valkator trying to go for the trade, does not get that either. 2 down for Omid here as last shot, looking to rotate back around to Cuts. He knows Cabos is coming up quite shortly. And then looking to see who else is going to try and contest it. I'm a little 1v1, but what trade will come out. And there's Frosty trying to go around to Rat Tunnel to see what he can find around the scoreboard, but he's had to pull back once again. But it gets quite a lot of damage, but no one around to be able to trade out, which is unfortunate. It's only one player alive anyway, so definitely was not in a position to get there quick enough in order to continue on from Frosty's efforts.
Oh, Penguin actually able to land that camo. Did wonder if he was going to fall a little bit short and then potentially burn it straight away, but able to get away. This is looking a little hairy though. One player spotted on scoreboard, but another one in the background able to assist if required. Will get actually dropped by Omid. So solid work from them to leave Royal 2 just on an island on his own. And 60 points now for Omid. First team to grace that 50, that halfway mark in this first round. And it's only still the first round, Harry.
Unreal. Not really too much of a surprise here, considering what we've witnessed from both these teams the last couple of games. Suppressed dropping the ball, he's realising that he's pulling the rotate around scoreboard. Gets a lot of shots in, great stuff. Killing spree coming out from Suppressed. And it was trying to rotate over to Big Door, but was caught by Royal 2 once again. I said it before, he's just always somehow getting behind enemy lines or making some very crucial flanks, which could be absolutely game-changing. And now going back with the ball, well aware that Omid are probably spawning around B, around Big Door as well, and making that an important push. But again, just look at the movement coming up for Royal 2, just dilly-dallying around to try and stay alive. Fair play, the best he could have got that situation was a trade, but Valkated just was quite patient. It's like, you do your Halo gymnastics and I'll just take the ball from you.
Yeah, well held off, I think, from Valkated not to get too close and just sit really far back. Expecting Royal 2 to try and play for the trade and not giving it to him. So playing that very well was Valkated. There's Penguin with the sniper. We've seen a few players with the sniper for Omid, and all of them have been hit. And Penguin just trying to land another body shot. Doesn't actually need it. This third kill onto Camo could really open things up for them. Finds the double with the nade. Beautiful play. And 92 points. One player left, really. It looks actually like 2 for Shopify, but one gets taken down. 2 still down here, but no one available. And Penguin, to find that snipe, completely shuts him out. No questions asked to find that one. And Frosty having a bit of a rough start in this series, or in this map, excuse me. 3 to 15 for him. Maybe a little bit more with what we're expecting from him to make Shopify kind of pull this map back. And I mean, Omid could go 2-1 up.
They could do. It's a bit of a shock from Frosty. It's not something we normally see him in terms of stats. It's a little bit of a surprise here, but I expect Frosty to step up his game going into the second round. As Sab, some decent shots with the snipe there. Omid, 3 dead, and Cycle is going to now help them get a full setup around this tower side. And let's look on the other side as well. Sab, 17 and 12. Can we talk about Suppressed? Like, just the entire series, but this game alone. 15 and 8, and he's got 53 seconds on the board. Penguin as well has been absolutely manic across the board. He's been a nightmare. It doesn't matter which part of the map he's been on. Every single one of them are playing lights out. Just top-tier stuff. And it's not really a surprise why Shopify are riding the struggle bus a little bit. But still early days yet, as Omid, as you're well aware, have won that first round. They've got off to an incredible start in the second round here. And Omid haven't really got any answers to put a halt to any kind of counter-attacks coming from Omid.
Sad to pick that camo up, but instantly shut down by last shot. Nice little kill from him as well. Sends that player cartwheeling into the water. Looking for the double. Oh, it's hairy. He's going to actually find that one. Doesn't get the medal, but gets the kill and keeps his life. So who needs it? 40 points for Shopify, and now it feels like last shot's heating up. He's sick of losing that first round. He didn't want it to happen. It was quite convincing from Omid to take it as well, so he's taken that personally, looking for another kill. Just keeps running. Last shot with the reversal, finally shut down. But Omid needs to do a little bit more, because so far, not a single point in this round.
Incredible stuff there from last shot. Exactly what Shopify needed in order to kind of swing the momentum a little bit, because it's been a little bit lackluster from Shopify. Not something we're really used to seeing His Cycle just trying to hold on to Big Door, waiting for any rotations to come out from Omid. Doesn't find anyone as of yet. Finally finds one from the sandbag side. Still somehow cleans him up. They have really turned up the heat here. And you can tell as well that they're working together a lot better compared to what we've seen for the last few minutes.
That's insane from Cycle as well. I've never seen anyone just repulse himself into the roof like that. And for that split second that he was, I don't even think it was a single second, that he was just away and his head was not visible, meant that he stayed alive. Will fall actually, and Frosty last alive, so the Iceman trying to ice up, just to figure something out. He does have QT at least to get him out, avoid securing that 19th death. But yeah, just need a little bit more from him. It feels very uncharacteristic for Frosty, like you were saying. Just, we need a bit more. You know, it's a player that clearly this lack of performance, this lack of showing up is being felt. Able to find that other one is pretty big from him. Did feel like he was dead to rights. And the rotation for this ball has just been insane from Shopify, right? It has felt, oh, that was a bit hairy. It's felt a little bit, you know, a little bit more of a balanced game this second round, but it's crazy how well they've been able to prioritize this ball and just keep it away from Omid, rotating it perfectly. It feels like Sab's going to be the first player to pick up points for them, and Shopify have 70.
Night and day difference compared to what we saw in that first round. I'm not too sure what happened, but whatever they said straight after the first round, it's definitely working. Considering what we saw, Sam going off with the sniper again, looking for another one on Nest. Beautiful double coming out from him. He's trying to look for a third. He knows there's someone lurking around here and there, but misses the shot. But will he take him down still? Yes, he does. This is what we needed from Omid to at least put some additional points on the board. As you mentioned earlier, there were 70 seconds down, which is just very lackluster. Not something we expected from Omid, considering the performance. Again, Sam just going absolutely off with this snipe. A real nightmare around tower, and also at the same time bait and switching with this another teammate from Omid, and this is what we needed. If they want to try and at least bring this back in the second round, Sam's doing everything right and more. Finally gets taken down.
Yeah, he's tried the sprint strafe as well, just really feeling it. Last shot with the QT, able to snip away as well. He's absolute. A single body shot would take him down. Just dodging everything. There's explosions in front of him. He's really like the action main character. Finally will fall to Falcated though, with that ball at top tower. Still able to rack up some more points for Omid. This feels a little bit less stressed now, as Omid seem to find their footing. With 2 dead though, this do get a little bit dicey. So gonna have to relinquish that ball and give up the hold. I think the stick will land, so at least able to get the trade, and Frosty still, he's warming up a little bit more into this map, but still just a little quiet.
2 members of Shopify there, still Cycle trying to keep one of his teammates alive around that scoreboard, but we're going to get the ball anyway, and he needs an additional 22 seconds in order to secure this second round, trying to stay alive around that rat door, but finally gets cleaned up. Last shot. This could be a deal breaker here. It could be the one to now secure this second round victory here with the camo. Longley does it right, but managed to get one. Needs to stay alive with this camo, continuing to do so, not fully invested in pushing the AR side, and last shot does get killed in the end on that side of the scoreboard. Sab also taken down around rat door, but Frosty on his own here, but you can see one of his teammates come up on the spawn around Dummies to give a little bit of a helping hand, cross it back, and there we have it. Frosty gets another one into the kill feed.
Yeah, there's that trademark Frosty swagger using that repulsor. I've got to point out, Sab's just having a map. This is insane from him. And hoping that they can convert if you're Omid. Sab is going to be kicking himself. He goes 28-21. Nice piv onto suppressed. Cycle with the sniper to work with, a full sniper, mind you. So he's just going to be chasing this ball, but it feels like he's chasing Ghost and doesn't actually know about this player at Sandbags. There's actually 2 of them. Lands the body shot, he lands 2, and the nade comes through. What the hell was that? The quickly, it was a team nade, clearly.
It definitely was.
It had to be a team nade.
Definitely, I'm pretty sure it was. I could be mistaken, but that was insane. That was one way to, well, I say one way to get out of a hairy situation, but he didn't get out of it, but he did so much damage with the snipe. It was absolutely perfect for him. That was like the perfect scenario. And suppressed again, just continued to do work with this snipe. But look at the gap here. Shopify had a roughly 70-second lead here. Suppress just continuing to pile on damage and the pressure. 3 members top mid, hits 1. That's enough to maybe hold this back, we'll have to see. But look at this, 81 to 70 here. This is an incredible comeback, and this is going to be a complete momentum killer here for Shopify if I don't close out the second round.
Yeah, Shopify going to be so down in the dumps if they lose this one. 74-0 was what we saw, what felt like only minutes ago. And with 32 seconds, Omit are going to have to do something. It looks like Shopify are going to try and close this one out in points, and it will be the quicker of the two. Just Omit really just nipping at their heels, trying to get this one, trying to steal it away from them. Give Shopify nothing going into that next map. Just keep them deflated. But it looks like Shopify have a pretty solid hold. Royal 2 round the back as well. We've seen it so many times from Royal 2. Just play around the back. He probably didn't want that trade there. That actually works out in Omit's favor. That's a huge thing to find, as you're going to keep totaling points up if you're Omit and just rotate this ball away. You've got a player up at tower, so get it up there, son.
Bear in mind, though, there's only 23 seconds left on the clock, and Omit are just doing their best to rotate it all the way back to tower. Cycle's taken a lot of damage, mind you. He piled on a lot of pressure. 2 members do get cleaned up. That's going to be 2 dead for Shopify, 3 dead for Omit. He cannot die here. He needs to try and value his life. Did it to the best he could around that cut side, but with 4 seconds left remaining, it's going to be it unless someone gets anywhere near it. That's not going to happen. Mathematically impossible, and considering the spawn, there was no way they were going to get to it in time. Goodness me, this is a game and a half going into this 3rd game of the series.
Yeah, Omit have shown Shopify can bleed. The Titan upon his throne is able to be dethroned, at least in some maps, but you've got to take everything from them. Just the reigning champs of Dreamhack coming into this one as the boogeyman for every team. Omit starting to show that they're just able to be knocked down. They're fellable. Just need to try and convert it. It was very, very close in that last round, but Omit just starting a little bit too late. Just slow out of the blocks. Need to come sprinting in this one, and Suppress with the sniper doesn't actually get a lot of time to work with it, as he'll be shut down by that grenade. The last shot with the camo also being shut down is crazy.
We could talk about the stats as well. Sab is going 32 and 23 with the most assists on the team. But not only that, though, look at the ball time. He's got 68 seconds. Doing jack of all trades pretty much at this point. And you saw as well, like, Suppress has been having like multiple mad ones with the sniper. And I think everyone, oh my goodness, the sniper again from Cycle. He's going to try and go for the other. Yes, he does. 2 no-scopes in a row. It's the momentum shift back and forth is just insane for both these teams. Didn't expect anything less, of course, as Cycle just rotated back around to Gary to interact on and see what he could find. We'll see 2 players around dummies, if he's going to actually be able to put some pressure on. As he goes in with the stick, it's just a montage reel for the last 30 seconds from Cycle.
Yeah. Frosty has been touted as the human highlight reel, and I feel like all of Shopify are taking on the moniker. They play with such style sometimes, well, pretty often actually. And we're seeing that with Cycle. Does actually get pived there. Did need that one to just keep this Omit push at bay, and now things getting dicey for Shopify as the collapse coming through for Omit. They're able to flush him out, but this ball just laying down over by this garage window. Gonna need to play around this scoreboard now. With the push coming through from Shopify, everyone's spawning up on back seat. You're going to have a bit of time if you're Sab. You just need to make sure that all your pieces in place. Now they are. You feel comfortable to pick it up. Let's see how many points you can total up and how much you can extend this lead.
Yeah, he's trying to make the rotation over. The call-out's been made saying that majority of the Shopify players have spawned at B, but it looks like he won't be able to collect any more ball time or make the full rotation. Shopify already got to sandbags in the garage so quickly but they had nowhere near enough time in order to rotate it back to tower. So Sab made the correct play to decide to drop the ball, leave it, wait for Shopify, just try and go for the slay rather than try to get additional 5 or 10 seconds, because if he did that, then there's a good chance that all of Omit would have been taken down and then Shopify would have had a full setup. You don't want to kind of give up that lead. I know it's a small lead at the moment, but look at this as well. Penguin with the camo. 2 down for Omit, so Penguin needs to try and find any kind of exploit around this, every kind of weakness to try and get behind him, and you can see just feeding all the info, waiting for him to jump up, doesn't get the assassination, but I don't think anyone was aware or heard him, so he does take down 1, we'll find another member around the AR side that has actually to go around scoreboard. But Penguin's actually doing a great job here. He's only doing like small amounts of work here and there with the camo, but the amount of info he's delivering to his teammates to maybe understand exactly what they should do and where they should be going, it's been pinnacle for the side of Omid.
Yeah, nice camo there from Penguin, as that one will actually expire. Sniper full suppress as well, so he's going to drop the ball. Does land that body shot. There's some crazy shots in this map with this weapon. Just some of the headshots have been insane, and unfortunately a lot of body shots coming through, so no real changes. Again, another body shot for suppress. Just if these were all headshots, we'd have highlight after highlight. It's crazy that they're landing all of these. Just another one again. And reloading that final bullet in is suppressed. Gonna try and hope that he can get a headshot rather than a body, but at least if he hits the body, you want to get that conversion.
Certainly needs to indeed. Shopify still trying to figure out a way just to dig themselves out of a hole around that big door and rack door, but just could not really do much about it. They were kind of holding like some really off-key angles and couldn't really help each other out, which is unfortunate, but Suppressed took full advantage of that here, and you can see from the time frame at the moment, 63 seconds to 31. Falcated, been a little bit sneaky, but doesn't get the kill though, which is a little bit of a shame. But 2 down for Omen, 2 down again, and you saw one guy only just got taken down as well, so that death cycle is going to be a little bit off key again, and Fossey now with the ball, and he's got a fair amount of catching up to do. Still got a 32-second deficit. Fossey just trying to fire a couple of shots and just keep any Omid member at bay and away from jumping in or causing that much of a threat. But that was a beautiful nade on one of the players of Omid. Falcated, trying to find any more, and you can see that camo's coming up very shortly.
Yeah, QT in the hands of Shopify as well, though I feel like that player with it would have just fallen. Up the camos, Falcated, so just trying to keep these camos out of Shopify's hands. I think last shot has only had one. I believe it's a 2-to-1 split in favor of Omid, or even 3. Trying to think back to how many camos we had in these 3 rounds. 85 points for Omid, starting to knock on that door to go 2-1 up in the series against Shopify Rebellion of all people. The Boogeyman will actually take all 4 of them down for Omid, so you're going to have to work a little bit harder to close this map out if you're Omid. Shopify certainly not going down without a fight. That's exactly what we expect from them.
Just one team wipe. That's all Omid need in order to secure the remaining part of this game. Is Fossey just making sure that he doesn't have to rotate. He has to be very cautious with the objective play. That spike nade there out of nowhere. He's probably even thinking to himself, what on earth happened? How on earth someone managed to throw that so perfectly? And Fossey's doing good here. He's just valuing his life once again. He does no need to be taken down. He knows that one team wipe is just going to cost him this 3rd game. But a trade, that's fine. But Cyclo goes down to scoreboard, and again the snipe coming out from Penguin. Every single one of these players in this game have taken turns to really share the spotlight with that snipe. But if Penguin gets a couple more and just pops off, that'll be it. That'll be game.
Yeah, Penguin now just trying to land these shots and at least wasting it, but looking like this is going to be exactly that game. And hearing some shouts from Omid, as they know that is huge to take this map and be on series point. Crazy, crazy work from them. Shopify making them work for it, at least in rounds 2 and 3. But that first one felt very Omid.
It certainly did. Indeed. I was speaking to Hoaxer earlier, and I think it was early on a Friday, and I was discussing with him. I had to talk with him and said, like, how do you feel about your team coming to this event? Do you feeling confident? Like, what's the difference between how we saw you in the qualifier and up to now? And he said they were very confident. I was actually quite surprised how well he felt and going into this. They said they practiced a huge amount. They were very well drilled and prepared over the last few weeks between the qualifier leading up to Dreamhack Birmingham. But you can see from the stats here, it's you said earlier about Frosty, it was a bit uncharacteristic from him, but he was pulling a KD like that. But you're right, it's not very characteristic of him. But normally see it once in a blue moon normally, which is fine. But
he did pull it back, I feel, as well towards the end.
He did, absolutely. With Shopify though, not anyone was sticking out, but we saw from there every single player on Omid took their turns to really be the superstar of this roster, and it just shows how much work it takes to try and take down Shopify. You've all got to be on your A game, or that's literally going to be it.
Yeah, you got to play every single minute like it's your last in the series. Just everyone hitting with this sniper is crazy. Unfortunately, we don't get any, crazy last shot moments and highlights like we have done in the past, but can't expect everything from him all the time, right? That was once in a blue moon moment. It felt like the stars had to align, and they certainly did then. But yeah, just everyone not missing with this sniper rifle. I'm really hoping that we get to see more of it as the weekend unfolds.
I think we will. After what we just saw there, like, that was just incredible. It was just an entire montage reel, wasn't it? We do see it quite often in live fire, don't get me wrong, but to this magnitude, it was... I should be not surprised at this point, considering how far we are into Halo Infinite's life cycle, but yeah, that was... just absolute manic. It was just pure strategic chaos, and I loved every second of it. Normally with oddball games, I'm kind of like, it's going to be a long one, of course. There's going to be a lot of strategic and methodical elements to it, but it was just no hesitation from any player at all. It was just lightning-paced action and some incredible rotations, not just from a slaying perspective, but with the ball as well. And didn't think I'd say this, but yeah, Omit 2-1 up, and I believe maybe Lattice Hill is going to be the next game. I'm not 100%.
Yes, I believe so.
So I'm
Bit of a
very
dicey one.
curious to see how this is going to go.
Another sniper as well on there, Lethal.
That is true.
Yeah, we're just seeing Sab on the screen as well. I feel like we just need to give this guy's flowers. And also look at that cycle. I mean, it's the weirdest quickly I've ever seen. It is not one at all, I don't think. I assume he hits the body when they're going through, and then the teammate just takes them both out. But I feel almost certain that he doesn't hit the other player from behind with a body shot as well. I don't know. I'm going to have to review that later on, because probably one of the weirdest highlights I've seen. Very, very strange, that one. But yeah, I mean, so many replays from this map, and probably from this series as well, right? I'm expecting this to go the full distance. I'd be very surprised for Shopify to fall 3-1.
Yeah, I would be quite shocked. I think anyone beating Shopify anything, if it's like 3-2, 3-0, doesn't matter. That's an upset in itself. But we have to talk about the power-up control as well. We saw the likes of Omit again just continuing to pick up most of his camo, but they invested the camo a lot better compared to what we saw previously on Recharge, where they were just dying instantly, or maybe trading, or getting a little bit of info but not getting many kills on the back of it. It was a lot of bits and pieces here which weren't really piecing together to get the full puzzle, but we'll have to see how that goes. Like I said, there is a sniper on this map as well, the QT on top of it. Have to see how this is going to go. Will Shopify, if we dare to say it, be able to come back from this one-game deficit, or will Omit close this out 3-1? We'll have to see, as we'll get some key indicators going into the start of this game. As last shot, just holding onto the crates. Look for anyone top mid, great teamwork coming out, but still the play on Omit managed to stay alive.
Yeah, rare position for Shopify to be on the back foot, but I don't think it will knock their confidence. Too dead for them, as Penguin's just going to be playing around top red. Actually going to take top mid as well, just get some nice sight lines down onto that hill. But if there's someone spawning up blue, those nice sight lines become big open spaces. Nice shot as well from last shot. Finds the perfect to fell that player. Only Sab left alive now, and surely the backstab to come through. Last shot with easy pickings. Finds two. Down bot mid and still going to try and fight him. Crazy fighting outside of blue there from him. He will fall, but damage definitely felt early on.
Certainly has done indeed. You can see Omit with that early lead. Pressure's on for Shopify, as Frosty just trying to dodge, weave, dive around these nades as he's trying to grab as much heal time as possible. No damage from the nade, sadly, but fabricated. To see how this is going to go, but look at this though, they're all spread out around red side. They're well aware they're all going to come from crates. You can see one player already coming from riverside. Falcated just purposely looking at crates and river and nowhere else. There's nowhere else he really needs to look. He's got the info he needs, but now they're actually trying to fork their way through, and looks like Falcated isn't going to be lasting too much longer unless one of the players on Omit can come in and be his saving grace, which he does not, and still somehow able to get all that hill time, and in the end Omit get that first hill. How on earth did that happen? That looks good coming from Shopify, but just took a little bit too long to try and finish off Falcated.
Yeah, it felt like Shopify had everything working in their favor except for the kill on the hill. And locking that one in, Omit. But Shopify trying to punish them and make sure that doesn't happen again. Momentary 4 dead for Omit, and already last shot right by the spawners up by Crystal. You're going to have to try and fight just to stay alive, Penguin. Fighting from day one. And he will fall as well. So last shot just behind him. No one actually on this hill so far for Shopify. They get initial feet in the hill and initial progress, but actually Omit able to break through.
They certainly have done it. A little bit of an early lead for the second hill. But Omit, you can see they're slowly getting back control here, getting all the high side around red. And they're just waiting for some of the members of Shopify to start digging deep. And a couple of them did go single file, but did get traded in the end. 2 down now for both teams. Frosty gets cleaned up outside QT. And Penguin, if he stays alive here, or the 1v1s are taking place, no one of the Shopify members actually managed to take that in previous engagement. But Penguin does take it, which is great stuff. But yeah, there's no objective efficiency here. It's just back-to-back-to-back trades. I perfectly understand the fact that they're prioritising the slaying prowess from both these teams. But I also understand that they can't get the hill either, because all of this action is nowhere near the hill, or at least anywhere near the proximity of it. So that's why we're not really seeing too much objective time coming out. And do you know what? Omit probably don't mind that. They have to lead, and if they get the second hill, they can just bait the third one. They might even be doing it purposely.
Yeah, 3 minutes is really not that long of a game at all. If Omit just want to try and bleed out as much time as possible. Keep Shopify off it, and keep your lead, and you're laughing. But Shopify jumping back onto this now. Last shot just to stay on this hill, get a considerable amount of time before just completely jumping around. The call comes through, able to find that weak player. There's 2 players now for Omit trying to push through. One actually does slip through the net, but he gets called out. Last shot, what the hell was that shot from Penguin? The 180 just completely cracks last shot in the skull. Bullet found its delivery point. Just trying to find another recycle as that sniper has traded hands. And maybe he's even just wasting some ammo, or even just trying to get a preemptive shot, knowing that a player is going to be running through red. And nice to at least chuck sniper down bottom mid, but when there's no one else on Shopify to really punish the pickup, you know, it's kind of trivial.
I think what his plan of action was, he wanted to at least try and throw it down to the river, knowing that the rest of the Shopify members are going to be spawning at Greenside. But Penguin's like, no, you ain't. I'm picking that bad boy up straight away. As managed to get another kill, looking to try and get a second. There's literally dilly-dallying around that platform. It's a bit unfortunate, but he's like, that's fine, I'll just go for someone else. I'll just be more proactive around the map. And that's been one of the key factors for Omit, how proactive every single one of his players have been. And look at the comeback they're making now for the second hill. Shopify had a huge lead, but Penguin now just trying to stay alive around that QT. Ferrari peeking onto that top cuts.
I've got to say it, Harry, I'm getting a little bit nervous for Shopify.
Yeah, I am as well.
2 minutes left, and still not actually able to pick up this hill. If Omit can pick up a second hill, they could really just have every ball in their court, everything in their favor. They got pocket aces if they can pick this one up. No one in position yet for Omit to actually flood through. A nice pick to find Cycle, just caught on an island. Now it looks like your play is going to come through from ice. You got one player pushing in, flying in fact. Remote detonation will deal with him, and another one trying to jump up to red. This split attack, this split assault from Omit is actually falling flat on his face. There's no one really able to find anything. Sab getting beat down there in window just means Frosty can continue to go on a tear. He will be felled at least. Valkaten really needs this double to try and keep them into this hill, but it will be taking Shopify to tie this one up. And Sniper in 5 seconds could be the beginning of Shopify pulling themselves back.
It certainly could do indeed. Earlier on, you saw with that bottom red hill, neither team wanted to give up full control. They knew that as soon as one team has full control around that bottom red hill, that's it. That's the second hill pretty much done. Or if not done, then they'll have a commanding lead going into it straight afterwards. And Cycle, great snipe coming up from here, looking to try and go for one more here. Doesn't get it, or he might have done actually, but it was a brief moment where we made that switch. We'll just assume he got it. He's done all right. It's 2 down, so we'll just assume he has done. But waiting for anyone to come out on bottom red, as there's a few players now. You can see 3 members of Omit are getting ready to make that vital push. Cycle trying to put a complete halt to that already. Doesn't get to play around top red. I'm not too sure if anyone else from Shopify does have another angle, but this is looking very solid. A very easy hill coming out from Shopify.
Yeah, this hill is perfectly timed with the sniper. 3 bullets to work with. Make that 2, make that 1, as he's just finding all the damage, and everyone's there to clean it up. That headshot didn't line up. The stars not aligning for that triple kill. And Cycle paying the ultimate price. Not able to find Suppressed. No butterfly effect at least. Suppressed able to be felled by Shopify. And still a minute to work with. Shopify taking that third hill, excuse me, puts them in an incredible position to just close Omit out. Try and tie this series up, go 2-2. Everyone falling for Omit as well. Shopify really just putting pedal to the metal at the moment.
And look at the stats here as well. You saw last shot 15 and 9 currently. Royal 2 17 and 10. We're kind of back to square one. We're back to the Shopify's normality here, as there's only 40 seconds left remaining. Shopify just delaying and just being an absolute pain in the backside here. This is one of the worst hills. Everyone's well aware of it. And once you're 2-1 up or 3-0 up, depending on the circumstances and that kind of thing, that's it. Like, you know, you're pretty much done for. And even if he had a BR or anything like that, that's going to make matters even worse here, because he's going to have the long range advantage, and Cycle can just do this for days. The only thing they can do is maybe just push Cycle out completely from red and force the entire team around to the outside, but I don't know if that's going to happen here. There's not really enough time left on the clock, and Omit is just trying to make good out of a bad situation.
Yeah, with only 2 players left alive as well, Omit are stretched quite thin, because you got to play this time. You got to stop it. 6 seconds left to try and tie up just this map. Well, Shopify are tying up the series. Huge kill for Suppressed. He needs a little bit more, though, and he also needs a bit more support with his sniper coming up in 20 seconds. If you can stay on this hill, and actually if you can lock this one in and extend play and pick up this sniper, you have a lot of opportunity to continue running. And 2 dead for Shopify, and continuing to stay on this hill means that looks like Suppressed could be locking this one in. No one here for Shopify to shut him down. You're going to have to try and get some crazy long shots. This is so difficult. He actually locks that one in. Hill picked up for Omit. They're continuing this map. They are not done yet. Shopify, you need to fight to tie up this series.
Suppressed played that so smart. You could see that he was pushing towards that right side of the hill to get additional cover, but he had to make the perfect read. He had to make the assumption that Shopify were going to go around bottom red onto the QT side and then have the engagement with Omit, and that's exactly what happened. It was just peak textbook work coming out from Suppress, and see going on again as Frosty does have the slight glass control, managed to trying to help with one, trying to get the other as well. That's going to be 3 down now for Omit, and Frosty with sniping hands.
This has to be the win condition for Shopify. They need to get so much time on this hill because it feels a little rocky. Omit looking, they're seeing blood, they're seeing weakness in Shopify, and they're looking to plunge this dagger further. Shopify have only dropped a single series in all of Dreamhack. Every single online, they have gone near flawless. They lost a single winners final and come back to absolutely squash Luminon in that grand finals. But Omit looking like they're going to potentially try and shut them down as Falcated picks up that sniper. 2 bullets to work with and a dream to shut Shopify down and go 3-0. Omit wanting to secure the top seed for this pool. And if you can continue to play exactly how you have in this series and have your players show up, it looks like you could do it.
And Frosty couldn't find anyone with that snipe earlier, just due to the fact that Omit were given no angles, nothing to give Frosty any kind of room to at least take a few shots out and a few crack shots as well. And look at this as well, Omit already past the halfway stage with the hill. Falcated just trying to stay alive. Player on glass was able to take him down. Cycle just trying to keep a hold of top green in any way, shape or form. But the amount of damage he's doing as well, he has to try and hide back, still gets one for his troubles. Omit now at a numbers disadvantage. And look how patient trying to be here. Sab managed to get some damage onto one, but one of the other players on Omit also trying to get cleaned up. He may get taken down as well, which he has done. That's 3 members down for Omit. This could be curtains now for Omit. All 4 dead here. And it looks like there's a very good chance that Shopify will take this 3rd and final hill, as now last shot to do further damage. Goodness me, that looked like that was going to be guaranteed considering the massive hill advantage they had earlier on.
Things look a little shaky for Shopify, but they show their pedigree. They can ice up and lock in exactly when they're required. We're going the full distance, and would you expect it from anyone else but Shopify? If you're ever going to beat them, you're going to need all 5. Crazy showing from Omit in this series and this map as well. super good job from them. I mean, also Royal 2 on the other side, 24 and 15, just trying to lead the charge and claw Shopify back into this series because they were on the back foot. It was 2-1 in favor of Omit, but now everything is level and we're going to Slayer Origin as the final stand to see who is going to go 3-0 and top this pool and be alongside Luminon Gaming in Pool B, who have gone 3-0 as well. They're looking to see who's going to be up there, who's going to be taking top spot, and realistically, they're probably grinning seeing Shopify look a little shaky.
This has been just a ridiculous series overall. We've seen it's been so much going on in terms of any kind of methodical play, the strategies we've seen in place, how they're putting on pressure here and there to kind of like force spawns on certain areas or forcing the entire team to go certain ways around the map. It's been incredible. It really has been. It's been a real treat to watch. But it's been so fast-paced as well with how they're trying to accomplish a lot of these situations. It's been unbelievable, and a lot of these players are expecting it. They're not second-guessing. They're not double-backing. They have to make a lot of these correct assumptions and educated guesses, and that's why it's been so back and forth. And it's, I don't know if we would say we expected this to go to Game 5. A lot of people would have said Shopify, but do you know, Omit, they heavily deserve this. The way they've been playing are going to feel bad if they do get toppled in that Game 5. But you know, we mentioned it before, but they've got to play their A game, all four of them, and not only that, they have been taking turns to kind of have that superstar status with the snipe, especially on live fire. That was just ridiculous in itself, and we saw that suppressor play earlier where he made a correct read, assuming that they're going to be pushed from bottom red towards the QT side and purposely pushed onto the top red side of the hill, so that if he does need to engage or he wants to force Shopify to engage for that hill, it had to be from around crates, because Omit was just doing a phenomenal job, just putting on so much pressure around that side to keep the likes of Suppressed alive. So yeah, honestly, there was so much to dissect there. You probably spent about 12 hours going through it all, but yeah, we'll just leave it and say, yeah, good job, well done, getting into Game 5.
Yeah, Game 5, Shopify Omit to top the group, to top Pool A, and Hoaxer trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink at this one. Every single strat you can pull. Slayer Origin, the battleground, the final battleground for both these teams to decide who is going to be playing another series, potentially a few more, although it's unlikely. Both these teams so dominant, such big favorites, but only one that can take it. It's all quiet now, but when they spawn in, these rockets are going to be flying. Sniper again. Sniper shots are going to be flying as well. 3 snipers back-to-back in the last 3 maps. If you don't think we love you, think again.
And Omit, this is we had a Game 5 last series, another Game 5 this time, but let's see if it's going to go their way again, as now they're up 2-1 early on. Valkator trying to stay alive, and he barely managed to. We thought he might be able to get away with that one, but sadly he does not. Frosty gets cleaned up around the snipe side, and Sab just biding his time at the moment. Does have to thrust if he gets put in a bad situation, but puts a lot of damage around bottom mid, and he gets the snipe. The thrust as well, if he was put into a spot of bother, he could have just thrusted that away and gone from there. But a little bit of an off angle here with Sab. Misses the shot, but that's okay. Still got plenty of bullets, plenty of time to work with.
I love the caution from Sab as well. So close. Both these teams actually tied up now. The whole start of this game, the opening gambit from both teams has just been Trade City. The first minute going down with no clear lead for either team. Sniper picked up 4 cycle to try and extend or create even a lead. And I'm just expecting this one to get so close. It's 50-49 or I'm going to be upset.
Sab with the snipe again. He's trying to get away. If he does, this will be huge for him, but sadly he will not. It will be greeted by another member, but does get traded straight afterwards. 3 dead now for Omit. Shopify now up 12-9. Not too sure if they got snipe in hand. I'm going to make the assumption they have done around that cave side, but look at this. Last shot putting so many bullets on towards their own cave side. Goodness me, and now this is where the pressure's on. They're all trapped around that snipe cave area. A good collapse will be perfect now. 2 down already for Omit. You see Shopify slowly over the course of time extending their leads, and Omit can't give up some of these little deaths here and there going in single file.
Yeah, last shot just playing round S3. Got down to mazes. Oh, but gets absolutely pived. Penguin with the sniper just annihilates him. Brain matter to mush. So he will get shut down as well. Royal 2 with some nice responses. And actually, all of Omit seemingly falling suppressed on an island now on his own. And with rockets coming up, no one in a position here for Omit to try and shut them down. They're going to have to try and get the long sidelines. They're doing all right, at least, keeping Royal 2 at bay. But it feels like it's only a matter of time until he picks this one up. And 2 rockets to work with to try and extend your lead even further now. 22-14. Shopify starting to run away with this one.
Yeah, Royal 2's just sadly does lose rockets, but the entire team on Shopify are wrecking havoc across this map. But look at this though, actually, they've actually closed out the deficit a little bit more, only down by 5. They had their little problems, but it seems like Omid has actually adapted a lot better. Got Penguin with the rockets, doesn't really get too much damage done, but he can at least waste at one, or at least keep the rockets out of their hand. Does manage to get one on the rocket side anyway. One more player is lurking, but Penguin is actually coming from behind. Fantastic flank coming up from Penguin. Looking for any more to come out from Snipe. Maybe Courtyard will find another on the flag. Will he win that engagement? Yes, he does. Perfect coming out from Penguin. And looking to see if he can find any more. Now only down by 2. This is a much closer game than what we've seen in the previous few minutes.
Yeah, very nice comeback from Omit. Did feel like Shopify could start running away with it. Sniper is up, and actually Penguin opting to try and help out his teammate. It's going to be in vain, and he's going to fall as well. Really nice teamwork there from Shopify to keep Last Shot alive enough to allow them to just keep Omit pushing so many resources, investing so much to try and shut him down. Actually coming out with 2 before he falls is crazy. Nice peek from Cycle just completely to shut down that cave player and pick up the sniper as well. 6 bullets to work with. 6 bullets to separate them by 7. Make that 8 now that they picked up a few more. Headshot not found. Bullet whizzes past. That player going to be wise to back away. Cycle just looking for some new sight lines as some spawners are going to be back up on the other side of the map. So potential for sidelines, but I think there's a player on bridge who actually he hasn't spotted. Oh, but he's averted elsewhere. Cycle still only finds the body shot, and a crazy response from Suppress means that he's just able to mitigate any damage Cycle can make with that sniper.
As if he got away with that, but the player who actually flew in from bridge was well aware that Cycle was there with Snipe, and if he just hid there long enough to take that previous engagement and still managed to take it, and he stayed alive on top of it. Ridiculous stuff here. Suppress now, his turn with the Snipe. Good shot from him. Teammate cleaned it up perfectly. Oh, he does get caught off guard from behind. You can see his reaction there. Very unfortunate. 2 down for Omid. Falcated. Just now going to rotate over from Courtyard. Snipe control going to be so important. But look at all the members on Shopify just trying to establish the kind of control, but also putting the aggression on around that Snipe side. But I like that from Cycle. Just some cross-map shots coming out from him. Man's getting another to his name. 2 dead from both sides. And look at this. You can see Omid now up by 2. We could be seeing one of our first big upsets of the weekend.
Yeah, this would be the biggest upset. At least Shopify could still come back. This isn't a grand finals, but if Omid can show up for the rest of the weekend like this, we could be seeing something crazy. Interesting how that rocket doesn't actually get the kill, and then the second expended with no success. So nothing from the rockets, but not necessarily required, as all of Omid will fall, and the lead change once again. Now just setting up for some more shots to go down from Cycle with this carbine, just to get them all nice and squishy as they come out of the red base.
Certainly have done indeed. Cycle doing a good job just going back and forth around this Snipe side. And he's going to get a lot of damage up. Does he stay alive? Yes, he does. That could be the game-changing kill now to then continue to extend their lead and just making even more effort required in order for Omid to close the gap. But saying that in mind, though, only down by 4 kills. But he's got to see a little bit more, at least strategic aggression coming up from Omid. Try not to sit back too much and cause it as a disclaimer. You don't want that to be forced onto you, because if you do, you're going to continue to get collapsed on. And you can see Omid are trying to at least put some aggression, some pressure onto that Snipe side, but they're just riding that struggle bus here. Now 46, made that 47 to 39 here. It could be just a matter of time until Shopify take this series.
things slipping away from Omit. It felt so close. It felt like they were right there on the finish line. They could have had Lattice. They could have locked out Shopify from going 3-0 and shut them down for only the second time in all of Dreamhack. But Shopify never go out quietly. Shopify always make you fight for it. And Shopify surely are going to be top in this group. You just need one more to their 10. Frosty looking for the headshot, but all he can find is bodies. Doesn't matter anyway, because last shot to stand up and point at them and tell them to sit back down. The king remains upon their throne, and Shopify will 3-0 their group and move very, very swiftly into that champ bracket.
Goodness me, that was just a fantastic series overall, and this is just a flavour of what we're going to witness here at Dreamhack Birmingham. Both teams performed incredibly. We've seen some weaknesses, some exploits. We saw some substantial, incredible plays coming out, especially from Omid as well. We did not expect them not only to take it this far, but in just the way they progressed in each game here. We could have seen an entirely different story arc here going into that series. That could have actually been a 3-1 to Omid. It could have been slightly different, but it just shows how minor certain circumstances could be to create such a well brought out series overall. But honestly, yeah, it was looking a little bit bleak. It was looking very good for Shopify towards the end of that game. We saw Omid was able to turn things around, but in the end, it was just a night and day difference from how they performed halfway through that last game to towards the end, where they were able to kind of execute what they wanted to do, and that was pretty much GG. But honestly though, it just shows that we were looking at the start, you know, one of the main storylines for this whole weekend is who could take down Shopify and who had the potential to, you know, make a good go of it. It looks like Omit is on that list.
Yeah, I mean, look, Omit, commendations and commiserations, unfortunately not able to top the group, but you still have time. 2-1 in Pool A means that you're not out of it. And I mean, man, this is just insane. I'm looking at predictions here. Most of us have Omit as third place, and we haven't seen much of Luminon in fairness, right? I haven't seen a load of them, and they are in the other pool, so we don't know how they're going to shape up. But considering Omit can take Shopify that far and look incredibly convincing against them for such a long time, my predictions are a little shaky, I'll be honest, right? We're looking a little shaky.
We're looking okay. I think we could have had a lot worse. I think most of the predictions there were quite accurate in terms of how we could be feeling the entire weekend's going to go. But yeah, that Shopify one was a bit... I don't know how this is going to go. Like, it's not obviously a guarantee. We know that they're heavy favourites, but for me, after watching that series, they've gone from heavy favourites just to favourites. But we know what some of those players are like, especially players like Raw 2 and Frosty, where as time progresses in the tournament, they get better and better and better. And this is still very early on. We're only halfway through into day 2. So honestly, what we can see from Shopify, I don't think they're at that full potential yet. But Omit really pushed them that far, especially in that last couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, if Omit can keep this up over the weekend, we're going to have some absolute crazy matchups. It's just insane, right? You know, we look across onto Pool A now. You can see Shopify to top that pool and to be moving into champ bracket. So they're guaranteed to be playing tomorrow, as we would expect. Reigning champions coming here, everyone just trying to take them down. We need someone to just give them a fight like Omit did. Something, just give us cinema. Give us something to work with. Mags up as well, going 2-2. Magin and King's Order looking a little bit rough down there. But yeah, GG's to Shopify. Omit, this is, you know, almost anything but guaranteed that you're going to be going into tomorrow. And if you can just have another showing like that, my lord.
Yeah, exactly, Matt. And we saw, you know, 2 of the EU teams there sadly didn't have a win to their name as of yet, but we're still at the halfway point. As far as in the bag, the other EU team and Excelsius as well. As far as in the bag, the other EU squad as well. They're currently not finding that first series win either. But we talked about this earlier with Luminon Gaming coming up 3-0, Kraken 3-1. I think this is kind of what we expected coming out of Pool B. And actually, do you know what? This is probably what we expected overall. This, like, in terms of like Shopify and Omit, the only difference is I didn't expect Omit to take Shopify that far to the complete distance overall. But Max Up, yeah, it's a little bit up and down for them, but we'll have to see how things are going to go. So I don't think everyone's predictions are going to be too roughed up yet, but we'll see how things go.
Yeah, so, I mean, just crazy work, and if we can see more of that from Omit, it will be insane. But I do think we're just going to be throwing to a quick break, and then we're going to get a little interview from one of the guys on Shopify. So, you know, just a slight break. We'll be back in a second.
Goosebumps on my skin, I feel you on my body. Lose my mind within, your presence is so godly. Oh, you leave me weightless. 'Cause you are my oasis. Oh, you leave me weightless. 'Cause you are my oasis. Goosebumps on my skin, I feel you on my body. Lose my mind within, your presence is so godly. Oh, you leave me weightless. 'Cause you are my oasis. Oh, you leave me weightless. 'Cause you are my oasis. You're a vision. When I get my jaw just dropped, can't catch my breath. The sand in the hourglass has stopped. You light up my world in ways I can't explain. Your electricity's running through my veins. Oh, baby, I can't help it. I've never felt like this. Only you can do what you do. Only you give me that deja vu. Only you. Before you found me, I was floating among the stars. No direction. Till I let
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. As promised, we have you an interview. We are joined by Best Man and, of course, our lovely casters who were just casting that series. I'm going to switch to you, Hixie. You know,
Oh,
you had to
okay.
watch this
All
entire
right.
series. You went all the way to a map 5. It was looking a little bit shaky at one point, but ultimately Shopify did pull through. Is there anything you'd like to ask Bassman?
Yeah, I think in that live fire oddball after that first round, at least from our point of view, maybe it's a little different for you guys being in the game. It felt the first round was very much Omit. Going into that second when you went 74 points and not a single point for them, what did you say to the guys like mid-round?
Well, mid-round, I think we just said we got to stop just taking 1v1s and challenging so much. And we fixed it a little bit round 2, but then round 3 we kind of went back to our ways. We kind of just get in this habit of like, oh, we're good, so we can just go in and fight somebody. But like all the teams are good. Like you can't expect to just like 1v2 every single time. And that was what we were so good at last year. Is like we fixed those mistakes, whereas like they kind of creep back every now and then, especially with the adjustment to Xboxes and this environment. So it's a lot different than HCS. So I think just like trying to adjust to this is I'm sure it is for everybody. Like the other team is used to what we're playing on as well. So it's like the game just slows down a little bit, and like we need to just take our pace back just a smidge.
Yeah, I was going to say, because with your team in general, I'm not too surprised by going single file sometimes. They've got a huge amount of pedigree in terms of individual skill and talent across the board. So it kind of understandable where it's like, oh, I might be able to get away with a few here and there. But yeah, like you said, at this level, it's almost impossible because it's always about that numbers advantage overall. I want to go into that last game as well. It was very close-knit between the two of you. I know you had a considerable lead at the very beginning, kind of lost it as time progressed. But then at the very end, I think towards the last minute of the game, you was able to change things completely and able to just pop off entirely. What changed in those last couple of minutes?
Yeah, I think I don't remember what the score was, but I think we got 2 or 3 dead one time, and we just kind of we knew we were going to spawn them red elbow, and then they ended up spawning red flag and cave, and then just getting that perfect like trio of deaths to where they're not splitting or not spawning behind you, and you can predict the spawns, and that's how excuse me, that's how you gain the momentum on that map. And we were finally just able to like have a perfect life cycle. Whereas like the first half of the game, like we went up early, but it was just a lot of trades, and rockets come up, and like you kind of trade with rockets because rockets are hard to get clean kills with sometimes. So just getting on that spawn cycle and knowing that we're spawning in red flag, and then we kill them, we know we're going to spawn on blue elbow, and just get up on the map right away and just keep the pressure on them.
Cool.
So overall for this tournament, and in fact this entire year, I think it's fair to say that you are predicted top team in the world currently. Our talent predictions had you guys at the top. Is that a lot of pressure?
Yeah, that's crazy, by the way. Yeah, no one could switch it up. Like, there's no we could get a second in there.
No one wants to be wrong.
I'll be honest with you, I kind of felt like it would have been an insult if we didn't.
No, I get it. Yeah, it's obviously we're grateful to be in this position and to be backed by Shopify still for this year, whereas a lot of orgs kind of bailed, understandably so. But I think that frees up a lot of these teams to, experiment with whoever they want to, kind of have no pressure, like a lot of players aren't making the salaries that they were last year. So it's like they come in, no pressure, like they can, play freely. And obviously you saw with Optic last year, they had that at the beginning of the season, like forming the God Squad and being like, you're expected to win every single event. Now we're kind of in the same spot because, we've won 3 majors and a LAN in a row, and then all the online qualifiers. So now we're in that spot. It's like, okay, we're expected to win, but these, you still have 3 or 4 really great teams that are going to be competitive, and we just have to be on top of our game and minimize as much mistakes as possible. Like that's what it comes down to.
What I was going to ask as well was, you mentioned about some of the major faults coming out from Shopify, especially during that series, like some mistakes which were slightly more on the common sense side, knowing in the back of their minds they shouldn't be doing that anyway. As well as that, do you feel like Omit just played a very good series overall? Do you feel like they've played a lot better compared to Scrims and online in previous weeks?
I think they were playing pretty well. They were playing kind of slow, which is kind of what we expected coming to Xbox. I think the game does change. Like you saw with our play style last year, like we were really relentless, like we were always going. I don't think you can do that as much in the Xbox because you're not getting kills as cleanly as you would on PCs. Like it's just the truth. Like you saw, like Frosty round 1, he was 3 and 15.
I know, we were pointing that out.
That's probably never happened in the history of any Halo ever for him. So it's like, I'm not blaming it all on Xbox, but I'm saying like they were playing, I think, how you should be playing on Xbox, a little bit more slow, a little bit more methodical. and that's the adjustment that we have to make. If we're not individually all playing well, we can't just be playing like how I said earlier. We can't just be taking 1v1s, can't be taking 1v2s trying to force the issue. We have to play. We have to minimize our mistakes. We can't be throwing our lives away.
Yeah, we just found it was quite surprising, wasn't it, when you brought that up? Because we were like, I've not seen him do this ever, barely at all. It's like a complete, like last 10 years. And it's very uncharacteristic of him. It's not something he has managed to do. But I'm sure, like we said, it's still quite early, still like halfway through day 2. So we know what Frosty's like. He's one of those players where over time, going into day 3, it will be like the same old Frosty we know and love.
Yeah. And it's like, obviously we're going to make it out of pool play no matter what. So it's like, it's not as intense as like, okay, you want to win pools and have an easier match, winners round 1, but once the bracket play starts, it's like, okay, then, this is it. You don't want to come from lowers and have to do 2 best-of-7s in the final. So it's like, you really have to lock in once bracket play starts. And it's just all like, honestly, it's like a long scrim day for us.
Yeah.
That's kind of how we're viewing it. But, but trying to get our comms right, trying to get our, our P's and Q's, everything down. So,
cool.
I think they did play great. I think we could play a little bit better.
Okay, that's interesting bit of analysis. So we'll see how that plays out for you for the rest of today and into tomorrow. But we wish you the best of luck.
All right, thank you.
And we will look forward to seeing the best of you guys play throughout the rest of the day and, of course, tomorrow. So thank you for joining us. We will keep going. We have another series up next, and we'll get there as soon as we possibly can.
Gazing further at the sky.
Double kill.
Is it raining when my face is dry? I wanna see, I wanna know what's on the
Double kill. Double kill. kill.
Welcome back, everybody. Just a slight intermission here before the next game. I am joined on camera by
Installation 008
and
the Domain.
Some of your favourite content creators. I am here to ask you guys some questions. We're going to do a quick little quiz, and if you guys manage to get more than 2 of these 3 questions right, you can bag yourself a GameSir controller.
I'm feeling fairly confident.
Okay.
Fairly.
You're
Fairly.
a bit of a lore guy, you know, a little bit here.
Yeah, but when I'm on camera, my mind goes blank, so we'll see.
Okay, cool. Well, let's start with this one.
Yeah.
We're going to start with a TV show question.
Oh.
So I'll ask you the questions first. In the Silver timeline, the Master Chief is part of Silver Team, which is composed of himself and 3 other members. Which of the following Spartans is not a member of Silver Team?
Yeah.
Kai 125, Vanak 134, Riz 028, or Joshua 029?
Joshua.
Congratulations. See, that was very confident. There was a
Look
lot
at
of
me go.
confidence there behind that. Okay. The UNSC has a storied history of numerous fallen soldiers. Which of the following members of staff was the oldest when they died? Jacob Keyes, Avery J. Johnson, Carter A259, or Chip Stubbo?
Keyes.
Incorrect.
Really? Oh, okay.
It is Avery J. Johnson.
Is it? Yeah.
He obviously spent a lot of his time in cryogen and was a Spartan 1, so that gave him a slightly extended lifetime as well.
That is fair.
And he's a unit.
He is a unit.
He's an absolute,
He's an absolute unit.
So I got to get the next one, right?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
I'm trying to find a question that I think might be pretty easy.
Oh, you don't need to spare me that. I mean,
okay.
Don't go easy.
Right. I'm going to give you four things.
Okay.
And you have to find the link between them.
Okay.
Okay. Phoenix class, Lost with All Hands, Isabel and Serena, and Jerome 092.
One more time.
Phoenix class, Lost with All Hands, Isabel and Serena, and Jerome 092.
The Pillar of Autumn. No, sorry.
Oh,
No, I take that back.
I take that back. First answer.
No, I take that back. I take that back. Obviously, it's the Spirit of Fire.
Correct. Of course, Halo was.
Obviously.
There was just an impulse. I felt you. I felt you real back then.
Yeah.
No.
All right, we'll move on swiftly. Okay.
Go on.
Do you feel confident now hearing those questions?
Yeah, go on.
All right, we'll do the same thing. 4 items, you got to find what links them. Okay. Keep It Clean, NMPD, Virgil, and Breakneck.
That's got to be the superintendent.
That is, in fact, the superintendent from Halo 3 ODST.
Nice.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll do another one of those. Do I make this easy or hard? Okay, let's go with this. Jameson Lock.
Yep.
Didak's Hand, Dr. Halsey, and Kamchatka.
That's got to be Halo 5 Guardians.
I'm going to have to be a little bit more specific and maybe that's a false answer anyway, but...
Osiris?
I'm going to have to not accept that. The answer is Julam Dharma. They are obviously all to do with the Covenant, or the new Covenant faction leader of Julam Dharma. Okay, so you're 1 of 2, so you've got to get this last one correct.
Go on.
Okay, let's do the odd one out.
To clarify, are we talking the odd one out as in the anime or an actual odd one out?
The actual odd one out. So I'm going to name 3 things, you have to get the odd one out. Okay,
got it.
M121 Jackrabbit, Saber, and Shroud. Which is the odd one out?
The Jackrabbit.
Is incorrect.
Oh,
is it?
The answer is the Shroud, because the Shroud is in fact a Covenant vehicle, whereas the Saber and the Jackrabbit are UNSC vehicles.
I was going to argue that the Jackrabbit was the odd one out because it's the only one that hasn't actually been featured in one of the games.
Well, it appears in Halo Wars 2.
Well, the Jackrabbit?
Yeah. It's the starter UNSC vehicle.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, Martin.
You tried to call me out then. You tried to get me my knowledge. Okay, well, we'll. So congratulations. You won yourself a controller. You sadly did not, but we'll see if maybe you can win one later in another quiz.
No worries.
We'll see what we can do here.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, GameSurf, for winning this. If you'd like to collect your prize in front of you.
Oh, yeah, right here.
Nice white GameSurf G7 Pro.
Look at that.
Nice.
And just quickly before we end, what are you looking forward to the most for the rest of the day and tomorrow?
Just generally enjoying the vibe, I think, is my takeaway.
Yeah, I've been filming a lot of behind the scenes at the cosplay corner over there. We got some really talented UK cosplayers.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them roaming around. They look absolutely amazing, but we're losers. Anyway, we're going to throw back to Prod so we can get you guys ready for the next game. I hear it is pretty much ready and set up, so we will be going any minute now. Thanks for joining us.
Double kill.
Hello everybody, welcome back. We are getting ready now for our next matchup. I'm joined by the lovely casters, Mr. Hixie and Mr. Lethal. Mr. Lethal, sure, Mr. Hixie, whatever.
Yeah,
we'll go with that.
I'll take it.
We've got a pretty interesting series. Before we hop on the series though, I did start a giveaway a while ago.
Oh.
And I'm yet to announce the winner.
Oh, wow.
And I have a winner for this giveaway. So, Mr. Junkship, who, for those of you who are not aware, is a valuable member of the community. He's been doing amazing work, and he managed to win this giveaway. So, good luck to you. What we will do is we will whisper to you on Twitch, and we can work out the details on how that will work out. But you've won yourself a GameSir G7 Pro controller, courtesy here of GameSir. We are going to be giving away one more controller today. If you want a chance to win that, you better be watching our channel, European Halo, as you put your exclamation mark EHL GameSir in the chat. We'll tell you when to do that, and at that point onwards you have a chance of winning. But thank you for joining us. Thank you, GameSir, for doing all the promotion here and making sure that we could be here today and doing an amazing job with that. Make sure you follow and subscribe to us as well if you want to avoid those ads, because I know people moan about ads, but subscribe to us and then you don't have to see them. That's how that works. Anyway, let's talk about this series, shall we?
Sure.
So are you excited for this one, Hixie?
Yeah, I mean, we're coming off the back of a grueling series, and this one, I feel like, I don't know, we were just talking just before we came on air. Harry's feeling like it's going to be a little bit more, maybe a dominant performance. I think it could be a little close. I do think maybe it's going to be a 3-1, but I think Fries in the Bag can do a pretty good job to push Luminon a little bit.
It's like I said earlier, it's for Luminon Gaming, they've been around the block a bit, you know, throughout the Open Cups and the qualifiers, and they performed in an incredible fashion, and it will be very difficult for Fries in the Bag to be able to compete at such a high level. We know what they're capable of. We know they are a pretty good team. If it was a 3-1, maybe they could take a Slayer. They could completely turn on its head. I don't know, but they are going to be heavily the underdogs in comparison, and it's going to be very tough to call how they will perform in this matchup. We know that Fires in the Bag defeated Margin earlier, 2-0 yesterday, so that's given us a good sign that they are more than capable of keeping up with some of the best players, not just in EU, but potentially in North America. But to say that they can take down Luminon Gaming, it's a big feat in itself.
I mean, if we look at the predictions we did before this tournament started, Mr. Outcasted, our streamer, did predict that Fries in the Bag were his wild card, so there's a chance here that he thought they could be able to make something happen here. And chatting to a few people, they were quite surprised that Fries in the Bag took that 2 over Margin, and that maybe stirred up in people's minds, maybe they're not so easy to go against. Yeah. We obviously also had Mose sit and join us on the desk yesterday as well and have a bit of a discussion to us, and they've been playing a lot of Halo recently. Like, they are pretty warm up. Their slaying ability is top tier. Let's see if they have the mechanics to back it up and how they do against a team like Luminon.
Yeah, it's a different, entirely different ball game though, because you've got to remember how fast-paced Luminon Gaming are. When the momentum swings in their favour, we saw them do it plenty of times against Shopify and other teams. They're almost unstoppable. It's very tough. They're very tough to crack overall. Like, even players like Trippy, for example, there's some games where he plays just okay, and sometimes he has like some phenomenal games overall. And if he plays like that this series, they'll be lucky to get a game.
Yeah, I mean, Torlik as well, right? A very heavy momentum player. Can put up good numbers normally, but when he really starts feeling it, he just goes another level. He gets loud as well. And in LAN environments, you know, he's going to be maybe making him shake a little bit over on that Fries in the Bag. So I don't know. I think we got a fun series lined up, but I am interested to see how much Outcasted has opened up his third eye for this wild card.
Yeah, well, yeah, so would I. I'm going to be kicking myself if he ends up pulling this one through. So, you've already mentioned that Luminon Gaming, they're quite a fast-paced team. Do you think that complements well going against Fries in the Bag, or do you think Fries in the Bag, I think in my mind, they're very fast-paced players as well. Like, do you think they'll butt heads, or do you think they'll just be able to completely roll over them in a sense, in the fact that they're very fast as well?
I would probably say Fries in the Bag will be happy just it's on Xboxes overall, because it is forcing teams to be a lot more passive and a lot more conservative about their players in comparison to what they normally like on PC. So I wouldn't say they're entirely happy about it, but at the same time, you've got to remember that if it even controls their aggression a little bit, this could be their way to go, well, you know, what can we do to kind of like comprehend this? And that's the way you've got to have a more of a methodical approach in order to kind of take down Luminon Gaming. But you've got 4 players here who are at the higher, you know, echelon in terms of that department. So it is going to be tough. I do feel like Xboxes can help Fries in the Bag a little bit, but I don't think it's going to stop at 3-0 or 3-1 for Luminon Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Best Man said it in the interview we had him on after that Shopify series against Omit, and he did mention, like he said, about the fact that playing on console does feel like it tends to lend itself a little bit more to the slower playing. So maybe just if Fries in the bag are a little bit slower comparatively to Luminon, it could actually work in their favor. Like you said, we'll have to see how much impact that actually has. You know, it feels a bit weird to. I mean, if Best Man's saying it, who am I to question? But it feels weird to say that playing on console makes it, you know, feel a lot slower. And maybe that's more of just like a mental thing.
You could say he's wrong, mate. You could say
no. Look, he's a coach. You know, he's a coach of not only just a coach, he's the best coach out there
the best
for
man.
the best team. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, clearly he sees something I don't, but I'm a skeptic. All right, I'm a skeptic.
Interesting.
It's got a lot of wise words as well. So you've got to remember, Best Man's been around for like 20 years so far. He's played on every platform you can think of, like, you know, with both PC and Xbox and MCC for Infinite as well. So he's got a lot of knowledge and experience in the field,
and I don't.
And it's perfectly understandable. No, you do.
No, you do.
Comparatively, this is why
right?
I want to see you with a counter argument. I want to see you with a counter argument to say, oh, he's talking rubbish. What's he on about?
It just feels a bit weird, right? You just go from console to PC, and to me, it doesn't feel like there should be mind you, there can be a difference. It just doesn't feel like there should be significant differences. But again, look, I'm just a little caster from Essex. Who knows?
Not too far from my end, anyway.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to ask you, right? So, Prize in the bag. They're in this pool. Who do you think they have the best chance of beating? Right, they need to win one game to get out of their pool. That's all they need to do.
Who haven't
I would
played?
say, is it in Excelsius in that pool? I would probably say that's the one team where they can topple them and then go into champ bracket tomorrow. The only sad thing is, yeah, sure, their seeding is going to be pretty poor, but right now they're looking to stay alive, so seeding should be the last thing on their minds right now.
Okay, right, so that'll be interesting then when they play Prize in the Bag versus in Excelsius.
Yeah. That would be like, once we've done with this, like, if that series is going to happen afterwards, that's going to be the first series I'm going to watch, because that's literally a make or break. All these other teams right now kind of fighting for seeds, but treating it like a scrim, like we saw Best Man talk about it earlier, and I'm pretty sure a lot of these top teams are treating it like a scrim now. Luminon Game are going to be perfectly fine. They're already into champs already. They just want to solidify that first, second seed, depending on how this series goes. And Fries in the bag, yeah, it's an entirely different ball game for them. They're looking to try and stay alive, and if they don't beat them, then in Excelsius is probably their best matchup for them in order to slip into Sunday.
Cool. Okay, well, whilst we've been yapping here and talking about what's going on in the Infinite 4v4, there's been an FFA going on at the same time. There'll be a 2v2 starting later today. I'm hoping that we'll get the FFA at least up on B-Stream if we can, because it'd be great to see the finals of that one. And I've been hearing some stirring. There's some interesting stuff going on. So a lot of these teams, because of the format, we've had this kind of pool play where, as Best Man was saying himself, it's been almost like scrims, right? It's like the good teams only have to win one game to stay into tomorrow, so they're going to try their hardest, but like honestly, it doesn't really matter to drop a map or two, whatever it is. And they're all locked in playing that, doing that, warming up. And it's meant that there's not been any opportunity for any of the players that kind of have qualified for that top 10 to play in the FFA. And that means the FFA has had some, like, a weird mix of players. And I honestly have no idea who's going to walk away with that one. I mean, Command Station was pretty talking up the big talk about coming good in her FFA after her FFA win that she had several months ago, I think.
Dallas?
Yeah,
Dallas 2025.
So she's looking to take that one. She obviously had the semi-finals with Warlord in the Halo 5 2v2. So there's quite a few of side tournaments going on here as well. Although we call them side tournaments, there's definitely been a bit of a shift for this event. So they called it the Dreamhack Halo Open, not the Halo Infinite Open. Halo Infinite has been the main tournament we've had going, but there's almost a similar balance here of the other Halo games. Like the prize pool that's been split across the Halo 5 and the Halo 3, which we'll be playing tomorrow, is kind of high as well. Do you think that's a good thing for the scene overall, just lifting up the other Halo games, trying to kind of create that parity between now and whatever the next multiplayer Halo title is?
1,000%. We've seen it before with some downtimes. We know that HCS aren't involved for the next couple of years, but it's not a bad thing to have. Sometimes you need a different flavour, don't you? And I feel like with the side tournaments, extremely important. Not everyone is, going to be a huge fan of Infinite. It's not all of their cup of tea. A lot of people, like a lot of veterans, a lot of the old guard, would like to dabble on the Halos, which they used to love back in the day. Like even if it's Halo 5, Halo 3, maybe if you want to bring back 1 or 2 in these side tournaments, that'd be fantastic. But you get what I mean, though. Like everyone loves Infinite. They enjoy playing it, and we're quite, it's like on its 5th year now. And I feel like having these side tournaments, it gives those players a chance to either experience the old games for the first time, or for the people who used to play it back in the day to pop in, just experience the Infinite event and just compete in the side tournaments just for the giggles, for the crack of it. And that's what I think is actually quite nice, because it really gets everyone involved. So if someone who doesn't play Infinite at all, but they want to dabble in Halo 3, like because they used to play it back in 2007 to 2010, they've got the opportunity here, just likewise with Halo 5 and all the other previous Halos. So I think it's extremely important, especially for the FFA, because back in the day leading up to now, you would normally, if you see someone very highly consistent in FFAs, like either winning or at least coming to the finals every single time, that's a strong contender to be a potential main slayer. Doesn't mean they're automatically good at fours, but they can be moulded into a very good fours player with the right teammates, you could say.
I think we've definitely seen that in Europe with Bastos, right? Bastos was traditionally a really good FFA player, kept winning FFAs, and then he kind of got woven into that squad as a couple players dropped off of what was Na'Vi, and then I can't remember which point he actually joined. It was after Na'Vi, right? But it was when they were with brain blank.
It's been a while. It's been a while.
Did he not join on Magin? Was that not?
Pre-Magin.
Was it pre-Magin?
Anyway.
There have been a lot of flips over. I mean, also, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not sure if my history is entirely correct here. We look onto the other side of the pond. I think Pistola came up from FFAs as well.
He did. So, in Halo 2, he was always playing FFAs, but he was always getting to the pro back of FFAs in the top 32 or in that vicinity anyway. Sometimes he made it to the 1v1s, sometimes he didn't. But the main factor is he would go to these Halo 2 MLG events, but he would always go with just random teams, or go with Killen and a few other players quite consistently, but it would always be random teams here and there, and then took fours a lot more seriously going into Halo 3, and you saw the progress he made. He came up being one of the legends in the scene. So another great example of going from FFA and transition into Force, because he was so young back then, and to be able to perform like that consistently with the amount of teams and players they were back then, it was just incredible. It was just madness, complete madness.
So what competitive scene has to really prop up again for you to come back, Lethal?
Ooh.
Oh mate,
Lethal back on the
how much money do you need to have on the table?
No money, because when you're pushing towards the 40 mark, we just call it a day.
$1 million Halo 2 tournament, Halo CE tournament.
No, I'm
Hixie?
Well, no, I did the last one in Vegas, didn't I? A year and a bit ago. And
the level 50, right?
Yeah. But I think everyone just came out the woodwork and gone, do you know what? Let's just try it. But no, that was good fun. And if they do it for Halo 3, then even better. So
I always think it's fun for a little bit of legacy. I mean, look, I'll compete for a Freddo, realistically. We did the Invitational. I had a great team. I had Spiteful, Pulse, and Buddha. They really were helpful with leading me. I had a great time as well. It was nice to be on the other side of it. For me, I think it's cool to have the Halo 5 tournaments here because I grew up on that game. I started with Reach, but I really played Halo 5.
I remember you saying that.
Massive game for me, man. Coming home, playing that game with my mates after school. It was a huge game, pumped so many hours into it, and I genuinely haven't seen it since for ages until today. Yesterday. Until yesterday, seeing the 2v2 for Halo 5, and it just made me so happy. I love the game. I think it looks beautiful. I think it was a really fun game. Obviously, people are going to disagree, but personally, I think it was a great competitive game. And I remember when I was so young, watching Frosty just pull off some crazy new spots. One specifically on Coliseum, now Origin in Blue Base. He just jumped up to some crazy spot, right in the top of the base. And I think that point just was I'm always going to watch this now. This is where I'm just always watching Halo.
And he's still doing it 10 years later.
Well, yeah, exactly. That was 2016, I think. So.
I think we were discussing the other day, Harry, the first time that me and you ever worked together was on a starter Halo Infinite tournament in Nottingham called Halo Chamber, in which, just referring back to you're competing in a tournament for a Freddo. The prize for that was a kebab, in which that was a joke until a player actually came to you and said, No, I really want my kebab. And
won't say it, but
that was peak. That was what got me into the Halo full infinite competitive ecosystem. And man, I remember stuff like that. I mean, they're the moments you remember, right?
Yeah.
It's like tournaments like this where you have such a social setting. You have people that are just having vibes. You've got pro players that don't feel like they're cornered off. They're like mingling with people. I mean, we've spoken to so many of them throughout the streams and the days and off stream as well. Like it's been really good, and I would love to see an event like this be like a consistent thing in the off season between the games. Like something like this that can just run consistently and be supported by the developers would be absolutely wonderful, and I'm sure the players would love it as more and help it grow even, right?
Yeah.
Like we didn't quite hit the number of teams that we wanted to for this, so if we could boost it up a little bit and just fill out the bracket, it would be even better.
Yeah, it definitely would, and it's very important for the growth as well. Like this whole point of this event, it is a grassroots event, and we need to like keep the numbers flowing and keep the players entertained and keep them something to play for overall. And I think we have done that, like I said before, with all the side events and this main Halo Infinite event as well. And there might be some players where they'll be slept on during that couple of years. A great example. Legend, do you remember him? Like we were
who?
like,
do you remember him?
Yeah. Do you remember that guy? Like he was like pretty much the first European player to win a championship. Like back in 2020, whilst we was all sleeping on him at the time, he was playing Halo 5 constantly, just going for it more and more and more. And everyone else were kind of like not retiring the game, but just not playing it as often as they normally would. But he was continuing to grind and just took all those fundamentals and mechanics, moved it to Infinite, and he was very well drilled, very prepared. And look at him now. Like I know he's not in the Halo, back in the Halo scene at the moment. We know he's probably over there somewhere on the other side of the building.
Yeah.
But you know, I'm sure we'll see him return to Halo like in the future. And he's, like I said, just another great example of someone where during the off season there will be certain players who will be slept on. They have been grinding, and then they'll come back to the next Halo in tip-top shape.
Yeah. I mean, talk about a player that came out of the woodworks from Halo 5 into Infinite as well. Lucid, you know,
Yep, great example.
Formerly Saiyan, for those who do remember, playing, you know, really getting the kind of a come up, getting onto Envy, and then really just as soon as Infinite hit, becoming the player that he is now, right? You know, world champion, very well versed and well commended. You know, a lot of commendations behind him. And just seeing, I don't know, for me, just being a Halo 5 like advocate, seeing so many players from Halo 5 coming up and almost just stepping up in Infinite as well. Like Renegade is a bit more of a, he did well in Halo 5 in Splice, that then became that crazy Cloud9 roster that we saw at the very, very beginning of Infinite. But I don't know, man. I think it's insane the players we've seen come up and how much they've changed from one game to the next. So I'm really excited for the next title in Halo to show who from both, you know, kind of major regions, NA and EU, are going to come out, and that's just going to be their time.
But it's extremely difficult just to be like a talented multi-gamer, and there's only a very few players that have done that. I believe it's Formal, Shotzi, Huke. Like I even saw Shotzi and Huke earlier. I was like, Jesus,
they were
Jesus,
crazy.
I haven't seen you in like about 8 years. Like, and you know, they were so young back at the time, but now, you know, they're very loud and proud and stuff, very excited about the, you know, the CDL and all that bits and pieces over there. And it was nice talking to them again, but it's also very nice to see that they've transitioned perfectly and they're doing really well for themselves. So will we get a couple more in the future? Possibly. We've seen a couple going back there already. They'll definitely come back to us at some point. I'm sure they will. In a couple of years. But yeah, it is like it's just a incredible feat that they're able to do that.
I feel like it's really interesting for all of these players. There's like a linchpin moment in your mind where you suddenly realize that these guys are business, right? They know what they're doing.
Yep.
So for Legend, on me, it was when that quadrant roster became unbeatable on Stronghold's Live Fire. Like when they could beat every team in the world, we were like, okay, some of these guys have the potential here to take a world championship. Legend, he formed that, where he joined with that squad on Space Station, right? And then just did an amazing job. And then, I mean, for all of these players, you just have that one moment in your mind where you're like, that's what happened. I think behind us, I don't know if the stream managed to catch it, I think we saw that was Shopify Rebellion taking down Majin. So that was probably something we expected to see, but they managed to take to rank Stronghold, so I think that would have been map 3, so probably a 3-0 on bracket.
Yeah.
But good to see.
I think Best Man was pretty confident in our interview that as soon as they got the 3-0 in the pool and had taken down Omid, they were like, yeah, imagine, you know, they're cool, but we'll kind of get it done.
Okay, well, it looks like enough chatter. It was a good chinwag.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Reese. I appreciate
Always
that.
love it.
some of the memories and stuff, and we're going to head into this series. So if you're just joining us, welcome. It is Luminon Gaming. And as we're going to head into this now very shortly, this should be an absolute banger.
Yeah, map 2, Streets Slayer. Not sure what really happened to map 1. Maybe just a couple of old gents chatting all that much. This should be map 1, I've just been told by production. Maybe I'm being faked out and I haven't actually done my due diligence. There we go, Luminon Gaming 1 map up. It is a Slayer after all. Nice double kill for one of these players, at least on Luminon. We will get nameplates sorted out as soon as possible. Red gun's just going to be used over by Top C with camo coming up and a lovely use of that shroud screen.
Certainly is indeed. We weren't too sure about how it was going to go. We knew that like Luminon Gamer are going to be the heavy favourites going into this, but let's see if Prize in the Bag can at least keep this competitive or maybe take him down. We did mention that like if it was going to be a 3-1, if I did take a game, it probably would be a Slayer. But I would like to see the lads on Prize in the Bag to do a little bit more than that. I'm going to pursue further here as one of the players of Luminon Gaming just backing away from Tyres. Got a lot of shots down into Arcade and just trying to keep his distance now. He's well aware that 2 players from Prize in the Bag are pushing around B-side, but decides to play the numbers game across that ball spawn onto almost C stairs. It's a circuit around to Purple Bend to try and find him, but didn't really find too much there as he was hunting the ghost at that point. There was 2 down for each side. And now Precision now just looking to stay alive also with that coming.
Yeah, Precision trying to keep his teammate alive on benches as well. The repulse will come through, but they'll actually be able to get out of it entirely. Keep Rise in the Bag at bay. Shut completely down. I think only Torlik will fall. So a 3-1 trade for Luminon. That's then the lead. 2 kills. And if you can find this one Precision, he actually won't. He will get shut down. Mo's just looking for a little bit more support. Doesn't actually need it. He's just going to be able to rip that kill and tie this one up. With 2 minutes played, we are all tied, Harry.
Certainly are indeed. It's now switching over to Mo's. Going to hold that Tyres area, but he's got to be a little bit more cautious on that B side, but he was well aware, so decided to drop anyway. But look at this, he's perfectly coordinated with his teammates. He's waiting for them to put on the first shot and then come in and try and clean up. But he's actually initiated the fight. But he saw it in the end. It didn't actually work out for him. It was a little bit of a shock to the system. As Mose was probably thinking the same thing. You could tell that he was waiting for his teammates on cap to pile in a couple of shots so Mose could clean up the 1 or 2 players outside PD. But Flubs has been taken down as well. It's changed just a little bit now. 18-15 in favour of Luminon Game. And so Fries in the Bag are not out of it just yet. They're still doing their best in order to try and keep this as close as physically possible. But the problem is Tulloch now does have the camo. Now up by 5. And could be making matters worse.
Yeah, and Torlik just trying to make it so difficult. Will finally get the trade, actually. So nice for him as well, just to get that kill through. Another trade comes through. Fries in the Bag, all 4 dead as Flubzo and Zove. That W's throwing me off. Will be spawning up. Trippy spots some heads, gets the info, tucks tail, doesn't want to give away anything free as this lead. Whilst you have it, you don't want him to close it down. Nice kill picked up there from him. Another picked up from their team as well as Torlik will fall. But looking like Driveway's just being shut down completely by Luminon. Trippy to fight 2, looking for another, but no one comes a knocking. Driveway still quite busy. More players for Fries in the Bag, just slamming their heads against this brick wall that is Luminon.
Oh, but one player's actually spawned behind him, as you can see, but he's looking to try and at least start an engagement so Trippy can then potentially either clean up or bait and switch and continue the fight overall. But that has been taken down. That's going to be 3 members now. Trippy's the last person left standing. A trade, or actually even better. And now what he can do is he can try and delay any kind of potential offensive attack coming out from Fries in the Bag. But no one else is around, so Trippy stayed alive. Actually did better than he expected because we thought he may only get a trade, and it's just due to the fact that there was actually more players around that area. But he's been doing pretty well with himself, going 9 and 2, and he's got 7 assists as well.
Yeah, Trippy's feeling it. 100% giving him that red gun is crazy. Killing Frenzy for him. 2 deaths and then 10 kills to follow. Trippy hasn't died since he started fragging. Looks like he just wants this to continue. Finds another one onto 11 now for Trippy, looking for his 12 and potentially going to get it. That stick does come through. So whilst there's 4 dead for Fries in the Bag, Trippy will be taken down, as will Precision. But 42-28, this is a very comfortable lead. And Luminon, you're going to have to do a lot to throw this one.
Certainly is, as he now switching over to Talek now. He's now just trying to get top A control. A member down for Fries in the Bag already. Numbers advanced and now just going to push it on forward. But saying that though, Luminon gave in and kind of didn't go their way. is Torlik now is just the last player left remaining, just waiting for everyone else to come up on the respawn. But he's got the info he needs, about 3 people around B, just needs to try and do a bit of damage, keep his distance, and wait for everyone else to give him a bit of a helping hand, as he has rotated all the way back around to Caf. He actually managed to get one, and it's actually on no shield, and you can see there that he piled on a few shots, and I think he expected to be taken down a lot quicker than expected, but due to that distraction, Precision was able to get camo comfortably.
Yeah, and this camo surely should be the nail in the coffin for map 2. Luminon, you're going to have to do a lot to throw this map, like I said previously, especially with this camo to work with as well. Nice infograph for Precision, at least knows where one player is, expecting actually no one to be at top A, but able to find that kill, just the one and done, ducks back in, nice job from him. He's now going to be rooting round, just trying to get some extra info, still aware of one of these players round by the elbow, but as they push round, they do have the support come through, but everyone's backs are turned to them. Precision not able to get that kill, that's pretty big, but you're going to have to do a lot more, almost have a miracle if you're Fries in the bag, if you want to be taking this map, because Luminon are only 2 away, and Torlik looking to try and rework with his team, just get back to win in ways along with them. Just trying to find this player down on B stairs as well. That nade's surely going to flush him out, and it will. 1 apiece left over for Luminon. They're going to find that one nice and comfy, 50-41. Luminon Gaming taking this series to 2-0. Only 1 more required for them.
A few good plays coming up for both teams. Fries in the bag had the right idea on some occasions, but I don't think it worked out in terms of their coordination. It's just one that sticks out is when we saw it from most perspective, where he was going to push, but he realised that 2 of his teammates were on Caf. So what should he do? Wait, respectively, for a bit of damage to be done, and then peek out and then clean up. But when he peeked, none of them took any damage. So actually, he was just ended up fighting a 1v2, which was yeah, a little bit of a shame. But these things can happen, and not every single coordinated push is going to work their way. But yeah, like I said, 50-41 in that second game. So Fires in the bag will need to perform a reverse sweep in order to try and clutch this up. And remember, we're still in pool play at the moment, so the 4 teams out of each of the 2 pools will be able to make it to champ bracket. Seeding will be probably based on the wins and losses they've accumulated, and the 5th place team will be going home. And it looks like if Fires in the bag do get knocked out here, yes, it'll be 0-3, but there's obviously in Excelsis, I do believe, got the same stat line. Whether it's that series between the 2, we'll be seeing that tomorrow. But let's stick to the series at the moment. Fries in the bag still have a small window to try and make it, and well, I say take it, but yeah, it's been a little bit dim, hasn't it, the last couple of games. Didn't see the first game, but that went pretty quick considering we had a bit of a chinwag,
yes,
and then still went into that second map.
So that first game being Live Fire King of the Hill, for anyone that might not have seen, it was a 4-1 for Luminon, and then this Slayer, like we said, 50-41, as we do bring up the series layout for you guys. Strongholds a recharge, where Fries in the bag are going to have to do something, figure something out to extend this series. And oh, they're teasing me with that CTF Empyrean, man. Favorite map and mode in Infinite, and of course it's map 4, so I'm going to be a Fries in the bag fan for this map, at least. Just this map, at least.
Cheers for the jinx, mate. So I will, you never know. Like, Fries in the bag aren't a bad Strongholds team either, but against Luminon, it's asking for a bit much, but I could be completely wrong. I hope I'm wrong as well, because we haven't seen any, well, we personally haven't seen any Empyrean today, so I would like to see a bit of CTF as well. And now we're going to start off from Luminon Gaming's perspective. And yeah, Torlik again with the assist, with a double straight away, already making ends meet, and already been a nightmare for the lads on Fries in the bag.
Yeah, Torlik just carrying on from that last map. Very, very dominant from Luminon, and they like to continue that, going for C and B as A is going to get flipped. So I imagine they're probably going to root back round towards A. Nice catch for Torlik. Actually finds himself a double. Doesn't have the health, but continues to re-peek and give his teammate the help. And finds another killing spree for him. Mo's first to spawn up, and already Torlik knowing exactly where they're going to be coming from. Not choosing to go through long haul towards C at least. They want to try and take B and A. But right now, Luminon with that 3-stack triple cap hold, and points totaling up very quickly.
Like, Torlik has barely moved from his spot. Like, it was literally clay shooting for him. He was just originally just sticking around Spiral and around almost onto C just to stay alive, but people just going past him around long and bottom control. It's like, oh, do you know what? I don't need to rotate or anything to actually trying to find some my kills here and there. They were just coming to me, which is perfect. But who would you actually expect someone to be sitting just on C? At this level, you don't expect that. But their plan originally was to go for that trip cap, and they're still going at it at the moment until it does get cleaned up around batteries. 2 down now for Fries in the bag, and currently Luminon Gaming now up 68-0. It's looking bleak, but to see how what Fries in the bag can do in order to kind of bring themselves back from this.
Yeah, first points on the board for them, but already A getting flipped. Luminon with the instant response. Response team is out, and A is going to get converted and actually looking to go back for the triple cap. I feel like this is what we expect from the players on Luminon. Torlik, a player that I've mentioned before, is just very, very momentum-based. You want to get him in the best mindset, get him in the best win condition, because he will just absolutely fry like he has been. 9-1 for him, and he's just looking for more. He wants that 10th, and he'll find it with ease. That player is oh so weak, and Torlik is licking his lips, looking for more. He's going to back off and just play around bottom mid as the rest of his team just work around him to secure A as C does get flipped. And continuing to total up points to Luminon. And whilst he's chasing Ghost, Torlik still nipping at their heels, will find the stick and get taken down with it. So momentary silence falls across the map as 4 dead for Fries in the bag.
Precision with the shock as well, just to add insult to injury here. He was trying to go for that, but he's going to get the camo. Oh, actually doesn't get it just yet, but oh, that's a little bit unfortunate. Of course, he still had the grapple at the time. Yeah, if he had the camo and the shock, goodness me, yeah, they will extend their lead with very little effort with all the goodies there. 2 down now for Fries in the bag, but 2 down for Luminon Gaming as well. They've got to be a little bit careful with the death cycle. 4 dead again for Fries in the bag, and look at that, literally racing towards A. Finds one spawner, cleans him up, not really too much of an issue there for him. And now Precision now just going to cap A, whilst his teammate pins him down around C.
And C just getting converted, and already someone there for Luminon just to make it a little bit more difficult. Actually flying onto C there through Plat. Will get taken down. Shock rifle there for Precision if he can find this kill. That is his reward. It doesn't want to get too overzealous. Will actually root back round. A nice trade, at least for Flubzo, as I believe he did have 2 Luminon players trying to take him down. And Torlik and Precision both falling means that C can get stopped from being taken over by Luminon. So only B for them right now. A and C, not exactly what Fries in the bag want, but you need to try and get as many points as possible, so you take any hold you can get right now.
Certainly do indeed, and Tribute just going absolutely manic across the board. At least gets a great double just to continue to pile on the pressure for Fries in the bag. And look at this as well, it's still 155 to 34. Gets Fries in the bag got a few more points on the board, but kind of feel like at this stage it's Delaney inevitable, getting heavily outslayed. Very unfortunate for them. Precision does get taken down though. Mose tries to stay alive, but another player on the side, on the Whirlpool side, actually does take him out as well.
Yeah, doing a good job, at least Fries in the bag, are to shut down Torlik. He did have a fair bit of momentum. I believe he was 10-2. Now 13-7. Nice double kill coming through for Fries in the bag as well. You're going to need a little bit more than that, though. Your individuals need to be working together. You can't just rely on individual brilliance against a team of this caliber, because these points are just ticking away slowly. The sand in the hourglass slowly coming to an end as Luminon are encroaching 200 and imagine 250 in pretty swift succession. Pushing into Fries in the bag, into top A as well. Not really anything to net from that.
It's just a matter of time. There's Torlik now is going 14-8, one of the most assists. Trippy with the camo, which is just going to add salt to the wounds. And just additional damage again round long, and Trip stack 202 to 36. As now Trippy still has camo in hand, but he's just having a little bit of a wonder to see if he finds any spawners. Finds one instantly stuck on elevator. Will he take him down? Yes, he will. Patience is key for him, and now just lurking back. Again, just trying to find those spawners around C and long. There's nowhere else that they're going to be at this stage. They've covered all the primary spawn grids, and now they've probably only got one more push in them from Fries in the bag in order to try and keep this competitive.
Yeah, really, really strong play from Luminon just to control and manipulate those spawns for Fries in the bag, just being squished in and bullied almost are Fries in the bag with 2 dead now. Zove spawning up and already just keeping them constantly split spawning. 2 dead again, and 4 points left for Luminon to be taking this one. A desperate play comes out through Elevator, but the killing frenzy comes through for Trippy. The double kill to get it, and 250 to 36 means Luminon take this in a very, very comfortable 3-0.
Was it Trippy who had a killing frenzy last game as well?
I believe it was...
Was it Tulloch?
It was Trippy.
Yeah, so he's had back-to-back.
But was it last game?
Yeah, he had it on Streets as well.
Oh, I thought it was this game. I thought
No,
got
he
2.
had it this one as well, yeah.
No, I thought he got 2.
Oh, might have done. Can't remember.
I think you might be right, though. I think you might be right. Anyway, Luminon taking that 3-0, 250-36, like I said. And 18-6 for Trippy. And 16-10 for Torlik as well. Some pretty strong showings from the NA boys on Luminon. I mean, what do you expect, right? You know, it's a pretty solid team, all things considered. Most of us have put them second in our predictions, and you can kind of see why. Looking like Luminon and Omit are going to be fighting one another, most likely for taking on Shopify.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, much more convincing than our last series we had. It was a little bit more of a grueling grudge match. This one, a lot more convincing. I mean, just got to keep your head up. If you're Fries in the bag, you know, you still have potential to make it to tomorrow, I believe.
Yes, I do. As long as they take down in Excelsius, because they're both 0-3 at the moment, then that series match is literally, you know, the lifeline. It's either whoever wins that one will go through and we'll probably have like 7th, 8th seeds, and then whoever loses, that's it. That's them done for the entire tournament.
Yeah, so a lot on the line for both of those teams. So I imagine we're going to be having, if not on stream, we're going to be having it up. So anyone that's here has the stream up, you know, go over to that station because it's going to be passion 100%.
I'm sure we will, definitely.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a passion game because it is the lifeline. But for us, at least, we're going to throw to a quick break as we get our next series set up for main stage. We will be back just shortly.
So far away from it all, can't feel my face anymore. Want someone to numb all the pain, 'cause I can't take it away. So far away from it all, can't say I've been here before. So empty, I hate it. I'm sick and not feeling nothing. So where do we go when we feel so alone and we can't do a thing about it? About it, I'm thinking I can't pretend.
Frenzy. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill.
Back of the room, back of the party. Back of the room, back of the party.
Killing frenzy.
Need for you. Now I just can't get over all the games we played. Lost myself in your confused. You split my heart in two.
Double kill. kill.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Captain James Force. I'm here with Outcasted. I'm here with Warlord. We're going to give you that rare special TriCast treat that happens on LAN. Of course, could not have this game without you guys. We're going to jump straight into it, of course, but Imagine versus King's Order, EU versus EU, and I tell you what, boys, this is going to be a straight banger.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of pressure in this series. I think especially for Margin, probably the heavy favourites heading into this one. King's Order on the other side, arguably in a bit of pool of death. I think just looking to get kind of any series victory they can on the board, really, Stu.
Yeah, exactly. And then King's Order, I know those players very well, especially Scarcity. Me and him are actually quite good friends. And this event means a lot to him. He really wants to prove himself, and there's no better series to prove yourself than against Margin EU's Powerhouse.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things as well, right, guys? Like, you know, there was the allegations that flew around a bit of the onliners and the LAN, and I think it's good for King's Order, you know, to come and really kind of prove that they're supposed to be here, right? And imagine they struggled a bit online, but you know, they're just built a bit different on LAN.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of talk, a lot of kind of banter before the LAN about like King's Order being #1 EU seed and kind of throwing that in Margin's face a little bit, maybe playfully, but I think now we're on LAN. I think Margin, you know, they won't take that lightly. They want to prove they are the best EU team still. Obviously had a bit of early kind of turmoil against Fries in the bag, but we're kind of getting to that business end of the LAN, Stu, and I think this is where like everyone kind of plays their peak Halo.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, I think the reason a lot of these cheating allegations come around, it just happens to these up-and-coming players, right? Like, it's like people are just like, oh, how am I losing to this player? How am I losing to this player? It's like they deserve this. They deserve to be how good they truly are, you know?
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things as well for online. It's also ping.
Yes.
You're like losing to someone, you're like, oh my god, I can't believe this is happening, and then you look at the playback, and it's like, okay, well, it's quite normal.
Yeah, it's been off the start here though, quite a competitive game as King's Order actually in a bit of a nice lead here off the start. You can see SLG though fighting towards front red as he is now getting that opening pick. He's going to be 3 down for just a moment, 4 down now on the side of King's Order. As you can see, ball now in the hands of SLG. And looks like Margin starting to rack up a little bit of time here, James.
Yeah, it is going to be SLG just hanging in. You know, it says it there, Red Sneaky. Mighty's trying to find his way into this map. A little bit of a slow start. On the other side, Slink, of course. 6 kills off the rip for him, but this is a massive hold for Margin right now, and I guess something we've seen, and maybe you guys who played can talk a bit through it, but there's been a lot of scrappy time in Oddball this round.
Yeah, there has been a lot of scrappy time in Oddball this round. I think it's just the game truly developing, right? I mean, a lot of these players know what good rotations look like. They're really good at maximizing situations. So it's, you know, Halo's evolved, right? It's not just about getting your subs and getting 80 points. It's all about those easy rotates, you know, and both these teams are really good at that.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, easy rotates, better games. Can have a game, sir. Controller while you're at it. Shout out to them for being here as well. 10% off during Dreamhack. So make sure you pick yourself up one of those to play like the pros. Of course, Royal 4 Rings uses game, sir. So you know it's good there.
Yeah, but I mean, I will say King's Order had a really strong start, but it looks like now we're getting into a little bit more. Margin really starting to assert some dominance as Bastos finding a double, and just so much map control, so much damage being put down from Bastos. 8 kills, 7 assists from him, and already you can see Margin kind of slowly ticking towards that round 1 victory here potentially.
Yeah, I mean, for King's Order, this is one of the game types you'd really want to come out strong, right? It's a slightly newer game type compared to some of the older ones. Oh my god, players like Seeker and stuff are really established from the older game types, so you'd really want to see King's Order come out firing in this game 1, but so far it's a little bit flat.
Yeah, imagine just so much control. I'm pretty sure King's Order got to 32 and have literally not even found a way back in. It's a double kill for Seeker. I don't know what he was doing in retirement, but I'm glad he's back.
No, honestly, absolute domination for Margin. You can see the replay here. Big shots from Seeker at the end of that first round. And despite a strong start from King's Order, the established EU veterans really kind of showing out here. And I mean, what a start it's been from Seeker. Took a bit of a break from the game, right, Stu? But I mean, not really looking like it here so far.
Yeah, I mean, Seeker, I mean, if you talk to any other EU pro, all they do is sing the praises of Seeker. They say he's such an intelligent player, makes such good plays. But, you know, he's got some great shots in him as well, some very flashy plays with a nice kill right there. But, I mean, yeah, highly regarded amongst the EU's finest, Seeker.
It's you know, just a slower start to this second round of oddball. King's Order just trying to grab it. Mighty just sneaking back there and finding his way. Doesn't even find, there he finally gets the assist, but oddball getting played, and once again, Stu, the setup from Margin is just so good.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they're all about, right? I mean, really good subs, really good team play. I feel like a team like King's Order haven't really played much against these sort of teams. Usually scrim some of the lower teams in EU. So, you know, playing against this level of setup, like you're saying, this level of rotation, is going to be really difficult for King's Order.
I think also, as simple as it sounds, you just cannot let Margin get their hands on this many sniper rifles. We saw Seeker pop off last round. We see Mighty's have it in his hand here for about a minute or so. And if you're playing against players of this caliber, you just cannot let them dominate the power weapons, as Mighty's finds a big 5-shot there, as it's 2 dead again for King's Order. And you can see the slaying kind of department. They just get absolutely outclassed here at the moment in this game.
Yeah, you can see here Mighty's with, like you said, with the sniper. And it's something we saw, you know, in the LCQ when we were looking as well, when it was in Excelsis who were playing, and so many times, you know, you cannot give teams so many camos. Oh, that's a massive kill though, as Seeker is going to find one. But against these top teams, you cannot give camos, you cannot give snipes, you cannot let these guys take what they want. King's Order is going to grab the snipe now, though.
Yeah, and it seems like finally we've seen a bit of control here for King's Order. You can see Finners trying to control that pizza position, does get taken down. Suspense as well, coming under a little bit of pressure here as the push now coming in from Margin. It's 2 down for a moment for King's Order. Suspense, though, does fly out, finds 1 kill, not able to find the second, and a really good push there on the side of Margin. 3 dead here for King's Order. Finners last live, and once again, Stu, it's Margin in control.
Yeah, I mean, it's like James was saying earlier, right? I mean, what makes Halo different to a lot of other shooters is it's all about scavenging weapons, right? Getting the power weapons. And right, they know that better than anyone, Margin. I mean, if you're going to win a game at Halo, you need to control the power weapons. I think right now King's Order has been a little bit too desperate towards the oddball, a little bit tunnel vision. They need to think bigger picture if they're going to bring this game back.
Yeah, I think that was an SLG double kill as well, just going right past where he's standing. Just like you said, that tunnel vision, they just can't do that. SLG, and again, now they got King's Order in the kind of 2-piece. They're finding 2 alive, they're getting 2 dead all at the same time, and just making life really difficult. I did think SLG was about to grab the QT, makes a little bit of a mess of the kill, but King's Order again, 2 dead.
Yeah, pressure here really starting to mount for King's Order. Already down 1 in this round, and a triple kill from SLG. Nice headshot before he had to reload there. There's only 40 points needed already in this game for Margin. Take a 1-0 lead in this series as the pressure still continuing to mount. About 1 or 2 more pushes needed on the side of King's Order to try and break this setup. You can see in the stats, I mean, Seeker 16 and 9, Bastos 17 and 11. Just absolute domination in the slays for Margin and Stu. They are just dominating this King's Order roster.
Yeah, I mean, they're rolling it back to the prime quadrant years right now. I mean, this is dominant. This is flashback stuff. I mean, they're playing like this. This is a completely different team that we saw from maybe the start of yesterday. They're really starting to find their foot. I mean, this is the kind of series you need, right? Build a bit of momentum and kind of remind themselves who they are. You know, I mean, what they've accomplished.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the good thing about a series like this as well is, you know, you get rid of the online accusations, because they did not play well, to be honest, in the lead up to this. And you know, the seed wasn't where they wanted. Oh, I thought that was going to be a massive stick, but actually Scarcity's just going to get sniped. SLG says you miss it and you're dead. But King's Order, they got to find a way. Yeah, they were the top EU seed, but imagine it lands different gravy, baby.
Yeah, 20 points needed here for Margin to take a 1-0 lead in this series. SLG absolutely lasered with that sniper and on the face cam as well. He is not letting any of these players pass. Can he hit the shot here on this player? Pushing towards the ice, does hit the body shot. His teammate going to be there as well. Bastos gets taken down as well, so it's 2 down here for Margin for just a moment. King's Order not quite giving up yet. Mighty though finds a kill. It's 3 down on either side. 1v1 between the last 2 players, and it's going to be Seeker taken down, so King's Order still staying alive in this game.
King's Order fighting for their lives right now. They get to the cliche of they're going to need to play perfect Halo right now and do some really good rotates, which is not easy when you've got a scary Bastos chasing down the oddball. It's not what you want to see as he gets a huge kill, and this is going to be a double, and that's a huge double from Bastos, and yeah, this is just one-way traffic.
Yeah, Bastos going to pick up that ball, just leave his teammate to deal with it. He's starting to bash the ground. I think they already know, imagine, that this is signed, sealed, and delivered. He's going to hide away. 21 kills for Bastos. Going to grab some ball time to finish. And that is going to close it. But imagine, there's some fist bumps. There's some chill. But They look pretty calm and composed, guys.
Yeah, 1-0 lead already in the series for margin, and unfortunately, kind of what I think a lot of us would have expected, but I mean, from a King's Order point of view, right, Stu, not what we kind of hoped for. You know, being the kind of #1 EUC coming into this tournament, a lot of strong performances online, but at least in the game 1 of this series, kind of looking how we kind of were worried it might look on LAN.
A lot of assists right there as well. 3 players with double digits, but yeah, at the end, if you're getting outslayed, at least what, like 8, 9, 10, maybe 15 kills, it's yeah, it's going to be a tough time.
Yeah, I think that one's really going to sting King's Order. That's one of those games where you're like, oh my, these lot, I think they might be a little bit better than us. Because Oddball is one of those game types where it's a true test of skill. You get tested many ways. With rotates, pushes, breaks. So whenever you lose an Oddball, it's really disheartening. But saying that, Slayer, if there's ever a game to win when you're the underdog, it is going to be the Slayer, right? Which is what we have next.
Yeah, I think this Slayer's going to be absolutely pivotal for King's Order. Already down 1-0 in this series, and what typically is quite a long, kind of arduous game mode, actually over quite quickly in the end. Margin absolutely looking dominant, and
yeah.
I think, like you mentioned, the Slayer going to be big, and I think a lot of pressure here on King's Order to kind of show they belong in this pool.
Yeah, and something I talked about with Van Adam yesterday is like, Oddball feels like it's over in a flash, or you're still there after 25 minutes. Like, it doesn't seem to be much in between. I do have to shout out both of these teams being the colours that they are. This is the colours that I use in Infinite, so I'm used to seeing a lot of purple and yellow going around on my screen, so it just feels good. And yeah, we're going to get into this Slayer. It is going to be on live fire, and it's King's Order who are going to take the 1-0 lead with Slink.
Yeah, the fight here off the start for the sniper rifle going to be absolutely massive. As you can see, somebody's able to get it in their hands, and Stu, to fight for this camo here, and it absolutely pivotal. When you got to think for King's Order, having such a strong start here with 3 kills off the opening could be a start to build a bit of momentum here.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you love to see if you're King's Order, right? You have to win the Slayers if you're going to cause an upset, and so far they're off to a strong start. But what's really going to decide the start of this game is going to be if this player here, Slink, can hit some big snipes with this camo coming up.
Yeah, he's going to find at least one as he takes down Bastos. You can see from the cam that Bastos just so locked in. Camo going to try and chow. It's going to go one shot. The player who was jumping up, though, it is going to get taken down. So imagine their camo is done. Their camo is dead. And as you can see, the lock-in, the snipe's coming in. He is going to find it. And imagine they're going to have to work it out because King's Order, it was 8-4 now, 8-6.
That's exactly the start you want to see from King's Order. Looking like a different team so far in this live fire. Slink 4-0 to start this game. He's really doing a good job locking down his C position. Does spot a player towards top mid. A killing spree now for Slink. That sniper as well, still in the back pocket. 2 bullets to work with. Hits the body shot. Narrowly misses out on the second, and Slink just putting down the damage, staying alive. He's doing so much for his team right now.
I mean, the thing I'm loving from Slink right now is they're just going back to basics, right? They're not trying to overcomplicate it. C is the most important position on this map, and Slink is locking it down with a snipe. Might be a little bit harder to lock it down now. He's run out of sniper ammo, but thankfully he has teammates here attacking C.
Yeah, he's going to find that assist as well. And yeah, it's not the first time. Even in the opens we saw it as well. How many times players just get a killing spree right off the rip of a Slayer, and seems to set the tone. But one thing, you know, if there's EU and Slayers, it's you got to be there right at the end as well. You can't give Magin anything. And Slink finding yet another kill. 6-0, and he is having a fantastic start.
Yeah, Slink absolutely locking down this top tower position. It just makes it so difficult, you can see from Margin, to make any progress on this map. But this new camouflage here, come up in about 10 seconds time, has finally given Slink some incentive to move off that tower position. But he's got to be careful as he is going to be taking damage here for a moment. Does spot a player towards the pillars. Big 1v1 here. He does finally get taken down. The SLG does get traded out. The camo here about to be up. Bastos is going to get the grab. Can he stay alive? It looks like the answer is yes. And Stu, camo now in the hands of Bastos.
This is where the game can turn. I really loved how King's Order played it really slow. I feel like if the game gets messy, that is going to favour Margin because they're so good at flipping the spawns. And that's what you might see here with Bastos. They're going to really try to get aggressive, put them in the blender. They're going to say, enough of this slow pace game, let's play at my pace now.
Yeah, you can see as the double push comes in as well, Bastos taking the kill with the camo. He is going to find a beautiful double kill as well. Big doors. He's going to be one shot as well. As you can see, Bastos just running towards this A site, and in the garage they're all starting to spawn up. He's getting sneaky beaky. He's going to find one with the commando. He's on a killing spree himself. He might get shot in the back, but he can't quite finish that. Kill assist goes down anyway. He gets a perfect, and this is looking so easy.
Yeah, but it was once a really strong start here for King's Order. Now a tie game, a 21-21 as Margin continuing to push the pace here in this slay. They do now finally take the lead. Sniper Rifle as well in the hands of SLG, so he really could take over this game and help extend this lead for his roster. You can see Margin now collapsing towards back B. They do find one kill. SLG finds another off screen as well. 24-22 now. Momentum starting to build.
SLG with a snipe on live fire. Feel like I've seen this one or two times before.
Yeah, I mean, SLG notoriously good with the sniper rifle. Quick shout to Skessy, who's also playing fantastic for his team right now, but that's what you want to do. You need to shut down SLG because he's a key player with that sniper, and this is just back and forth scrap for the sniper top middle.
Sniper rifle now in the hands of Bastos. Only 2 bullets to work with, but we know what he's capable of with this weapon. His momentum has just switched so strongly in the favor of Margin. Gets the bandit kill, gets a double with the bandit. Can he line up the triple? That player's terrified to move. I don't blame him, as he is actually maybe going to fall on the map. No, he stays on, but there's so much pressure coming in here from Bastos. Eventually is going to find that kill. 32-36 now. Sorry, 32-26. And Margin absolutely dominating in the Slayer.
I mean, this is what I was saying, right? You really saw King's Order want to slow it down, but once Bastos got that camo, it has changed this game. Can he hit it? Oh! But Bastos, I mean, they're so much better at putting the other team in the blender and manipulating spawns. They just play at such a higher tempo, and they just can't match it, King's Order.
Yeah, and one thing that you guys talked about before, right? And Imagine have shut down Suspense so efficiently, right? And Suspense, I've talked about it before on stream, like, you know, if there's going to be a Halo 7 and an EU player that moves to NA, I think it's going to be Suspense. And I think Margin know that too, right? You shut him down, you make sure he can't do anything, and it's just going to make your life a whole lot easier. Such a scrap around these doors, and Bastos with a double, and in the blink of an eye, it's a 10-kill lead for Margin.
Yeah, Margin, once they got that lead, they have not slowed down, and 13-6 in this game for Bastos. Only 9 more kills needed for Margin. Take a 2-0 lead in this series as Bastos captures that player unaware, finds the kill, looking to maybe get a double here, hits the perfect 5-shot, as it's 3 down now on the side of King's Order. Skessy, lost player left alive, and he loses the gunfight. 45 kills down for Margin, and looking like they could be going 2-0 up in this series.
Oh, gets pived by the retired man. That's not what you want to see. But Seeker's back with a vengeance, looking so good. And yeah, you're right, they've just put King's Order in a bit of a blender, and every time you see it, 1 kill left to go, and a map that looked so good at the start for King's Order, it's gonna be shut down. But I tell you what, Imagine have looked a little shaky at the start of maps, but as soon as they get into it, guys, it is scary.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Margin of old, or, you know, Quadrant, you could, as we would say back in the day. I mean, they're just looking really fantastic. You can just see the experience difference as well. I mean, the team, you know, King's Order haven't really played at this level before. And, you know, they're showing good moments, right? Like at the start of the game, when it was a little bit of a slower tempo, it definitely suited them. But, I mean, it just feels like as this goes on and on, Margin are just kind of making the gap bigger and bigger.
You can see Bastos there, 16-7, an absolutely insane KD to have a Slayer. But, I mean, all 4 players having strong performances in that game. And I think, like you mentioned, I think the experience from Margin, they had that rough start in that game. Slink, I think, was 6-0 off the start. But I think, James, once the game got going, their experience really showed. They didn't lose composure, they didn't get nervous, and I think once they got comfortable, it just looked so difficult for King's Order to get back into it.
And I think that's kind of something that I think over the life of Infinite that we've talked about a lot, and it shows, and you talk about experience, right? Because I think the first few lands that EU teams went to, they were blown out of the water by how quick NA was and how easy the NA could turn up the speed, and then we just looked real bad. Right, and imagine they have played so much in NA, and now they have played all these majors, and you know these guys have been really good with their results. They understand it. You see it there. At some point, they just turn it up and bam.
Yeah, I mean, just like you said, right? I mean, Margin have so much experience playing against the American players. King's Order not so much, so the tempo difference is just wild.
Yeah, it's going to be now game 3, recharge strongholds, all the pressure going to be on King's Order. They need to find a way into this series, or their kind of misery start to pause is going to continue. It's a nice grenade, though, from Suspense. Not quite sure if that camo player was taken down, but once again, it's a really strong start to this game for King's Order.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he used camo as well. It looked a little bit different, the outline, and got taken down. You can see the comms are flowing. It's all locked in. I know Suspense's dad is here. He was behind him in a few shots, so you know, family coming out too. But he has looked so good lately, and I think he was mentioning he's like the youngest EU player in like the last 5 lands or something. So anytime you're going to get into a pool with literally the world champions and all the best NA teams, it's going to be massive experience.
Yeah, I mean, this kid's on to really great things, right? Like you said, I mean, the way he's doing his age is really good. I mean, just in a pool playing against this caliber of player, he should be very proud of himself for how well he's done.
Yeah, it is once again a really strong start to this game for King's Order. A 3-1 start for Suspense is a much better start, but Seeker looking already to switch momentum back into the favour of Margin. There's a nice double kill there for a moment, locking down this top A position. You can see now all these King's Order players starting to be trapped towards the turbine as Seeker finds a perfect kill onto that player towards the turbine. 3 down for just a moment on the side of King's Order, and once again it's the Margin in the scoring.
Yeah, I mean, this is not looking good. Margin were notoriously good at this game type back in the day. I think they had like a ridiculous win rate, if I remember correctly, on this game mode. Hopefully King's Order don't know about that, because that's not the kind of stat you'd want to know based off how this series is going. But yeah, this is a very strong start for Margin.
Yeah, Wonderboy won't like me mentioning it, and maybe Mighty's either, but I remember a Quadrant Na'Vi game that I think was about 250 to 0 at one point, so yeah, these guys, you know, SLG, Seeker, a lot of experience on this map. Bastos as well. He is going to get taken down, but the player cycles through. There's a trade. The one thing that I talk about with Van Adam a lot, guys, is that surprisingly, this map gets a lot of trip caps. We haven't seen it yet today, or at least in this map, but a lot of trip caps happen.
I think it's just because everyone kind of knows that if you get a trip cap on this map, that's a huge biv by Seeker, and that is so dominant. But back to what I was saying, if you can get a trip cap on this map, you can do real damage, because if you're the enemy team and you trap them in long haul, it becomes very difficult to move out of that long haul.
There's camouflage here off to spawn. You can see one of the players on Margin was able to get the camo. I think that was Mighty with camo in his hands, and once again Seeker, the experience showing, locking down this top A position, making it so difficult for these King's Order players to make a push. Does find a kill on that player Turbine, looking to find a double here. A nice bit of jiggle peeking, does put down the damage, does get taken down though. You can see Slink, last player left alive here, and that trip cap now is going to be coming in, and the pressure is continuing to mount here for King's Order.
Yeah, I mean, if you are King's Order right now, you just have to pick a stronghold. You've got to start getting together right now. I mean, if let's look at the assists right now, we've seen a stark difference, right? I mean, some players are maybe team shooting a bit more than others. They need to get on the same page, and they need to stop staggering right now. 4 dead.
Yeah, Finner's 7 assists doesn't help if you're all dead though, and now the actual trip cap comes in. We had a few fake trip caps, but yeah, now this is where King's Order are really gonna get hurt, really feel the squeeze, and you can see, Steve, that, you know, I don't think King's Order again have scored a point after that 26.
Yeah, the push coming in towards C, but the experience showing the back C position so difficult to clear those players out of back C. 2 down again for King's Order. You can see that score at the bottom just ticking up and up so quickly, as King's Order might not have been in a hold like this before, even in their competitive careers. As are they going to have the experience to know how to break out of it? It's not looking like it at the moment, as Mighty is just basically uncontested, just kind of chilling back C. You can see the push coming in towards the gold side. Seeker on your screen staying alive, but Stuart, just seems like King's Order have no answer for this trip cap.
Yeah, this could be the beginning of the end right now. This is the trip cap of death. It is the hardest hold to break, and it's even harder when you're playing against Margin.
Yeah, especially when you're all spawning long haul, they know exactly where you are, and that's where the experience is. You can see the guys, like, they're placed so they exactly spawn King's Order in long haul every single time, and even though they break out, there's only 26 points for Magin to wrap this up.
Yeah, the pressure continuing to mount now on King's Order. They've got to find a way back into this game, back into this series, and it's going to start with things like that. Strongholds, one of those game types, there's always the potential to come back, but our King's Order going to have the composure to come back in a game like this, against a team like this, as it is, again, 2 down on either side here. Bastos locking down this turbine. It is going to be King's Order currently scoring. They are racking up a little bit of points, but you can see again Stream Margin making that push towards A.
Yeah, I mean, King's Order need to play perfect Halo right now, so it's not looking good. That's not what you want to hear. With the Margin again with the 2 cap, and that could be what she wrote pretty soon.
Yeah, it looks kind of done and dusted, I'm not going to lie, boys. So, like, we talked about Strongholds not wanting to call it early, but Magin have just been so oppressive, and it's not even like they have that many more kills. Maybe a couple of team wipes, but a second remote death for the side of Magin. just making it look so easy.
Yeah, 10 more points needed here for Margin to close out this game, close out this series. King's Order need to find a way back into this one. It's going to be Seeker flanking towards A. Does get that kill, wants to play a top A. 5 points needed now. And James, surely this is a game.
Yeah, this will be it. King's Order, the #1 EU seed coming in, but Magin stamping it back, saying we are the undisputed EU champs, and it looked so easy on LAN. So easy.
Yeah, I mean, that's the confidence booster you need, right? I mean, yes, they off to a bit of a shaky start. Like you said, maybe online hasn't been going the way they want them. But getting down to a LAN, you're in the business end of the tourney now, in the pool play, no more open bracket, and just getting a nice dominant 3-0 like that, that's going to be good momentum for their future series.
Yeah, I think the thing that worries me, though, from a King's Order point of view is you come into this LAN with such high hopes and you finally kind of get that big series on LAN, on the main stage against a team like Margin, and kind of fall a little bit flat, I think, James.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, I mean, Strongholds is always going to be tough like we talked about, but yeah, like I said, the kills is not even that far, but they just got totally outmapped, and that triple kill, that triple hill, they're going to go back and look at that setup, and this was a beautiful nade, by the way, because he did get camo and died, but you know, they're going to look back at that kind of trip cap and wonder, yeah, how do we do something about that? Because they all spawned, they all died, and Magin just absolutely racked points.
Yeah, I mean, this will be a great learning experience for King's Order, right? I mean, I'm sure even players on Margin, when they was on the comp, right, they had their series against certain teams where kind of, you know, open their eyes to, like, you know, what the next caliber of Halo is, right? And what they're going to have to get to, the pace they're going to have to play at, the teamwork they're going to have to achieve if they want to be hanging in these lobbies. So they should hold their heads up high, not get too disarmed, you know. Players, like you said, Suspense Stars, a very long career ahead of them. These are great learning experiences.
Yeah, for sure. And like you said, like, these guys just remote nets everywhere. Like, these guys, Magin, it's the same with all the EU players, right? The first time you play NA, you just get completely blown out the water because you're just so confused about what's going on. It's so this different kind of tempo, different pace, different setups that you haven't seen before. And, you know, I don't think these guys have scrimmed against each other that much, and of course online is a different beast, and this is Xboxes, of course, but yeah, just you learn. They learned today.
I think from my point of view as well, from Margin's kind of perspective, I'm really interested now to see how far they can go in this tournament. I think a lot of the players and a lot of the spectators were looking at those kind of top NA teams, the Shopifys, the Luminons, and I think they're looking at them to kind of be guaranteed top 3, top 4. But I think Margin, right, I mean, you got players like SLG just got top 4 at Worlds.
Yeah.
You got players like Seeker who have been top 3 before. So I think Margin could be a bit of a dark horse in this tournament. And hopefully, if they can kind of keep having performances like that where they're building confidence, I think, you know, who knows how far they can go in this tournament.
Yeah, I agree, and it's one of those things I'm excited to see. Baxter just jumping into broadcast as well. But yeah, I'm excited to see how they go in the rest of the pools. And yeah, I think, like you said, for King's Order, you got to play in basically the pool of death. I think Pool A with Shopify and all that, it was always going to be super difficult. But yeah, it's good for them, and like you said, I think for future LANs it's a great experience.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully for King's Order, still early on in the kind of season. There's still a few more Dreamhacks to go, a few more opens, right, as well, and quite a few more opens, to be honest. So, I mean, for them, there's still a long season ahead, and I hope, you know, from their perspective, they can stay as a team and kind of stick as a roster and build that confidence. And like you said, Stu, kind of get more experience playing against these top caliber teams. You know, maybe in a few months' time, we won't see kind of games like that happen where it's so one-sided.
Yeah, and like I said, I think they'll learn a lot from that. They'll review that film and see what went wrong. And I think, you know, King's Order, I think it's going to be uphill. I don't think we're going to start to see a decline. It's not going to get much worse than that, let's be honest. And I think they'll learn a lot from that. I've been in their shoes, and yeah, I've got high hopes for them. But Margin, that's the team we're talking about. I mean, I think yesterday, completely different team to what we saw today, and I think it's just going to get better as we go deeper into the tournament.
Yeah, and I agree, and I think that's kind of like how they were online, and like we talked about, it didn't look great, right? But they've spent a lot of time, and now they get into that LAN, they get into the groove, and let's have a look at the pools. It is going to be Shopify 4-0 at the top of Pool 8. Omit, Mags Up, Magin. Unfortunately, King's Order, that is the last that they are going to play of this tourney. Hey, you got top 10. That's better than pretty much every other team that was out there. And maybe we can have a look at Pool B as well.
There we go.
It's going to be Luminon, Kraken, Legion, and Fries in the bag. So we at least have 2 EU teams that are in our champ bracket. I believe that we are going to throw to a break. And when we come back, there is going to be, at least some point, some champ bracket. We are going to play the first round of champ bracket, so now we know who it is. They're gonna formulate the bracket, and then we're gonna have a see.
Won't take too long. Just stay tuned. We'll have it sorted soon.
Yeah, we will see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
Running around like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours I was. And it's coming down to now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours I was. You were calling me
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We got that slightly wrong, James. We have the FFA coming up.
Yeah, we're back really much quicker than we expected to be.
Yeah, so we have a very interesting sort of lineup here for the FFA. I want to go through everybody that we have left here in the grand finals. So we have a few Europeans and a few Americans. We like a good mix. So we have Cammy, Harsh, Rudy, Furious, Arca Nexus, Dilly, Command Station, and Shabby Dagger. So I know that a lot of those names are going to be familiar. I know that you competed with Command Station yes. in the Halo 5. I believe she's probably the favourite to win this FFA. However, I must say, in the semi-final beforehand, Harshley did have more kills. So Harshley was top of that leaderboard. And Harshley, as we know, is an amazing FFA player from Europe as well. So just listen to that roster. Who's your money on?
So I'm biased, but I'll go with Command Station because I did play the TV2 with Command Station. But I think Harshley as well won the HCS Valencia event we had a few years ago as well. So definitely established FFA player in his own right. But I'm think those two might be my favourites. Cammy, a bit of a young gun as well, can maybe make some splashes. But I'm leaning towards Command Station. You know, she did win a North American tournament for free-for-all, so a lot of good names in there. To be fair, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. When I was like, I'm going to play the FFA, which I did, I hit up Harshly. Like, I need some tips. Like, what's the go? So, yeah, I mean, I'm with you. You absolutely can't go past Command Station. I just think, yeah, to win an NA FFA as well, like the caliber of players that are in there, I think Harshly as well. We're going to get into it pretty quick, and you know it's going to be 15 minutes, and this is going to be a straight banger all the way through. But yeah, if my money was there, it would be Command Station as well.
Yeah, and we should have some names really shortly on the stream right now. But yeah, I mean, basically what's going to be key on Aquarius FFA is controlling the bases, right? I mean, a lot of the times the spawns are very predictable. They're going to be rather spawning on the util or they're going to be spawning on the fridge. So just cycling back and forth like this player is doing right now on the P-door and on the util is going to be imperative if you want to win these games.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, it's fun. When I played the FFA, like I said, I played winners round 1. I didn't make it out, but we only had 5 players. It's tough to find 5 players on an FFA map, so it is going to be at least a little more hectic, a little more action. Third parties coming through quite easy when it does it like that. I would say it's not the feature station, of course, so
yeah,
we'll be off to one side.
Yeah, I mean, I think in free-for-all a lot of time, especially in the grand final, you're gonna notice players trying to be, you know, they might get a little bit nervous, they might be getting a little bit hectic and just kind of be running in straight lines, like I'm just like they hear gunshots and they just run to them and stuff like that. But it's gonna be really important to think about spawns. I think thinking about spawns is always a really important factor when it comes to free-for-all. And the players that know how to manipulate them well and read their own spawn are generally gonna have the most success in a game of free-for-all.
Yeah, and that's, to be honest, what I found. Like,
yeah.
you just when you don't really know the FFA spawns, it makes life so much harder. There's a massive piv there. He's going to be taken down in reverse, but scoreboard pretty close so far, right? A 7, couple of 6s. That player with 2, you can see with 4 assists. It's not super where you want to be.
Yeah, assists are not a great feeling. It's almost worse than the death getting an assist in free-for-all, because you're like, I was so close to getting that kill, but I couldn't quite close it out. I think a general tip you'll hear from a lot of players who are just getting started in free-for-all, a tip I would give to players beginning of free-for-all, is you want to avoid cross-map damage, right? Because if you're shooting across the map very often, you're almost putting a giant target on your head saying, I'm over here, come kill me. So you want your kills to be quick. You want to be in and out, make as little sound as possible, and just kind of, you know, be the silent assassin, third party. But yeah, I mean, great shots from everyone so far in the free-for-all. And whoever this player is on 11 kills, they're looking quite good so far.
Yeah, that was a really nice double kill, and look, it's going to maybe go into another double as well. So basically 4 kills in a row, exactly what you want in the FFA. It's going to be a beat down there. Oh, the thruster use as well, and the pivot. Oh, that's what you want to see, bottom of the leaderboard, but working it out. Some name tags starting to come through. Command Station there with 8 kills. I'm just keen to find out who this 14 kill player is.
Yeah. I think who do you think it is? I'm gonna go with Harshly.
I also think Harshly, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I'm liking what this player's doing. He's never got many kills, but I like how they're trying to control the sandbox. They're getting the camos, getting the thrusts, and those are going to be absolutely massive like in any game of Halo, right? Controlling the sandbox, that's how you build momentum and get a lot of kills without dying. And look who it is on 16 kills.
Look who it is. Yeah, Harshly starting to dominate this lobby, right? And I think the scary part is that you're 3.5 minutes in, and he has a 6-kill lead. And yes, it's FFA. Those leads can disappear in the blink of an eye. You have a couple of lives where you don't find a single kill, but yeah, it's looking dangerous already.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main thing though, right, is if you have that big lead, you're just kind of sitting happy. Like, if I just keep taking trades, I'm just going to keep my lead, right? But if you're like, let's say Furious right now, who's on like 9 kills, you're thinking, I got a lot of catching up to, and you're spawning thinking, I need a triple kill this life, and you end up trying to do too much. So I think it's like it's always much better to be top of the pack than bottom.
Yeah, and I agree, and I think like the stress, and then you start to scoreboard watch, and then like, then you're not kind of cycling through death cams, and it just doesn't feel good. And you see it so often that sometimes a player gets so far behind, and then it just doesn't really work too well. But
yeah,
I was going to say, a good double trade there as well. Nade's coming down. It's going to be the perfect double kill for Cammy.
I mean, yeah, I think in free-for-all right now, right, it's not always just about, you know, having the best KD and stuff like that, right? You see Rudy had a pretty respectable KD not too long ago, but it's just about getting in as many engagements as possible, right? And I think that's the most important thing. So just having good spawn awareness is the most important thing. I mean, look at that, 19 kills, 15 deaths. But look at the other player, 11 and 7 deaths. So you can just see that it's not always just about winning your pivs, it's about finding those pivs, and that's a huge skill in these free-for-all games.
Yeah, and everyone's got double-digit deaths except for Rudy.
Yeah, he needs to get a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, 100%. Or, you know, Harsh there with almost double the kills of Rudy, and that's it. Like, you think 15 minutes is a long time, but a third of the time already gone. And yeah, it's starting to get away from it. Harsh still with a 6-kill lead. Like you said, we'll find a trade. So yeah, very, very much keeping the lead for himself, and yeah, that's not a fun place to be.
Yeah, it's not a fun place to be indeed. I mean, a bit of a slow start for Command Station, I'd say. I think Command Station definitely one of the favourites heading into this game. So I think that's another thing if you're Harshly. You're going to be looking at the scoreboard and be like, oh, Command Station is still a little bit lower. No, that's good. Let's keep her let's keep her a little bit lower on the scoreboard because we hop on board with her now. And she's a very smart player when it comes to thinking about these spawns. As you can see there, always kind of knows where the enemies are. So even though she's only on 15 kills, I wouldn't count her out yet.
Yeah, and you can see that she's actually the assist leader as well, which, as we talked about, is definitely not what you want. But it does mean she is laying down a lot of damage, just needs to find ways to finish it. Arc and Nexus, I'm not sure I know that game attack, do you?
I do know them. I believe they're a French player, and I think they're probably going to be the player that's going to benefit from reaching this grand final. Maybe Rudy, you could say. There's a couple like easy shoe-ins like Harshly, Cammy, Command Station. Those are players that maybe you predict. Shabby Dagger, of course, as well, another very established player. But Nexus, you know, this is how you make a name for yourself, right? Reaching these grand finals. People, you know, are going to be saying, like you said, not familiar with Nexus. Who is Nexus? And this is how you get your name out there, right? Getting to the finals of free-for-all, really demonstrating your individual skill.
100%. Actually, you know a name I'm surprised to not see here, and I talked to him a little earlier about it, is Frenzy.
Yeah.
He ended up 5th by like 1 kill in his kind of semi or quarter final. So yeah, a big miss for those that know EU, right? Like I would have expected Frenzy to be here, but unfortunately didn't quite make it. And like you said, that gives people like Arcanexus that kind of chance and time to shine.
Yes, exactly. It's their chance in the spotlight. I'm just going to draw our attention to the scoreboard now. It seems that Harshly's lead is getting a little bit more shaky
What
right
lead?
now. Yeah, exactly. It's not quite as promising it was now, as it's like there's a lot of horses still in the race right now. I mean, almost the whole lobby has a reasonable chance of still winning this, as it's getting very hectic, and we're reaching the crunch time as we reach the halfway point.
Yeah, and if you're Harshly, you were like, oh great, Command Station was about 6 or 7 kills behind. Well, now she's 3 kills behind, and half the lobby is 3 kills behind. Yeah. Cammy with 24 as well, and you know, it's about this time in the FFA halfway through that you start to see the gap appear, right? You start to see it kind of like the front, like you said, the front horses start to just gallop away. There's someone with camo who's just literally gone in front of Nexus's face. Oh, the whiffs as well. But yeah, it's getting a little crazy out there.
Yeah, I think Nexus might need the Dreamhack glasses I saw on sale earlier in the venue. Make sure to check those out. Those are pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, right now, you're looking at Command Station and you're thinking, she's getting really unlucky this game with 12 assists. She's getting unlucky, and she's still right amongst the packs. That is not good for scenes as well. Let's take a little look at Cammy as well. 10 assists as well with 25 kills. So definitely, right now, those are looking like my 2 favourites to maybe even take it over Harshly.
Yeah, it is going to be a trade there as well. Dilly, 26 kills. Currently coming third. Arca doesn't quite get it done, but Command Station, 1 kill back from Harsh. Like I said, we're going to go on board. She's going to find a beautiful back smack as well onto Furious. That's just rough, man. You spawn out a fridge and then, like, bam, you just instantly back smacked.
I really like what she was doing there, just kind of controlling the bases. And I mean, when you're thinking about spawns, controlling the bases, hitting excellent shots, that is exactly how you win a free-for-all game right now. Right now, I think she's just playing so well that she's just like, okay, let's not think about spawns anymore. I'm just charging. Where are the Spartans? Because I'm not missing. And she's just playing at a very fast tempo right now. Really just trying to take over this lobby as she gets in a huge pit for util. Unfortunately, loses that one though.
That's Harsh.
Yeah.
Massive win for Harsh there, and especially to not have it be a trade either. He gets to 360. Can he finish off the kill? Oh, he can't quite get it done. He doesn't manage to finish. He gets the assist as well, but yeah, a massive life for Harsh there, but just a lot of deaths. Like you said, Rudy just probably needs to die a little more.
Yeah, I think we might need 2 Rudys in the lobby to make sure he's got enough deaths in this game right now, because definitely playing a little bit of a slower pace right now. But still very even Stevens at the top of the game. I mean, we saw in the util Battle of the Titans between Command Station and Harshly, kind of looking like the 2 favourites right now. But there's still a few, you know, sleeper picks in this game. I mean, you're starting to see a lot of these fights break down in the base. Maybe, you know, maybe a camo. There's a heat wave could swing this game around, you know, because it's very even right now, and just 1 killing spree, and it could just be really hard for everyone to pull it back.
Yeah, we are going to jump on board with Harsh right now, who is going to get taken down. I believe that was Rudy. Rudy gets the stick. Massive. I think it was Command Station as well.
Arcanexus not playing too shabby, I think, to be honest. I think a lot of people might have predicted them to come last. We're currently above 2 players right now, and maybe if they're thinking, you know, if I just get a nice killing spree, I can maybe pull my way back right now. So props to them so far.
I believe Furious is from LATAM, right?
Yeah, I think maybe. You might be right. I'm not 100%, but that does sound about right. so they're not doing too bad. Putting LATAM on the map here.
Yeah, 3 regions in an FFA, you take that.
Yeah, most definitely. International esport. And this player, I'm not sure if Dihil is Dizzle in this or not. It might be. I'm not 100% sure. But that sounds about right. Because right now they're probably having what you'd say is a slightly more lucky game, even though not quite as high in the scoreboard. Only the 4 assists.
Nope.
Only the 4 assists. But you know, they're still in the game doing respectively well. And right now this is even Stevens. I mean, I really can't see. No one's really started to pull away right now. I mean, usually at this point you might see 1 or 2 players. You know, it usually gets to more of a 1v1 duel at this time, where you're not trying to give the other guy the kill. But right now there's still so many horses in the race, and I don't really know who's going to win it.
And to pick your brain for half a second, like, do you, obviously this is a little bit different because of HCS names, right, and maybe they have service tags on, but like, how much does seeing a service tag or seeing a nameplate change how you play against someone in FFA?
It's completely, I think it matters a lot in the late game. Like right now, maybe not right now because there's like a lot of players in the game, but let's say, you know, you're, let's say, Harshly, and you're about to die, and you're like, oh crap, and then you see, you know, Furious. You're probably like, they're probably not going to catch me up, so I'm going to give them that kill instead. You know what I mean? Or you might try, or, you know, let's say you spawn P1, and you were flicking through the death screens, and you see someone blue, then you see someone low on the scoreboard red. You're going to be like, I'm going to go fight that guy. Not one, because I think I can win it, and 2, even if I die to him, that's not a bad death to take. That is definitely something me, personally, I used to think about right now as we approach the crunch time of the game.
Yeah, talking about approaching the crunch time, Cammy is going to take the lead. The first person past 40. We're going on board with Harsh, command station there as well. Problem for Harsh is he's died a few more times than most of the others. Is Cammy gonna find yet another kill for Harshly? A killless life. Command station, she's gonna hit 40, but Cammy trying to extend his lead out, and I can see the crowd around the FFA. There are a lot of people watching, and you can hear a lot of people getting pretty loud. I'm going to be honest, if I was a betting man, I would have to say it's Cammy.
Yeah, Cammy, one of the great up-and-comers in the scene right now. Look, right now it looks like we're tending towards a 2-horse race between possibly the greatest female player in the world and probably one of the greatest, if not the greatest, up-and-coming EU talents, the young up-and-coming EU talents. So it's 2 players with a lot of respect on their name, both wanting the utmost respect by winning this free-for with only 1 minute left.
Yeah, 1 minute, 4 kills the difference, make it 3. Command station, Cammy is going to go down. They're basically identical in assists and deaths, but command station got to find some kills. Massive trade there, but what's that with Cammy though? He's going to find kill number 46. Harshly still hanging around, but with a minute 16, he's going to have to do some work, and that's actually command station he's chasing. Oh, he gets taken down as well.
Oh, she's taken down. Oh my god, this is back and forth right now. It's slowly slipping away from Harshly right now. I think maybe we can count him out with 5 kills left, unless it's an absolute miracle. 2-horse race in my eyes right now between command station and Harshly, so if we could hop on with their POVs, that would be absolutely massive right now.
Yeah, command station finding that kill as well. It's going to be a trade. She is 1 behind Cammy with 44 seconds to go. Where's the Cammy POV? I want to see it. He's got 48. That was a trade.
This command station. This is command station, and right now she's she had to win that PIV. That was the game. That could be the game right now. You cannot afford to be losing those. Every kill matters right now as we approach the final 25 seconds, James.
Yeah, and you can hear it every time Cammy's finding a kill. They're
Another
literally dropping in on him. He gets the perfect double. You can hear him yelling. He's 4 kills ahead with 13 seconds, and we're on board with command station. But I'm not going to lie, I don't think it's going to be enough. She's going to find a trade. But Cammy, with 2 seconds to go, he reloads.
Wow.
And he is your FFA champion. The 50 bomb in the final, but what a final that was.
Wow. I mean, I can hear some applause in the background because I think everyone just knows how much that means to Cammy. He's a young up-and-comer in the scene, played a little bit of Halo 5, and he has just been on the up and up and up. But this tops it all. This is like his big in the sun, in the spotlight moment, winning the free-for-all. Didn't even play in the 4v4, I'll have you know. He showed up today just to play in the free-for-all and make a statement, he did, James.
Yeah, mate, he turned up for 120 and he is 1 out of 1.
Yes,
great
hit rate.
Not a bad way to go at all. Look, shout out to command station as well. What a finish that was. Harshly, the leader, at least at halfway, and then just slowly, slightly tapered off at the end, and unfortunately, is going to get that 3rd place. But, you know, these were the top 3 that you mentioned off the rip when Reed was talking about the lobby. And, yeah, the Cami 50 bomb, that's mad.
Yeah, I mean, to deserve it top 3, I would say. I think if that free-for-all was played 100 times, you'd probably see those in the top 3 about a good 80 times in that one. I mean, he had the experience harshly, you know, maybe faded a little bit as the game went on, but a really strong start. Also, Command Station, you always know she's going to be at the top of a free-for-all lobby. But Cami, I mean, Cami, he is a top player, and I'm really proud of him, to be honest. That's a great achievement for his age.
Yeah, speaking of the man of the moment, we're going to get him the headset to put on. Don't know if it's going to fit over the cow ears. I'm not going to lie.
There we go.
Mate, firstly, congratulations.
Yeah, congrats,
What
man.
a 50 bomb.
Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do, you know what I mean? I was out till like 5 a.m. I came through, I was like, fuck, I might as well win the FFA.
Yeah, we're going to bring the mic close. Now that he's got all the swearing out. Mate, I tell you what, something we could hear every single kill for probably the last 3 minutes. I think we could hear you yelling about every single one of them.
That wasn't even me. That was the people behind me just yelling for
That's
me.
what we like to see. Yeah.
I gotta respect that. They were hyping me up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah, I think a lot of people in the scene just see how much you grind and like how much you kind of deserve success, right? Unfortunately, you couldn't get like maybe the 4v4 team you wanted at this event, but it's just almost just kind of a bit of a statement saying like, come on, look what you missed out on. Like, I just won the free-for-all, like, you know, because I think you definitely deserve the top 3-4 team, but maybe this might be even better, you know, just because it's like it's just you're saying what you can do by yourself, you know what I mean? So
I think I don't know. The Valors and Fours, I don't play it for the money, you know what I mean? I play it to beat people that I respect and to beat people that, you know, I've been competing against for a year and a half now.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's definitely true, but I think the good thing about for a lot of teams, right, is they're going to look for an individually skilled player to, you know, because like you're still quite new to competitive in a lot of ways. Yeah. So I think a lot of people are going to be like, wow, like that's a player that can be molded into a great player, right? Throughout Halo history, you've seen a lot of free-for-all players like Pistola, Snipe Down. They all started as like, you know, winning a free-for-all, and that kind of got their name on the map. So I think it can't hurt. You know, the money's a nice bonus, but there's a lot of good things there, I'd say.
Yeah, I do have to say, shout out to David or Glory GG's.
Yes.
He gave me advice going into it, and I followed it, and to be honest, that's why I won. Otherwise, Aiden Harshley and Command Station, at FFA, they are just so good, man.
Yeah, great FFA players for sure.
Yeah, I was going to mention Glory, obviously Mighties as well, right? And I think, you know, you come from a long line of really good EU FFA players, and now you can put that stamp on there as well. But how did you feel when you kind of looked at the FFA list and you saw Harsh and you saw Command Station? Was that like, they're people I got to target, or just like, I'm going to play my own game and whatever happens, happens?
I think like, just in my head, I just wanted to play my own game. Like, if they were playing catch up to me, then I was winning. That's like how I thought about it.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's I guess that came to fruition, you know.
And we were talking about a little bit, like, how much scoreboard watching goes on? Because obviously, first half of the game, Harshly got a pretty 5-6 kill lead for most of it, and that kind of makes it hard. But does that kind of factor into your thoughts, like that you're chasing someone, or is it just let's just find kills and see what happens?
To be honest, I was inspired by watching Sirion play. Like when he was, unfortunately, obviously he dropped out. Otherwise, to be honest, it may have been a closer match. But when I was watching him play, he doesn't check the scoreboard ever.
Oh wow!
Like he goes through death cam after death cam, which is kind of what you're meant to do in FFA.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Like watching that, I was just like, there's no point in watching the scoreboard. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's kind of pointless. It wastes time.
All right. I mean, so are you sticking around for any other side tournaments, trying to make maybe some waves in the 2v2s we still have to play, infinite 2v2s? So
you know, I got to give Bound and Junior a little challenge. You know what I mean?
yeah, that's what we like to hear.
That's awesome, mate. Well, thank you so much for your time. Guys, we're going to throw to a break. Once we come back, it will be championship bracket time. Round number 1, it is going to be a straight banger. You're not going to want to miss it. But hey, thank you to Cami. Congrats, GG's. And we will catch you soon.
Shit.
but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself.
Double kill. Killing spree.
No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself.
Double kill. Killing spree.
Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need to do things that going up. You don't get the things that I can do, and I don't have to do to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me? You don't know it, baby. Wait till I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself.
kill. Double kill.
This feels a little too perfect how we are now.
Killing spree.
You think I throw a little caution, but I don't want this to change. Been waiting too long for a moment like this. Said that you only fell off with me. The kind of feeling I can't explain. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight. Like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds for the feels drenched in the moonlight, like how it feels under the stars. Step out of bounds with our own plight. I push towards the peace in my heart. If it rains down all on us, drown out the noise, and I'll trust the mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Will it fix us? Mirror, mirror on the wall, is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Mirror, mirror on the wall, is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly?
I've been in the good times already. You can see it on my face. I know. No more racing. We got it. We could reach it. Yeah, we got it. And you know I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. But what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I've been in the good times already. You can see it on my face. I know. No more racing. We got it. We could reach it. Yeah, we got it. Now I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna
Kiss me like citrus and fire, burning slow and sweetly. Too shy to call you alive when you said you need me. In a week from now, I'll be trying not to call you. Talking myself down, explaining that there's no use. Ooh, I'm gonna hurt myself trying to love you. You're gonna sad eyes looking so pathetic. My anxiety sounded scraping against my necklace.
Hello everybody, welcome back. We are here with the champ bracket. I'm feeling very excited. We've got a pretty good series coming up here. I think we've picked the one that's going to be the closest. We have Mags up here versus Kraken. Harry, how are you feeling about the series?
Oh, it's a nice spicy one to start the winners bracket round one, isn't it? It's not too shabby at all. I feel like it's a good way to see exactly how things are going to go. We know that a lot of the top teams in the pool bracket were treating it like it's scrims because it's like, well, I've qualified. You know, it's just trying to get warm and ready to go into the upper bracket. And fantastic way to start things off with Mags up and Kraken. So yeah, should be a banger.
Yeah, I'm looking very forward to it. I think this is, statistically, looking at the seeds and placings and everything, this is the closest of the series we have today. Do you want to make any predictions here, James?
I'm going to go with Mags up because they were my...
Of course.
Because they were my talent predict. So need them to get it done. I will say EU got a bit of the raw end of the deal. I think we've got Fries in the Bag, Shopify, and then Magin Luminon. So
it was rough. It was rough. But we're going to go straight in anyway with recharged balls. So a nice little long game to really find out the indicators of how this is going to pan out. You do your Mags up thing, I'll do my Kraken thing because that's my prediction anyway. Well, how the scoreline's going to go is going to be a telltale sign here as we're now going to kick things off with the Mags up squad to see exactly what shenanigans they're going to be up to from the get-go as he drops in and gets an instant trade.
Yeah, I think I'm the only person who didn't predict Kraken.
It's alright, mate. You're just trying to be different, aren't you? It's fine.
Trying to be special. So I'm really hoping Mags up can get it done just for my predictions. But it's going to be a camo early. And a back smack as well. And a forward smack. And actually, it is going to be an assist, almost dying too. Should be getting shock rifle. And Mags up looking very, very comfortable early. Yeah, like it is. Like they said, champ bracket Saturday. Feels a little bit different to say. Champ bracket Saturday. The winners' quarters, of course. Only one round being played tonight, and then we will come back for the conclusion. And maybe even a little trophy tomorrow, I've heard.
Oh, that's what to hear. As we're switching back, it's 2 down from either side. Mags up, just assessing the situation here. Good shots with the shock rifle as well, but a rotation may be required depending on how this engagement goes around long. It's still a 2v1 scenario, but I think one of the players did get taken out sneaky, which he did not. He actually ended up pushing on his own single file, but gets cleaned up. And you can see one of the players of Mags up have actually backed off. Needs to keep the shock intact. Will he be able to? Well, he gets the trade, but at least the shock is out of Mags up's hands.
Yeah, and look at this. Envor on the side of Mags up. 51-0 for Mags up already. He's been the ball hog. He's had literally all the ball and none of the deaths. So clearly, you know, Kraken just not pressuring him enough.
Not at all, not at all. They've been hanging around quite passively around C and control, deciding what they should actually push, considering the circumstances. But it looks like Kraken have gone, well, do you know what? We're going to all push straight through Whirlpool. One member down now, going to go through gold pipes as well. But Yak is taking a little bit of a backward stance here due to him being weak and hopefully put a few shots on around gold. But Piggy's going, diving straight in around top gold. We'll find one player around long, but it will be greeted by 3. So I think he should probably hail back a little bit. Got some good cross shots as well towards top A, and Piggy's doing a good job just putting a lot of damage down. Sadly gets cleaned up from that previous nade, and now we're seeing to Envor now, putting some good damage across the map.
Envor, by the way, who is still deathless in over 2 minutes of Halo. Feels really insane to say, even in like a Slayer, but he's got the old BR out as well, trying to deal as much damage as he can. Should be noted, of course, unfortunately we couldn't see it on stream, but Druck and Soul Snipe, the winners of H5 2v2s this afternoon, so have already managed to get some even more prize money for the pocket.
Yeah, and a nice extra bit of chunk of change. They can't really complain about that at all. But look at the scoreline here, James. Already 70 and counting against 11. Just a phenomenal start to begin with. And they wanted to come out the gate strong. They've certainly done so here. Envor trying to value his life, but just trapped in the corner. Piggy and one other, of course, to stand up as well. And you can see as well, 51 seconds on the ball, +5 on top of that. A rare sign itself, but a fantastic first round to kick off this series for them.
Yeah, I can't believe that was Envor's first death as well. We are going to go on board with Druck, who finds a beautiful assist into that trade by Envor. Found a second death instantly, but shock rifle up on the map. The whiplash as well. Breaking shot, getting his ankles broken. But it is going to be the perfect the other way. Ball incoming again. And 75-11, and Mags Up looking very dominant so far.
And it's all eyes on Acid. He's one of the deal breakers here on Kraken. He is the player we expect to do some game-changing plays, some huge work in the slaying department. And Acid already looking at diving into the pipes and now looking for more blood. As one player is Gold Stairs, he's thinking, I'm have absolutely none of that. He knows there's a numbers disadvantage, but if he gets a trade, that'll be fine, which he actually had done. And Acid putting a few more shots around Trip Stack, but now it's so important that he stays alive here, and he has done. That was beautiful.
Yeah, what a beautiful oddball play there as well. Don't forget, GameSir, massive shout out to them. 10% off with the codes for Dreamhack, the Dreamhack special. And it is going to be a beautiful trade. Speaking of specials, that is going to be Envor trying to find his way. Finds one. Can he find a second? Will get taken down from behind by a breaking shot. Thankfully for Kraken, they're covering each other off. But 2 minutes have gone off the clock, and really, they haven't scored, and that's not what you want if you're Kraken either.
No, not too much objective efficiency coming out from Kraken. It's still very early on. I think they're just a little bit surprised with the circumstance there. 4 down now for Kraken. Boo Boo is going to be flying away with that ball, rotating towards long, but this is a difficult setup. If he's just going to hang around sneaky and then actually wait for any push-ups coming from control, then he should be in a good spot. But you can see already 2 down now for Kraken. 3 members left alive for Mags Up. This is looking very good for them. 92 seconds on the boards. A few shots down just to give a little bit of hand and help in terms of his teammate. And it looks like Boo Boo will be able to help them secure their first round victory. As you can see, 3 members on C flat for Kraken. Yeah, he doesn't want to deal with that. All finished up though. It was a bit of a shock to the system, I feel like, for Kraken. Let's see if they can turn the tide, or if Mags Up can just finish this up 2-0.
Yeah, and Mags Up looking so good as well with the camos, right? Like that camo right at the end to basically secure the win.
Don't want any of that.
Yeah, a bit missed from Boo Boo there, but is going to try and get away, but can't. 3 dead from the side of Mags Up, and now you talked about objective efficiency. Kraken really got to make something work here. They box Soul Snipe in. What can he do about it? Absolutely nothing. He goes down highest on the board, but Mags Up strike back with a couple, and it's 2 dead on either side.
Certainly is. It's on board, just biding his time in the moment, just hanging out around glass. See if we can get a couple of shots on the ball. That was perfect. You could see the collapse as well, coming from Whirlpool to pipes. And Envor now just holding his position. He knows that they're going to come through long at some point. Does find one. If he kills it, that'd be huge. And that's 3 dead now for Kraken. And Envor looking at just continuing the damage. But the player on Kraken cannot afford to get taken down. Even Envor losing that position on glass. That's huge. So he can push long freely and go round for that flank.
Yeah, and the thing about it, like you said, Kraken 3 dead, but they knew where the last one was. So it makes it really easy. The nade coming in as well from Boo Boo. And another green gun gonna allow, just for the cleanup kill. The grapple gonna come through. There's another player on Gold Stairs facing the music. He gets the beatdown, and Soul Snipe. Look how locked in he is. The comms looking so good from Mags Up again. Another massive start, and Kraken just can't get into this map.
They can't, and they're going to force a poor death cycle now, so they're going to be out of numbers for a little while. Soul Snipe just hanging back to look and see if he can find him on top goal, which he does, be greeted by 1 player. There's another there, somehow doesn't get cleaned up, and that's going to be huge. Even a trade in itself is going to help Soul Snipe continue the control of top gold and pile on a little bit of pressure. 2 down now for Mags Up, so Kraken up the opportunity here to push on forward. The map's quite open here for them, but it will be greeted with the dirty combo. Soul Snipe, another clean up once again, and he's just chilling, biding his time. If he takes out the player on Gold Stairs as well, that'd be huge. Even if it's just one of them in this number advantage, but doesn't get it, but still gets cleaned out. And my goodness, that's a trade they will take all day. But you can see now, again, Envor Soul Snipe has been cleaned up. 3 down now for Mags Up, and Kraken will have to see what they can do. But look at the score already, Joe. 74-7. Like, this isn't the Mags Up we saw earlier. They've really stepped up their game.
Yeah, it must be talked about. I don't know if you saw that green gun, but it started to go to the left and then off to the right, and that probably really hurt, actually, Mags Up.
The trajectory
right
just went a bit skew with.
Had that like old heat seeker with the chaff, like didn't quite manage to lock on properly, but breaking shot. Speaking of locking in, he has the camo now. Balls down, shock in 10 seconds as well. but just the placement feels really bad. He's actually managed to find a kill and get away, but the nade gets him. And it just feels like, Harry, that Mags Up have just been locked in so much and everything seems to be going right.
Yeah, it's just almost textbook perfect play from what we've witnessed so far over the last couple of rounds. Soulsnipe does have to shock, but he's going to have to do some serious work with it, considering to try and at least confirm the second round. But looking close, looking pretty good. Doesn't take down the player top gold. There's 2 members there. But time's ticking. Ball's actually been brought to them. 3 down for Kraken as Envol now could be solidifying this second round win and the first game in this series. But he's well aware that they're coming. Oh, the combo does hit. It needs to get to Sneaky as fast as humanly possible. Both players are actually very weak, and the fact that they were able to survive that, if they get to Spiral, they can either win or play ball with even bigger advantage.
Yeah, and the timing of that rotate was so good as well from Mags Up. Just absolutely on point. They are going to go 4 dead. The ball is going to get played, but 13 points is all that Mags Up require to take map number 1 and put a stamp on a winner's semi. And yeah, now we're at the pointy end. We are 8 teams left, and every single map is so important. You talked about them treating pools like scrims. Well, this is the serious stuff now. And manages to pick up a commando.
That's right. Second time round, he was able to pick it up. Not too much of a problem. As it's 7 seconds left. Booba's got top goal control, but yeah, if he tilted this one player, it should be good to go. And he does get taken down eventually. But Boo Boo, will he be able to confirm this? Yes, he. Oh no, he doesn't. Because that was literally a millisecond. But a double came out from Envol. Don't worry, not considering what happened there, it's fine. It's all good. But that was a very convincing first game. So Mags Up looking fantastic to start the series off.
Yeah, quick drink, you see locked in the comms. It's a little wry smile on Boo Boo's face, but I think, you know, these guys, you talk about not too much celebrating, of course, but like, just nothing, just locking it in. 23 kills there. You're right there.
And Acid, a little bit uncharacteristic from him. Normally I see like +5, +10 consistently. He is one of the biggest slayers actually going -1, but you can see across the board, it's just everyone. Is it 17 and 8, 23 and 14 as well. The assist, you know, its numbers in itself is absolutely unreal.
Yeah, everyone having double-digit assists kind of leads to show exactly how dominant that was. The replays powered by GameSo we're going to see here. Boo Boo and Druck finding way, and even this, you know, in the first round was already felt kind of over at this point. It just kind of descended into a bit of Slayer, but yeah, just so good. A massive kind of back-to-back double kill as Kraken went 4 dead, and yeah, just far too easy for Mags Up in this oddball. They just never looked like they had such a good start in both rounds that it never looked like, even when Kraken got them 4 dead, there was any threat of them coming back at all.
It was just incredible control. It was a kind of feel like Kraken in some areas were a little bit slow with the numbers actually trying to push up, and also at the same time when they were spawning around C, they were just trying to decide exactly how to go about it and how to like make these crucial flanks. Now it's quite hard because when you do spawn around C and they've got pipes, gold, glass control and just daring for you to push on forward, you know that they can have first shot every single time. Bounce is living his best life at the moment.
Didn't even need to coach game
I know,
1.
Exactly. It's like, oh, do you know what? You boys didn't even need me the first game, but I'll pop down anyway just to see, you know, what the crack's all about. But yeah, it was like almost perfect control. They always made sure I had first shot. They were playing quite conservative and passive around gold, pipes and glass, which was necessary, but they were putting a lot of shots off and even sometimes taking out one player before they even initiated a counter-attack, which meant that it just delayed things even further by like another 10 seconds. It's just, yeah, absolute nightmare. But moving away from that, we're going to head over to Solitude TS and see if Kraken can pull things out the bag or Mags Up. How they performed just now, the slaying power was ridiculous. Like I think it was somewhere between 17 and 20 kills plus in just a space of 2 rounds. So they continue how they did in that last game of Solitude. It could be seen for Mags Up absolutely smashing it. So here we go, second game, Solitude TS, as we kick things off from Druck's perspective.
Yeah, I really have to laugh about Bound as well. Like, it just sounds like, you know, he just like looked at his phone, got the Discord message run feature. Oh god,
yeah.
Oh yeah, just run. I'm supposed to be coaching, yeah. runs over and puts the headset on, instantly ready to go. But you also saw it. As soon as you put the headset on, locked in, fist bumps, let's go, let's do it. And that's the kind of confidence you want, right? Breaking shot, he's going to grab this camo. It looks like Kraken should have the shock rifle as well. Actually, no, it is going to be them with the shock rifle now after breaking shot does get that win. The player cams in. There's a lot of screaming going on. I know the 2v2s have started. The champ bracket for the other games is also here as well. So, yeah, a lot of Halo being played right now. Full stations all day as breaking shot does find a perfect with that shock rifle.
And with Acid, just catch up with his teammate and see if we can get that numbers around Calf and up top. Hasn't really found much as of yet. They're still tied up. They're still trying to adapt and feed each other out. But you see, got one member across the other side of the tram, and you can see that he's going to try and push, but instead gets to trade anyway. But that's fine. That's all good. As actually another member comes through, actually gets another trade again. We're going to see a lot of these, and Boom is just backing away, but he's like charging like a raging bull. You can see that he had no interest in even going for that bandit fight. He just wanted to go for that trade. He was a shot down at the time anyway. Druck's backing off now to see if it can go back up top, but instead it's going to push them all back. And you can see everyone around Kraken, around Spiral, around Yard as well. One does drop out and get away with murder at that point. I don't know how he was able to stay alive, but would he be able to? You know what? In that situation, a trade was best, because if he didn't get that kill, someone else would have just cleaned them up anyway.
Yeah, Kraken as well. It's going to be 13 apiece. I think for Kraken, how quick Mags Up started both of those rounds in the oddball, really got to kind of take it down a notch and play a slightly slower game. You can see them hiding here. Piggy just trying to see where everyone is. You can see the 2v2 battle going on. It is going to be a trade back and forward. Shots going down from Piggy as well behind the tanker. He's going to find one kill. Not sure he knows exactly how close that other player from Mags Up was. They will manage to get away. It is Boo Boo.
Piggy's not even backing down here as he's going to go straight in, gets the kill, traded out straight away. And you can see Soul Snipe now just assessing the situation here. He wants to have a little bit of a wonder to see who's lurking here. He knows there's a couple of people in Yard. The call out was made, but the problem is they're at bottom of Yard. They weren't actually at the top. But look at this, Acid has the camo. This is going to be big for them. Finds one as he's now going around into a 4-kill lead. If he manages to kill the shot player and actually grab that for himself, they can extend their lead even further.
Yeah, you can see though, Mags Up does find a shot kill in the feed. Acid's so locked in, you can see the comms. He's trying to get the fight. He is going to find the assist as he calls the team over, but look at the kill difference now. Kraken really starting to accelerate away here, and you can see the boys so locked in, and you kind of have to be. Look, you talked about it with Mags Up. You can't give them an inch, otherwise they'll just take everything.
They certainly will. As breaking shot is now. Does find one. There we go. Dilly-dallying around the pillar. It's can be a bit of a nightmare, but does find another. Just waiting for someone else to try and get that kill. Misses the second shot, but at least someone else is there. And now rotating around bottom mid, but he's got to be very cautious here. He's well aware that all the players are probably around Yard and Tram, but it seems like the majority have gone around Yard. There's a 3v3 scenario here, 1v1 here on Spiral. Breaking shot now does get taken down. It took a little bit of time. I'm actually surprised he was able to survive so long in the open. And Yak, so what shenanigans he's up to here. He's on ramp, he's well aware that there's a couple of people around Yard as well. Will he look at that fight? No, he doesn't. And the scoreline is actually extended still, 31 to 23 here in favour of Kraken.
Yeah, I think if you listen closely, you can also hear them. Like this camera, pretty sure it is by the players, so you can hear the comms. It might not be as good as the listening, but you know, it's damn close enough, because yeah, you can hear how frantic the comms are though. I'm going to give it a second and see, so people can listen in as well.
It's also very difficult because it's quite muffled as well, and Piggy's now pulling back. Does get one, trying to stay here live. He is not able to, but was he able to delay it long enough? No, he was not. It's on 4. Does get taken down as well. So it looks like the scoreline has been roughly the same. Still a 7-kill deficit for Mags Up to try and catch up on. As Yak going to 10 and 9. But in all fairness, all of these players haven't really stood out too much. Boo Boo with the camo. This is going to be huge for Mags Up to try and claw their way back, and they certainly can indeed. We've seen their slaying prowess earlier. 5 kills down. If you can get a couple here to give a bit of leeway going forward, and all 4 members are just sitting around Calf with that crossfire, just waiting for Boo Boo just to push in, but he needs another member to kind of at least create a reaction, and he's done exactly that. All 4 members around to Calf. Boo Boo's come from behind, gets one, but all 3 members now are just waiting in yard for one of them to make that push.
Yeah, and you can see Boo Boo jumping in here, going to find that kill. Unfortunately, he's going to be in a bit of a 1v1. He's going to get, actually, in a 1v2. Isn't going to survive. you can hear the shouts, but look at the difference. It's back to just 2 kills, and you can see Kraken. What an insane spawn that was in yard. Envor literally watching him spawn. But shock rifle coming through as well.
Yeah, you don't really want to be there, and you can see Kraken just trying to stay alive around ramp. Yak is also waiting for one more player to come around. Spiral does find him, should be able to kill him here, gets a shot to his name. Another around, gets a perfect double. That was huge from Yak just to keep themselves with that lead. He actually tied at the time, but now a 2-kill lead. And honestly, I do feel like this is going to go all the way here. But Yak can't take this fight. He needs to get away. There's at least 3 members around yard. But that trade would have been massive for him. Sadly, doesn't get it. And now it's only 1 kill between the 2.
Yeah, and there was a shock rifle on the floor as well. And this is massive for Envor to get away. He's going to start to get shot in the back. He's going to have to trade out as well. But 1 kill between it as we get to the nitty-gritty. Now it's all tied up, and you can see 2 members of Kraken jumping in. Envor has to get away, has to call for reinforcements, and actually Kraken, they don't overextend, they don't overpush, but you can see another one taken down. 2 more kills for Mags Up. And Kraken, they look so good early. It's 48-48. Whoever can find 1 more kill, the camo is up as well. I don't think they want to do it. Mags Up, they're going to need 1 kill. It's 1 kill, and Kraken find a way in a 50-49. What a finish to that game. 2 kills down, and they sort it out.
That was so messy towards the end. I was actually quite surprised Envor pushed towards Shock, because he was on his own at the time, so he easily could have got picked off, which he had done. Unreal. I would have felt so sorry for Kraken if they had to lead the entire game and then just throw it away at the end, but they came in clutch to make sure to end that 50-49. Just checking out the stats, I will be honest with you, nothing too much stands out. Boo Boo with a +4 from there. He has some great camo plays to try and keep themselves, at least trying to keep the game as competitive as possible. They had like a 5-kill deficit, and with the camo managed to bring that back. And on the other side, not really too much. Everyone going neutral, positive, and all done a pretty damn good job, if I say so myself.
Yeah, replays brought to you by GameSir. I really thought he would have picked up the shock rifle right there. Just go straight past it. Not really very interested. And then, yeah, it could have been a trade right there. And then, well, give me a bit of motion sickness. But this this end was pretty insane. 46-46, and then yeah, 48-48. Mags Up finding 1, and then Kraken just getting the business done. And I really thought from here, you know, when they found this kill up the top, I thought feels kind of done and dusted, but
yeah, this is when he pushed as well. Like, you could tell that the numbers were actually splitting the cross, but he wasn't aware that someone came up the snipe lift, and it was just a little bit unfortunate. I think he was hoping to push around Shock to then put damage on the players going around Hotel and to ramp, or if they go to cap as well. But Yak, the positioning, and he saw the players there around bottom mid to try and clean things up or just do additional damage to end that. So yeah, a victory. Well thought out, but goodness me, it was definitely tooth and nail towards the very end. And if they were 0-2 going into the rest of the series, I wouldn't say it was pretty bleak, but in terms of that momentum shift, yeah, they would be like, oh goodness me, like, you know, this is not really a way to kind of continue in this series. But still got plenty more games to go. So we've got Origin CTF coming up next. We do have Long Fire Strongholds straight afterwards.
Long Fire?
Did I say long fire? Live fire. Do you know what? I've got the long part on recharge just in my mind at the moment.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the new name.
Long haul. Yeah. Live haul. Long fire. Yeah.
We'll maybe they're doing a collab.
Yeah. I think I just saw Soul Snipe walking back as well. I think it might have been a quick toilet break after the 2 maps. Do you think they're one map for the good without Bound, and they're one map for the bad with Bound?
What are you trying to say?
I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just saying, watch this space. You know, watch this space.
Are you trying to say that he needs to go back and do the 2s? I think that's why he was AFK at one point. I think he was actually doing the 2s earlier on. I don't know if he's still doing it or whatever, but he's here. He's ready. He's here to coach the lads and to see if they can continue on, maybe progress this series with a dub. We'll have to see. But Origin CTF is going to be our next map, and honestly, for Kraken, I'm glad they did win that TS game because it's going to be a nice full-on series. A good potential game 5 still. And Kraken now know their hopes are going to be still alive. If they were down 0-2, yeah, it would be a very, very difficult task in itself. But this should be a good one to get into game number 3.
I wouldn't say the mental would be chalked, but the mental might be on the fray. But yeah, CTF Origin, that's something we've talked about a lot as well, right? Is that focus towards snipe, and actually you can see Mags Up kind of splitting the 2 and the 2. It is going to be Druck trying to find. I don't think he's expecting Yaxi to absolutely be that close, but the trade comes through. It is still going to be Mags Up trying to get that sniper, that spanker, sorry. Piggy's going to escape into the amazing maze. And then it is going to be a flagpole, though, from the side of Kraken early.
Lovely stuff here from Boo Boo, trying to get a little bit cheeky with the snipe, but doesn't pull it off. Yak also taken down. 3 dead there for Kraken, and Druck just biding his time at the moment. He's aware that they're all going to come through snipe and cave. Oh my goodness, as if he was able to get away with that. And Druck's got a snipe just to, as a little treat for himself, considering how well he did in that last bandit fight.
Yeah, will find a beautiful nade kill as well. Does need to reload, but there will be the contested flag. You can see the run starting for Mags Up now. A killing spree off. I was going to say off the rip, but a no-scope double kill. He's right next to him. I thought he was going to get the triple, but 2 members left alive, and I'm not sure it's going to matter as Mags Up score a flag in 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Yeah, he did more than enough work there. Booby's now going to head down to Rockets and to see if he can get some damage dealt with the carbine. He's got all the angles he requires, but it looks like he's already been caught from top snipe and takes him down quite comfortably here. His Acid's getting very mean and keen there around bridge to try and be a little bit more aggressive for the objective, but gets taken down. Druck also cleaned up around Van Elbow's side, and Yak, not too much the carbine, but it wasn't really in the best spots either. As I'm heading from Booby's perspective, again, just firing a few shots around. S1 is not going to continue that engagement, just relying on one of his teammates to get that trade. But again, another flagpole goes on their side, and will Piggy win it? No, he does not.
No, Soul Snipe will be taken down though, but that flag is around the corner. It is signed. Oh! But not sealed or delivered. The little 360 as well, as they're going to try and return it. But that one might be grabbed. It should be returned as well. I don't even see the return thing in the middle, but it will, it will be capped. It will be returned, and Mags Up. And boy, it's going to fall off.
That's all right, he can take a little bit of a breather, but only 1 player left, and that is Boo Boo with the Rockets. He's going to just put a halt to this team here, and you can see, will he be able to get another? No, he does not. It looks like they are going to be backing away, but he's got another opportunity. He gets one, and will he be able to get another double hit? Oh my God, he does! Boo Boo getting wild here, and you got to remember there was 3 dead at the time. He was the last person there standing. I assumed he was just gonna at least cut them off and delay it, but instead he took out the entire team. As Boo Boo's still going out there playing Ring Around the Rosie, gets another double, and look at the scoreline at the moment. 3 dead once again, and he's just continuing on, and this could be the final flag count.
Yeah, this might be the final if they can find another round of slays. Boo Boo is 11-2 right now. The flag has been grabbed, and this is going to be done. Oh, and dusted. And I tell you what, this is why you play opposite each other.
That was so quick.
Yeah.
That was so quick. I was expecting it to go the full distance, but goodness me. Boo Boo just played absolutely out of his mind. The fact that he was a bottom into S1, and I was like, right, he may get a kill, he may try and cut them off and just delay the push. the fact that he just went and took out all of them, that was unreal. 11-2, James.
Man, and then to stand up and give them the business, I 100% understand why. And, well, I'm going to be honest, when Halo 7 rolls around, I want some face-to-face like we have. Like, no one seems to do it like we do it here. You know, HCS London, here at Dreamhack, it's just so good when you can stand and yell at your opponent.
I think it's quite worrying, but have you seen and noticed how convincing the Objectives game's been? It's like, you know, a 2-0, and that was very convincing for Ball. That flag as well, that only lasted a few minutes, and this is one of the moments here. Actually, it was actually a little bit later. Hopefully we'll catch that shortly, of Boo just doing absolute work. I could talk about more the fundamentals and the strategies behind it, but the fact that he did that all by himself, it's like, I don't need any help. I'm doing all right, thanks. And Druck was the one popping off initially into the KD department for the first couple of minutes of the game.
Yeah, like you can see here, replays powered by GameSir, but look at this, Boo Boo caps and is 5-2, and then doesn't die for the rest of the game, right? Just an insane run he had, and it just looks so good. Like you said, that surviving up and just dominated them, and as soon as they started the flag run, it seemed like, apart from that one goal line stand, they really had no answer once Mags Up got going.
Yeah, it was. They weren't really too sure how to make some of these pushes and counter-attacks. It was a little bit mishmash, not really too sure why and that was occurring just in general, but we have to talk about it a little bit. The fact that they've clean sweep the objective maps very comfortably, like very convincingly, and again, we were a little bit surprised about that, because actually Kraken, who are the ones who've been like very on a higher echelon in terms of things, in terms of that department. But we'll just have to see how that goes and see how they can change things up. But I don't know if it's going to make too much difference going to this fourth game. But yeah, it will be a huge momentum swing if Kraken come back game 4. But Mags Up, like, where was this in pool play? Where was this yesterday?
Mate, it's the hoodie bros.
It is.
You win Halo 5, just getting the hoodies on, and yeah, they have been playing some absolute lights out, and yeah, Boo Boo just so good. But you're right, 2-0 oddball wasn't close. 3-0 CTF Origin also not close. But yeah, and that Slayer, they were 5-6 kills down. They came back and they only lost by 1. It's kind of worrying if you're Kraken. Like, how do you lock in now? You got a live fire strongholds. Like, you know, we talk about how hectic teams can be on strongholds, but you know, if they get off to a good start, I'm kind of a little worried how it might end up going. Is that Coach Papa as well?
It could be.
Yeah.
It could be. I think that's Bug Nasty, actually.
Yeah.
If I remember rightly.
It is actually. Yeah.
And yeah, their counter attacks have been very lackluster, haven't they? It's too much hesitation. Decision they're making is a little bit too soon. It's so it's been unfortunate, but they need to change that now, because if they don't, it's going to be pretty damn difficult.
Yeah, and it's going to be over pretty quickly if they can't get this sorted out. It's going to be the live fire on strongholds.
It sure is indeed, but the problem is they were. Yeah, it's not even just the object's efficiency, it's the slaying ability overall. The fact that Boo Boo Doobie was able to do that on their own like it was no issue at all is just unbelievable. But we're going to get started now from Soul Snark's perspective as he comes out from Big Door straight away, and now looking to try and get that B point early.
Yeah, it is going to be Mags Up off the rip who managed to find a way into this B, and they've already started scoring, and that's kind of scary in itself. Mags Up A and B, and you can see as we get on board with Soul Snipe, he's locking in pretty damn quickly. And you can see, actually tried to QT, it didn't quite make it. A, gonna be taken by Kraken. Mags Up getting shot from left, right, and center. Doesn't seem to matter though. As Kraken finally gonna get on the board, and Acid looking real good with this S7.
This is the Acid we wanted to see during those first couple of games, and now he's finally getting a little bit fired up. As he does miss that last shot, but still stays alive and grabs that kill. He's going to be pretty happy about that, but then again, he does lose the sniper around cuts. Envoy looking to get Larry here around top tower. Was trying to find one of the members of Kraken there, but will be greeted by one on bottom nest. It's just a matter of time, just trying to delay things, force Envoy to waste that utility. And you can see now already 29 to 15 in favour of Kraken here. And you can see they're looking quite keen to try and get this this trip cap.
Yeah, if I was Envoy, maybe the C does get reset. They are going to take B as well to start scoring. Just wanted to give you a bit of tail of the tape around champ bracket, by the way. Shopify Rebellion, I'm not sure it's going to be a surprise to anyone getting the 3-0 over Fries in the bag. Fries in the bag will play the loser of this game.
Oh, that's rough.
Tomorrow morning. Luminon currently 2-0 over Magin, and they are playing behind us. That's CTF as well on Origin. Omit and Legion currently 0-0, so not sure if they've started. Oh, it looks like they're still in the oddball, so I think it's 1 round apiece. So they're in a long oddball game, I can tell you.
They'll be here for quite a while, we must say. But as we're going back into this game, Mags Up have overtaken and actually gained the lead. Now 60 to 32 and counting. Just sticking with Truck's perspective. Just playing a little bit sneaky around open on B. Now going top mid to see who we can find. There's 3 members of Kraken there just waiting for him. There's going to be a few engagements there around the the back of tower. Druck just clean that one. If he gets another one, oh, that would have been important, but that doesn't matter. He did get cleaned that straight away. That is going to be 4 dead for Kraken. Not too sure if they'll be too keen for a trip cap, but we'll find out shortly. It looks like Boo Boo's just going to be waiting to bait the members of Kraken on spawn.
Yeah, Kraken 4 dead, and Mags Up had the free camo as well. So time to run some havoc around this map. Doesn't manage to find that player in A, but the thing is there, as Mags Up go 3 dead, that push by Boo Boo into A forced 2 players from Kraken to deal with him. So that's just 3 points. It's just 3 points in this economy. As Mags Up, they're going to take whatever they can get. It's already over 100.
I know, it's like free estate at the moment, isn't it?
It's free real estate.
Goodness me, 110 to 32 and counting. Again, no answer. It just seems like they're really struggling on these counter pushes and not really forking together as often as they used to. They weren't going in single file as much as this before, and it's yeah, a little bit strange. Maybe it's because getting a little bit late, which is understandable. But Soul Snipe is going to be greeted by 2 members of Kraken, but he's not really too fussed at all. He's actually quite keen on the idea of actually taking that engagement, but now he's got another player behind him. He's going full sail, overly aggressive, but do you know what? They're gone now. And you've got to remember, Kraken have started to get points on the board whilst Druck is contesting B.
Yeah, speaking of B, it is going to go to Mags Up as well. Kills super consistent on the side of Mags Up. Everybody is getting in and everybody is contributing. 128 to 45. The announcer says it best. They're halfway to victory already as Piggy just side swipes and gets a double. Third one is on Nestbridge, is going to get away towards C, but even though he finds a double, he's off B. Mags Up still finding a precious few more seconds.
Just trying to hang out, just be a bit of a nuisance around A and still somehow staying alive even after that previous nade. But finally gets beaten down, and Booby now is like, oh, do you know, I'll give it a go. I'll not only contest, but just be a bit of a nuisance. And it looks like he may be able to here. The scoreline, you can say that Kraken's got up a tiny bit, but we need to see a little bit more from them. I'm slightly worried. Piggy, don't get me wrong, he's actually going 11 and 5, but normally it's the acids or the breaking shots we need coming out of the woodwork in terms of the slaying department. But on the side, Soul Sniper has been taken down as well. Kraken does have a numbers advantage. Yak going to win that 1v1 over to C. A couple of players around cuts as well. They are prepared for this engagement. Just a matter of how they're going to make this push, but this camo so vital. Kraken need to get this camo cleanly, or else we're going to be seeing a few more points in Mags Up's hands.
Oh, this doesn't look super great if I'm Jackson. Of course, A and B have gone to Mags Up. He dies. There's a back smack though. Breaking shot. Gonna find the repulse. Can he find the headshot as well? It's a double kill. But at the end, Mags Up cleans him up, and I think Envor might have got a camo, and he has. So at the end of all that, you talked about it, Kraken, they do so much work, they spend so much time. Mags Up take a camo, they got A and B, and another 30, 40 points are on the board in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, we're going to have to see like just a complete momentum shift coming up from Kraken. But it's Stronghold's live fire, isn't it? We've seen it plenty of times. I almost said long. And that's don't you? Yeah. And 2 down now on either side here. Remember, Envor still has camo, still lurking around, still being a nuisance, still trying to beat that forward on the side to contest the objective. And again, just going across now, as now you can see still points tallying over for Kraken. But Envor, I do love this rotate. That was huge.
Yeah, absolutely massive. Let Kraken get the snipe and then still take it away anyway.
It still is indeed. You can see Envol with the snipe now. He's aware that one of the players did come from dummies, trying to stay alive. And you know what? It's like if I can't have the snipe, no one else can. And he's thrown that away. And perfectly understandable here. 3v3 scenario here for both these teams. But 168 to 106. You kind of feel like Kraken is slowly clawing back. And as soon as they feel like it's actually shifting more in their favour, that's when we're going to see a huge shift, as I mentioned earlier, coming up from Kraken. And that's exactly what we're witnessing right now.
Yeah, you talked about Acid. Well, he's 13-9 as well. Piggy 13-8. They're starting to get the firing on the cylinders. They are trying to take this C site as well. A going to go over, so it's not a trip cap, but Kraken, like you said, starting to reel in these points. As Acid, he's going to find only a trade. But Mags Up got that kind of lock on the C side. But yeah, this is not a push you want to be a part of. This is a bad place to be right now. Although, it seems like Kraken just absolutely left, and now C is just a free take.
Timing, absolute timing. It's like you mentioned, it would have put himself in a 1v2 scenario, but then he just decided to turn away and just focus on something else, which is fine. I get that, because you're trying to be as proactive as possible. But again, Yak now. Yak's in with the camo. What can he do? He needs to do something game-changing here, and he's going to do it by going over to tower to see if he can finish anyone off, but it does get cleaned up. Not the best investment with the camo, but at least Acid was able to get another and now trying to get C back. But the problem is at height disadvantage, and he's just daring for the player on Mags Up to push. But, oh, great nade, and the finish as well. Massive, massive coming out for the lads. Sorry, the lads on Mags Up.
Yeah, absolutely huge. But oh, that's not what you want to do. That's a squeaky bum nade right there. Jackson is going to try and find some damage, but both of those Kraken boys at the back of B. But look at the score slowly closing in. Mags Up with a great start, but Kraken finding a way to get back into it. Acid 17 and 11 is really, like you said, starting to take over this game. That C is going to get converted, and Kraken seem to be doing all the right things. Trip cap as well, potentially.
They really are. I said halfway through the Acid, we need to see a little bit more from him, because I'm not used to him going neutral or barely positive. I want to see him absolutely slay, and he has been doing that. We've seen a night and day difference from him, which is why they're keeping it in. The trip cap down, but you can see again, Druk does manage to get A to stop the bleeding, may even get B as well, but Druk's just going ham here. He's getting very keen with the sniper as he's going to be rotating around, but this is the perfect flank, and he's just doing this to try and stay alive, but he lost the snipe. And Acid pushing over towards Nest will be greeted by two players, but he's not bothered at all in the slightest. He didn't miss his 3 or 4 shots on that last player. I think that was Boo Boo on bottom Nest. Again, very uncharacteristic.
Yeah, he said he shouldn't be bothered. Maybe he should have been a little more bothered.
Yeah, especially for that engagement. That was game-changing, unbelievable. But Kraken still tallying up the points.
Yeah, and you talk about momentum, and Kraken have all the momentum right now. The unofficial trip cap that's not going to score, but I thought Mags Up were looking so good, and Kraken taking them into at least double digits. Soul Snipe going to pick up the snipe, going for the soul of B as well. Now they're going to find a way to score some points. QT going to get insta-popped. Camo, though, almost went to Kraken, but there was a kill over there. Snipe going to come down. He's going to try and do some work. Now they're going to try and go for a trip cap as well. Damage being down. 3 dead for Kraken. And now Mags Up have a trip cap at a pivotal moment in this game.
4 dead, and then 3/4 dead again. Soul Snipe just diving onto C. Huge QT play. Now he's got a perfect angle behind him as well, as he did find another. 2 down once again for Kraken. Made that 3. This could potentially be it. Only 1 more set of slays left remaining for Mags Up now to take down Kraken.
Yeah, and the trip cap, here it goes. Kraken, they got to do something. They got to win any of these fights, and I don't think it's going to be enough. This should be the end, and it will be.
To be expected, I think, to be expected. Considering how they were playing in Polster now, my goodness, what a difference. Mags Up looking scary going into the next round.
Yeah, and you know who should take note? Shopify Rebellion. That's the matchup tomorrow morning, and that's going to be a scary, scary thing. If I'm Shopify, you know, you spend a lot of time being like, this is kind of an easy day. They've lost a map here or there, but that is a scary-looking Mags Up, and it's not even just a result. It's how they've done it. They looked really, really so good in these objective games.
I'm surprised the caliber of a team such as Kraken, how much pressure Mags Up were able to do. It was honestly unreal. It was splendid to watch overall. And as you can see from the scorelines there, 250 to 215, we were getting a little bit worried, but Kraken was creeping up and overtaking and could take us to a game 5. But Mags Up shut that down instantly after they took B nearest to the end, and then just back-to-back 3 or 4 downs, and that was literally it. That was GG. But what a series to finish today, honestly.
Yeah, just incredible. And Mags Up, yeah, they've done it. You know, they only had 4 more kills than Kraken in that
game.
Which
I've noticed,
it's kind of insane to think about. And yeah, even when Kraken had that massive kind of trim cap, it didn't phase them, right? They just kept going, and they just they just made it work and didn't panic, I think, was the important thing.
Yeah, they kept composure, didn't they, in the entirety of the situation. But we did have a feeling that they were going to take this 4th game anyway. The 1st and 3rd game earlier on were just clear examples. Those objective games were very convincing. The Origin CTF was just madness. The fact that they took 2-0 on ball and had barely any seconds was just unreal in its own, on its own. But yeah, honestly, Kraken, I would say it's not the same. I wouldn't say it's not the same team. We didn't witness earlier. I said it before, look, with Yak, he's a player where he either does okay or really well. It was just like a mixture, but I think every single player kind of rode the struggle bus there. This is an entirely different Mags Up from what we saw compared to the pool play.
Yeah, and as you can see, you know, the guy's starting to get around behind. You can see just over your shoulder over that side. Looks like Legion Omit is actually still going. I believe they are just getting on to the CTF on Origin.
I think that's going to be going for at least another good half hour, an hour, depending on how this is going to go, because it's definitely been back and forth. I've been having a little bit of a cheeky glimpse as we've been casting this, and yeah, honestly, it's could go either way. But yeah, we'll keep you guys updated with the scores as how each series progresses.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see with Prod if we have one more champ bracket game or if we are done for today. Oh, I think we might even have 2 more champ bracket games. Ooh.
That's a bit of a treat.
Yeah, excellent. Excellent.
But no, it's honestly, with this next series, like like I said before, we'll keep an eye on it for you guys and keep the scores coming in as they do. But honestly, I am looking forward to that Shopify and Mags Up
2v2.
matchup.
It's 2v2.
Oh, that's all right then.
All right.
That's all right. So, maybe not 4, but it was close enough. Halfway there.
We'll get there. Well, guys, we're going to throw to a quick break. When we come back, it is some more Halo action. So don't go anywhere.
Where would I be when the sun goes down and you ain't around with me? Where would I be when the lights go out and your love ain't surrounding me? Where would I be when the sky comes alive and you're not holding me? Where would I be if you bother me? You take me higher when you pull me closer. You'll be there with me when we're going under. You'll be the fire when the nights grow colder. Tell me how can we break this wall? When I'm with you, I know we can never fall. Even if we will lose it all, I'm with you, with you. Baby, if we had only one more chance, we could break it strong like a never.
Standpoint.
Oh, of course you are. Of course you are.
Welcome back, everybody. We are having a great time, and I'm feeling very excited. That was an incredibly close series. We've just had that. That is the end of what we have at the championship bracket today. We're going to have a Halo Infinite 2v2 matchup after this one. That should be a lot of fun. And we'll do a giveaway in a second. But before I do that, we are joined by Soul Snake.
Hello.
Soul
Booby
Snake.
Doo-
Booby Doo. Jesus, you got me there, Jeff.
Oh,
You
my
guys are
God.
very similar.
Yeah.
What's up? How's it going?
Mate, really good. That was an incredible series. Like, I think, you know, to have an oddball that felt so dominant, like, how did you guys kind of feel as well? I mean, obviously it was quite a, I guess, quote-unquote easy win, I would say, but how did it feel for you guys?
I mean, it felt great. I mean, the tourney started now, like that was bracket round 1, so that felt really good. We came out super hot. I think they might have came out a little slower than they expected as well, because that game 1 did feel easy, like you said. And then after that game 1, it felt very competitive. Like every other game was pretty close. Well, besides the Coliseum. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I was going to say, even that one segment, I don't know what you were thinking at the time. It was like a 4v1, you were in a 1v4 situation on S1.
Coliseum?
Yeah, I was
Were you
like,
on my POV?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Oh my
honestly, they had height advantage, they had numbers, and they were going in single file. Like, it was like you were just basically doing winner stays on and just taking all these 1v1s. And I was sitting there thinking, like, why don't they just go in as a pack? But you were just laughing pretty much. You were double backing, pretending to do certain bits, taking every fight. And honestly, that was what we needed from you today, and what a difference that's made. But what were you thinking at the time when you were just, you know, dilly-dallying about in S1?
I was on flow state. I was honestly thinking I was going to die each time because I got a double kill with the rockets, and then, or I got 1 kill with the rocket. I missed my other rocket, so the guy chowed me, but I had really good shots on him. I ended up cleaning up him, and then after that, I thought I was dead, but then I just hit every shot. I just hit some shots on Piggy. I think it's right there. I had 5 bullets. Or no, I had 6 bullets on my bandit. Okay. I thought I had 5, so like that's why you see me pacing my bullets too, because I thought I needed every bullet to kill him, but apparently I had 1 more extra bullet.
I thought you were just in a comfortable situation. It was like just a nice, chilled, calm bandit shot. I wasn't actually aware that you were actually pacing it on purpose.
No, yeah, I was pacing those bullets for sure.
But that was definitely one of the biggest plays of that entire series, like no doubt.
Yeah, I'm glad they were on my POV because now I get to go back and watch this. I love it. Shout out to the observers.
Yeah, and I mean, look, like this game is going to finish right here, but 11-2, like, I know you capped the second flag at 5-2, and then it was just you just went full lock, and I guess it was just let's finish this, like.
Yeah, yeah. I would say Coliseum Flag is one of our team's better game types. I don't want to jinx us, so I need some wood to knock on. I think leather. I don't know. But we named our team after Coliseum in the qualifiers. Our team name was Coliseum just because I feel like we're all good Coliseum players. And then we got picked up by Mags Up, so now we're Mags Up.
That's a good bit of lore. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
That's good to know.
Our team name was Coliseum in the qualifiers.
So the Slayer was obviously 49-50.
Yeah.
How are you feeling in the last, like, 20 seconds of that game?
Oh my gosh, that was a battle. Like, it felt, because we were coming back from behind. We were down by like 8 or 10 at one point, and then we started going on that run, and it honestly felt like we should have won that. But that was just peak Halo. I mean, there's nothing better than that. That's why you come out here and play. That's why you travel the world, getting scenarios like that. I mean, we didn't win it, but that was some pretty good Halo to be played.
It was just ridiculous because it was at the exact same time. Both teams, all of you, were forking against each other. I think you both had the same kind of mindset in terms of like what you guys wanted to do, but you both had a plan of action and you both did it at the exact same time. And I was just like, what am I watching here? This is ridiculous.
No, yeah, it was a matter of just who got the next kill. Like, I'm pretty sure we were about to kill one of them, but they just got the kill first. Like you said, it was just insane. But yeah, that was a good feeling. I mean, even though we lost it, to come out and play the next 2 maps the way we did, I'm proud of the boys for sure.
And one other question for me as well is that first game. Very rare we see a very convincing 2-0 on ball on recharge. Let's be honest, normally it goes 2-1 or it's like literally drawn out for like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But tell me like what you did differently, maybe compared to other teams, to actually create such a convincing victory, because it looks stellar. Any counter-attacks which Kraken tried to create, you guys shut it down straight away.
It felt like that map specifically, we were like tracking them down really well, and we were focusing on killing the guys close to us, and then once we killed them, we noticed like 1 or 2 of them are still back, kind of like playing like the edge. So as long as we focused on the kills near us and didn't take damage from the people far from us, the map seemed to just be really, really in our favor. And it felt like that game specifically, that's what was happening. We just kept killing the guys close to us and just making them people far away like irrelevant.
Like kill priority, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
And I guess for me, like that Strongholds game, right? That last game, great start again, like pretty big lead, and then suddenly it's a trip cap and they start to overtake you. Like, were there any kind of, how were the comms? Did it start to get a bit silent and then you guys had to pick it up, or was it pretty flowing all the way through?
It was pretty flowing all the way through. Once we had that big lead, once we did get put in a trip cap, having the lead kind of gave us like the barrier or the cushion to like slow things down. We don't need a desperate to capture and just like make sure we play this correctly, because the worst thing we could do is just, you know, keep getting like put on that cycle during a trip cap. So I think having that lead off the start was huge for us. They made some pretty good plays. I mean, it's a game of runs, or like Stronghold's live fire. Like literally, you can go on a run down 200 and still win the map. So we kind of knew that and just played it pretty well. I mean, we were definitely scamming a couple times, but we ended up with the win, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, and I was just going to ask one more question. Obviously, tonight we're done. Going to go home. You guys going to do a bit of VOD review. Obviously, you got Shopify in the morning. What's kind of the plan for the rest of the evening?
Well, I want to get my suitcase because I've been wearing the same clothes since Wednesday.
You haven't got your suitcase?
They lost my luggage at the airport, and I've been going back and forth with them with text messages. They've been trying to deliver it to me, but haven't been able to grab it. So I would like to get my suitcase sometime in the next 12 hours, you know, change my outfit. But if not, if you guys see me wearing the same outfit, you know why.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
I'll leave you with these suitcases. It's fine.
Hopefully only at Birmingham Airport, right? Which is like a 10-minute walk from here, not all the way down to London.
Yeah, because literally it's only around the corner.
I think,
it would be
same
difficult.
building,
I think I'm going to go there myself in the morning and just pick it up, because they tried delivering it to our Airbnb, but they said they couldn't find it. I don't know.
That sounds about right. I'll get it.
I'm just going to go get it in the morning. Yeah.
Well, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So we're going to have the Halo Infinite 2v2 on after this. But just quickly, we want to thank GameSir here for sponsoring our stream and making all of this possible, making sure that we can bring you guys this content. We have one more giveaway of one GameSir G7 Pro controller, so put !EHL GameSir in the chat now, and we'll be picking that just before the beginning of the next game. So thank you very much, and we will see you in a second.
falls, 'cause it's gotta get worse, and sometimes it's gonna hurt. making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here. I am joined by Outcasted and Warlord. How are you two doing?
I'm good. It's been a good day at Halo. Lots of action. The 4v4 obviously was very exciting, but it's nice to see some of the side tournament action, and then there's some really good matchups. A lot of really good players signing up. A lot of pros as well. I think I saw Bound playing, so yeah, should be some good action. I think Stu, me and you, both big fans of 2v2, and I think this series coming up looking like it could be a good one.
Yeah, 2v2s are always sweaty, and in the first round, there's still going to be no upsections to that. Oh, I can't even speak. It's getting late, guys. But we have Hexed. Hexed is a really good established 2v2 player, and we have, I believe, Pulse as well.
Yep.
And one of your teammates is playing in it as well. Why don't you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, so I think, like you mentioned, Hexed and Pulse playing against Mafushi and Golska. So yeah, should be interesting. The kind of French duo, Mafushi and Golska. I obviously got to see Mafushi, thankfully, this event, and he's very individually skilled, kind of mouse and keyboard player. And then on the other side, obviously, Hexed and Pulse. Anyone who's in the EU Halo scene will know those names. Yeah. So I think quite a strong matchup for an early round, kind of 2v2 matchup in the Infinite. So might be feeling a little bit hard done by in the bracket, but I think a good chance to gain a bit of confidence early on.
Yeah, I think this will be really interesting. Just before we do a little bit more analysis about this game, I want to announce the winner of our GameSir giveaway, our final one for the day. So the Steel Spartan is the winner of this GameSir giveaway. I will contact you on Whisper any minute now. And then we'll have 2 more tomorrow. So if you want another chance of winning a GameSir controller, make sure you join us on the European Halo channel tomorrow. But, sorry, I disrupted your flow. I think this is going to be the closest round one of the Halo Infinite that we have. It is a single elimination bracket, so this is going to be for everything to play for. And I think you're right, it was a little bit rough for them in the 4v4, but I think this is their chance to possibly make it quite far.
Yeah, I mean, Hex Co obviously had a bit of a heartbreaking loss. I mean, Pulse as well, but looks like we're straight into it already. So it's going to be Golshi versus Easy Sweezy, a very interesting name in terms of the gamer tags. And I think obviously going to be a best of 3 series here, single elimination bracket here in the 2v2, so that added pressure for both these teams can come out the gates firing.
Yeah, and I mean 2v2 is always a great way to make a name for yourself. And just like Reed was saying there, both of these teams, maybe really want to didn't have maybe the best 4v4, but I think in 2v2, this is a real good chance to go on a deep run. And yeah, I think maybe they're both probably thinking, I'm a little bit unlucky to match each other in round 1, but this is going to be a great match for a round 1.
You can see here a bit of a stronger start here for Easy Sweezy on the side of Hext and Pulse, as you can see now controlling that C side, 2 players on the side of Golshi towards that B, but does get a nice kill there onto that player on the S, maybe a bit of an overchow, and it's going to be Pulse now, last player alive on his team, trying to stay alive and maybe secure those C-spawns.
Yeah, I mean, just like in the 4v4, it's a lot of similar win conditions, right? It's going to be getting those camos, getting the snipes. I do believe if they're playing 2v2 settings, the snipe will have less ammo, so there's something to note. But yeah, I mean, just like before, as you can see, getting control of the C tower right now, and we have Pulse just on a killing spree, and yeah, C control is the name of the game, right? And the one other thing about 2v2 that is important is just a lot of the time there's still a lot of weapons on the map, so weapon control goes up in value in 2v2, so you really got to make sure you're scavenging, grabbing every little thing you can.
Yeah, Pulse here you can see playing a bit more aggressive now. It has got a 4-1 start to this game, so feeling confident is making a bit of a sneaky play here towards the rat tunnel. Is going to catch this player out here, potentially towards the big door. Does find that kill onto Mafushi, so Golska going to be left alive by himself here, trying to stay alive towards the A player. Well-placed grenade does take down Pulse, but it is going to be Golska getting traded out, so still going to be a 7-4 lead now here for Easy Sweezy, but you can see Golshi doing a good job trading out some of his kills.
Yeah, I mean, Easy Sweezy right now seems to be having much better teamwork so far, but Mafushi with some nice shots there. It feels like
Golshi are definitely going to have to up their teamwork if they're going to hang in this series, but they seem to basically see like one's going nest, one's going top middle. It's maybe a little bit too split to how much I'd like right now, because I thought maybe they're a little bit too easy to isolate. But saying that, a very nice pinch from them right there.
Yeah, camouflage and sniper rifle about to be up on the map. So much utility for both these teams to fight for as Mafushi, the MNK player, on the side of Golshi. He's got that sniper rifle in his hands, rotating back towards the tower now. That camouflage, though, still yet to be grabbed. You can see Golska maybe thinking about making a move, but he gets taken down. Mafushi, though, hits the sniper rifle headshot. That camo, though, still yet to be grabbed, and Mafushi in good position to bait it.
If you're wondering why Mafushi can hit some of these snipes, he is a great MNK talent. Probably one of the better MNK players, as you know all too well, Steve. Just a phenomenal MNK talent. And there's one thing that you don't want to have happen is an MNK player with a sniper rifle. Because, I mean, this is not good. I mean, but this camo's still up. I mean, this camo's going to be absolutely massive. You'd like to see them maybe work towards it. But goal, the sprint strafe. But yeah, this is back and forth action right now, but some unbelievable sniping from Mafushi.
That camo finally gets grabbed. I honestly thought they might have GA'd it for a minute. It was taking so long to get grabbed, but it's getting Mafushi finding that kill. Can he find the double? No, but he does get the beat down. And his teammate, Golska, going to be there for the cleanup. So what was once about a 3 or 4 kill lead on the side of Easy Sweezy has now been tied up at 10-10 here, as Golska, still with that camo in hand, has maybe a little bit more of it to work with and try to extend this scoreline.
Yeah, all tied up 10-10 right now, and I mean, yeah, with the camo, they should be able to get this first pick right now. Looks like his teammate Mafushi doing some good bait, but they kind of know what they're up to, maybe made it a little bit too obvious. If I was Golska, you've got to maybe commit a bit more aggressively with his camo, which is what he's doing now. He gets the pinch, but oh my god, getting turned on. That's a big momentum changer and a huge confidence boost if we're on the side of Easy Sweezy. Pulse 8 and 5 to start off.
Yeah, you can see Golska filling that one in the face cam as 11-11 now. Mafushi coming under a lot of pressure towards back A. The grenade does go down. Mafushi one shot away from dying. He does eventually get taken down. Golska as well taken down by Pulse. So 13-11 now, and are they going to be able to force these spawns maybe towards seeing collapse and try to extend this lead further?
Yeah, I mean, me and you have been watching Pulse play for a while, right? We recently watched him at a local LAN, and it's like we're getting teleported back there because he's just absolutely frying. I feel like with the amount of times we've said Pulse is frying, it's very often, and now Hext is really starting to heat up now, and they have C control with the sniper coming up relatively soon and the camo.
Yeah, 15-12 now. A bit of a lead starting to be established here on the side of Easy Sweezy, but once again, camo and sniper are going to be coming up here in about 10 seconds time. Arguably so important for this Golshi roster to grab as Hex wins the 1v1 there against Golska, puts him in prime position to maybe get hands on the sniper rifle. But you can see still Mafushi lurking around the dummies.
Yeah, I mean, this is always going to be a huge swing part of the game when you have camo and sniper coming up at the same time, and that is a big swing piv to maybe get some of these big swing power weapons right now.
2 dead on the side of Easy Sweezy, exactly what Golshi needed in this game. Camouflage now in the hands of Golska, and sniper rifle in the hands of Mafushi, but Mafushi wisely is going to drop it for his teammate. Golska now, camo sniper in hand. He's got everything he needs to try to find these kills and get his team into a lead.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. The game is in your hands, right? Snipe camo. You can't be taking shots like that. Maybe relax. I mean, maybe you prefer to have Mafushi with this combo because he is the MNK player. But Golska is definitely good enough to hit these shots as he shows right there, gets the first pick, and has a clean 2 dead. They really need to talk about what spawns they're forcing right now. Ideally, you'd hope towards the dummies.
Yeah, we're getting down now to the crunch time of this game. 17-16, first to 25 in this series. Single elimination, he hits the shot. Can he find the double? Yes, he can. Golska putting that camo to use, and they are now with that 2-kill lead. But what are they going to do off the back of that? Are they going to play aggressive? Or are they going to choose just to stand still and just hold this tower for a second?
Yeah, looks like they decided to slow it down. You maybe would have liked to see them get a little bit more aggressive and kind of keep the spawn trap going, but looks like they opt for a more passive approach. Unfortunately, misses the shots there. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Right now, information is scarce for both teams, so they're both opting to hold hands, and that is why holding hands on the map playing close can be good, because you can just melt one player really quickly like that. But yeah, this is every kill is massive now as you approach this endgame.
Yeah, 20-17, and I mean, Easy Sweezy were doing so good early in this game. They had the lead, but Golshi in the second half have really kind of got momentum in their favor, and the pressure now piling here for Easy Sweezy. Once again, they catch both these players out towards the pillars and towards the nest. Killing spree for Golska. He gets taken down though, and Hex left alive towards nest. Does rotate towards C, but no power weapons coming up for a moment here, Stu. So it's just straight up bandit fights on the map.
Yeah, it feels like Golska and Mafushi have really kind of mended the error of their ways, right? I feel like at the start of the game you've seen them get isolated a lot, but it almost feels like their teamwork is really good. They found that perfect balance of adding different angles but still being connected, and it's showing really well. Like, look right now, one player baiting the other, and I feel like Hext
almost feel like Hexed and Pulse are just playing a little bit too static. They're not moving around the map and connecting enough, but it's a huge wave on Mud, and that is another big trade out.
Yeah, big trade, but trades are only going to favour Goshi at this point in the game. There's only 3 kills needed for them to close out this game 1, but once again, Sniper Rifle, Camo about to be up. At this point in the game, so pivotal as Pulse in the 1v1 towards the nest, not able to find the headshot. But is he going to rotate towards the camera, or is he going to try and finish this kill? Hexto does trade out, 23-21 now. Is Pulse going to be aware of this player's position towards C? It looks like he has got an idea about a 1v1 going down, but the Camo still yet to be grabbed. The Sniper Rifle up as well is so big. These fights could decide the game. Golska, I think that was, takes down Pulse. Mafushi gets the Camo 24-22, but Stu, Mafushi has game in his hands.
I did not like that from Hext. I did not like that at all. He has to play for the power weapon there, and now he is going to be regretting that decision, it looks like, because Mafushi has the Camo.
Camo in the hands of Mafushi. He can end this game here. Catches his player out, but
He
no,
doesn't get him.
Doesn't get the kill. Golska, can he find the cleanup? He's throws the grenade. He gets
One.
it down to one shot. Golska's making the push. Can he hit the no-scope towards A? Golska
Oh!
to get the kill. 24-24. Mafushi and Golska's pulling towards B here. Potentially Hex could win the game for his team here. 2 Sniper Rifle bullets to work with. Can he find the headshot to finish this game? Lights up. Then he gets absolutely melted. Golska, Mafushi close it out 25-24. You can see maybe a bit of relief on the faces there. What a game 1.
Oh, there's some relief on those faces indeed. It was like, mate, at the start I was like, oh my god, Hexton now have choked. They absolutely choked. He had to go for that sniper. Then I don't know how Mafushi and Golska did not get that kill in A. I was like, oh my god, they've blown it. It was just so back and forth. But wow, what an end to that game. Look at the stats.
I mean, the stats, to be honest, not too much to talk about. I mean, 8 assists from Mafushi, 7 and 7 on the side of Pulse and Hex. But I mean, about as close of a game as you can get at Halo, 25-24. I mean, heartbreaking, right? I mean, Mafushi and Golska looked like they were going to cruise to victory there. Maybe 25-22, 25-23. They kind of choked a little bit, arguably, towards the end. Not able to find those kills in A, but unfortunately, Hex with that sniper rifle, maybe he kind of felt the pressure to kind of cool game himself. Yeah. And in the end, kind of got punished for it on the A plat.
I mean, everyone wants to be that hero, right? Like you see it, 24-24, you have Snipe, you want to be the main man to win it for your team. Maybe just try to do a little bit too much right there, but I mean, Fushi here, him some unbelievable snipes. We weren't lying, folks, when we said this is probably the toughest, most evenly matched winners bracket round 1 match we have, and it's 2 of the better teams in this 2v2 tournament, so this is going to be a great, I mean, the winner of this match probably fancy himself for the whole tournament, right?
Yeah, no, I think it's quite a difficult matchup for both these teams, but like you said, I think whoever does win this is going to kind of get a lot of confidence for the rest of this bracket. As I mean, that game 1 very, very close, and I think we saw kind of highlights from both teams. We saw the power weapon control, especially from Mafushi and Golska, and I think not only that, but we saw Mafushi put it to good use, because we speak about it a lot, right? Obviously, it's important getting the camo, getting the sniper, but you've got to be able to kind of utilize it and use it, and I think these kind of players at the highest level are able to do that.
But now we're going to be moving over to Origin Slayer, which, as I've mentioned before, one of my favorites is a Halo 5 enjoyer. But this map is just going to be pretty simple. Just like, I think, you know, for you might want to spread the angles out a little bit, but I really think in 2v2 just prioritizing sniper control and as a position, but these rockets are going to be absolutely massive. 2 rockets, 2 enemies, sounds like an easy double.
It's a really interesting start. We've got 2 players going for sniper, 2 players going for rockets. Who's going to come out on top in this guy's Mafushi? Coming under a lot of pressure. You can see it does go towards the rockets, but does get taken down. Sniper in the hands of Pulse though, and kind of a bit of an even trade in terms of damage off the start, but Sniper Rifle in the hands of Pulse, he could really lay down some damage here.
Yeah, I really didn't like that start from Golshi right there. I mean, if you're going to play the rocket side, you have to be grabbing those carbines right there, because the carbines are absolutely massive if you were to get that cross-map damage. So maybe not the best starting strat, but just a great bounce back after that rough loss for Easy Sweezy. We've got 2-0 lead with sniper control.
Yeah, Pulse still with that sniper rifle in hands. Does get taken down though. Some nice shots on the side of Golshi. Hex though does have a rocket in the back pocket, as you can see, putting down that damage onto that player towards S3, but the teammate is going to be there for support. The rocket goes out, but it's not going to be enough to finish the kill. Big play from Golska and Mafushi, able to shut Hex down with the rockets, and maybe despite the power control early on, Stu, from Easy Sweezy, not quite resulted in the kills you might expect.
Yeah, I mean, from both teams, maybe a little bit too much mapping, kind of giving their position away. You saw that with Hex right there, kind of telegraphing where he was with rockets. Maybe could have got out dodge a bit quicker. I'd like to see both teams maybe just play a little bit closer. As you can see, right, Golska here, very isolated by himself. But then again, you see Hex just kind of diving in there by himself, right? If I was on either team right now, I would want to see a little bit more connection.
Yeah. 4-3 early on in this game. Mafushi does drop that sniper rifle. You can see locking down this S3 position, and you know, Stu, we talk about Origin Slayer being one of those maps, been around a while, obviously in Halo 5 as well, but I think most people now do realise that snipe control is the most important, but I mean, especially in a 2v2 format, right, it's really interesting to see, are these teams going to try and get 2 players snipe, 2 players rockets, or are they maybe going to try to split 1-on-1? What would your approach be?
I think for me in twos, it's all about information, right? It's like if you don't really know where the enemy are, it's going to be really important to stick together. So like you said, maybe having one player play Pyramid, one player PS3. If you've got 2 dead, then maybe that's when you spread out the angles and try to trap them on the base where you get one player rockets, one player snipe. You really have to play it by ear and play it by information. More information means you can spread out, and less information means you need to stay close.
Yeah, it's been quite a cagey start to this game, but once again, Golshi do find themselves with that 2-kill lead, that sniper rifle though, about to be up on the map, and you can understand the fight's going down, but Golska gives away a very unfortunate death by missing the jump. Mafushi throws the sniper off. It's absolute chaos towards the snipe side, as that is now going to be a nice little momentum switch here, potentially on the side of Easy Sweezy, and I can think about trying to go for those rockets.
Yeah, I mean, it is getting late, but that's no excuse without jumping off the map. I mean, that is not the iciest play you've ever seen, but Pulse here with a big pip on the fountain, and he wins it. That is Pulse's bread and butter right there, medium range. But these rockets, as always, can swing the game.
Yeah, rockets again in the hands of Hex. We saw him give a bit of a misplay earlier on with the rockets, but is he going to be able to redeem himself here? Potentially as Mafushi. He's patrolling this S3, like you mentioned, in a great position to get some information. Does catch the player out towards the sniper route, but once again the bait and switch comes in. The team shot from Hexton Pulse as they extend that lead now 7-5.
This is quite a slow map right now. I mean, it's like feels like one pick at a time. I mean, like I said, the carbine in 2v2s is massive because this game is turning to, as you see, a very cross-map game. So these carbines can really swing the game, but nothing swings the game like a rocket. And Hex making up for his previous life with the rockets, a huge kill right there.
Yeah, Hex definitely seeming to favour this top rocket position. I mean, so many sightlines when you're up that high on the map, and maybe able to kind of get the information here on his players on sniper. Now with that rocket, able to collapse confidently towards his players. Actually chooses to take the fight with the bandit and wins it as well. Rocket still in use here, not able to find a connection. Does still get a damage though, and Hex finds another kill. He's absolutely slaying out in this game. 7-3, and Stu, despite that heartbreaking loss, you know, despite the way it ended for Hex in that game 1, it seems like he's not letting that affect him.
This is what I'm saying about the carbine as well. Just grabbing it, you can do cross-map damage. And Hex is getting louder. I don't know if this is coming through on the stream, but he's getting really hyped. And, you know, Halo is a confidence game, and he's full of confidence right now with the perfect 9-3 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Hex is taking over 9-3, carbine as well, and he's doing such a good job just laying down damage. Is he going to be able to get the kill? No, he has to reload, unfortunately. But he has that information. You can see Pulse now collapsing towards the sniper side, and once again Hex just locking down this rocket's position, able to get these sidelines. It is now going to collapse again, and momentum so strongly in the favour of Easy Sweezy right now.
Yeah, I mean, Snipes up as well. I mean, if I was Hex, I want all the power weapons in the game right now. But he's maybe kind of feeling himself a little bit too much, getting a little bit separated from the team. As you can see, Pulse was a little bit easy to isolate. But I mean, if Hex gets in the 1v1, it just feels like he's going to win it. So if I'm on Team Pulse right now, you just basically have to just get into a huge piv as much as possible because they're just not missing.
Yeah, it seems like Golshki, they're really struggling to find footing in this game, but this could be exactly what they need, a sniper rifle and rockets on the map. But Pulse wins a 1v1, and it just seems like these bandit fights going so consistently in the favour of Easy Sweezy in this game. Sniper rifle is going to get grabbed, but it's not going to be enough, as once again the teamwork coming in, and maybe we're seeing a bit of desperation, starts saying here, as it is quite a comfortable lead, 16-8 for Easy Sweezy, and we look like we could be going to a game 3 in this series at this rate.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm on Team Golshi right now, they need to keep this game long range and teamworky, because whenever it gets up close and personal in gunfights, Easy Sweezy are just pulling away in this game really easily. I mean, look at that, you see right there, I mean, that's a decent fight for Golshi. If they keep it long range like that, they're winning their pivs, and that's exactly what you want to do with an M&K player on your team. You want to keep it long range, because close range is Hex domain.
Yeah, Hex 11-4, sniper rifle as well, 1 bullet to work with, and maybe he could use to bait these rockets potentially, but is he going to try and line up the headshot? Does go for the quick scope, not able to connect, but the pressure is going to be on Golshki to make a move as the fights go down again, long range. Hex though finds the kill, and he stays alive as well. Pulse does get taken down, but these trades are only going to favour Easy Sweezy at this point in the game. 18-10 lead for them. All the pressure here on Golshi to maybe go for these rockets, but once again Hex going to be in perfect position to bait them.
Yeah, I was about to say these rockets are a must grab for Team Golshi, but currently 2 dead. It should be 2 dead right now. Nice trade though, but 20-11. I mean, if they get these rockets, that should be the round. I probably would have liked to see him maybe just grab this carbine if it's up, and yes, he's finally, look, they've kind of figured it out now. They weren't grabbing the carbine at the start, but this carbine can be really good for these sort of engagements.
mean, Bandit versus Bandit against MK is going to be very difficult with this range, but with a carbine, it doesn't matter what input you're on, like, you are not winning that fight.
Yeah, Hex once again playing aggressive, getting in the 1v1, but he's actually going to miss a few shots. Finally, and the 1v1s are now going in the favour of Golski. Pulse is going to be there. Well-placed grenade finds the kill onto Golska. 21-12. Can he hit the perfect 5 shot? Oh my lord! Despite the thrust, he still finds a way to readjust, gets the kill. And I mean, shoot, this is a totally different story to what we saw in that game 1.
Yeah, game 1 was nail-biting stuff. Game 2 is demolition, and then I just hear Hex in the background screaming, "Oh my god!" That must have been crazy with the perfect. And that was a not too bad rocket either. This is one-sided.
Yeah, one more kill needed here for Easy Sweezy to force the game 3 in this series. It's been a whole different story in this second game. Hex especially has absolutely taken over, trying to find that final kill.
God.
And he's going to get it. You see the pop off there from Hex at the end. I mean, you can't blame him, right? He absolutely slayed out that game.
Yeah, I mean, that last perfect was insane. I don't like anybody was that good. I mean, oh my god, what a perfect. And yeah, I mean, right now, they're looking like the favourites heading into this game 3 because that victory was a lot more dominant than the map 1 victory, right? I mean, that could have went either way. I mean, wow.
Yeah, I mean, if you're on the side of Easy Sweezy, you kind of say to yourself, oh, you know, we only barely lost game 1, but we showed we're the better team in that game 2. You see the stats there, 15-5 from Hex. Absolute domination. On the other side, it just seemed like the power control that we saw in the game 1 from Goldsheep, but he wasn't quite there in that game 2.
Yeah, it wasn't there at all. I mean, and like I was saying as well in this third game, they're going to need to slow it down because I feel like you've got to make adjustments mid-game, right? It's like any sport Halo. It's all about making those mid-game adjustments, and I feel like you've noticed that Hex and Pulse are just kind of adjusted. They've really just kind of got a lot more aggressive, made it into a closer range game. If I'm Mafushi and Golska, I'm trying to slow this game down, keep it nice and long range, and just, yeah, don't play at Team Hex pace, play at yours.
Yeah, no, 100%. As we are now going to be loading into our game 3. It looks like best of 3 series for anyone just joining us. And this last game is going to decide who's going to advance in the Halo Infinite 2v2. Mafushi and Golska versus Pulse and Hex. It's not an EU matchup here in our first round. And this series has definitely lived up to the billing as game 1 went all the way down to the wire, but Hex and Pulse kind of pulling away in that second game. But Vacancy Stew is going to be our third game. And I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever seen a Vacancy 2v2 in my life.
I don't think many people in the stream have seen a Vacancy 2v2 in their life. This is going to be a brand new thing for all of us. I mean, I'd imagine the win conditions are going to be like a lot of other Halo maps. It's all about getting those power weapons, getting those power ups. I mean, and Germany controlling that red tower is always going to be a good power position. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what strategy both teams employ because this one is definitely not well known.
Yeah, you can see Golski is going to be flanking towards Blue Tower, but unfortunately for him, there's no one going to be there as his teammate is getting 2v1'd across the map. But somehow, Mafushi finds a kill. Golska finds a kill as well. Shock rifle here in the hands early on, grapple as well, and a lot of utility in the hands here of Golski early on.
Yeah, now I think about it, I do thought this map could favour these guys because there is a lot of long-range sightlines, and it's very easy to just rotate round and slow it down. I mean, if I'm on Easy Squeezy, you've got to be utilising that bottom mid and just trying to get a little bit closer and lay the pressure. Because if it just becomes a game of peekaboo across the map, I think it's just going to favour these guys right here.
Oh my!
As you can see, because you do not want to be peeking when you have Golska with the shock rifle.
Yeah, Golska with this shock rifle, hitting some shots early on in this game. A 3-0 start. As I said, that though, Mafushi does get taken down. Still some shock rifle ammo to work with here with Golska, locking down this rip position. Like you said, such a difficult place to push on the side of Easy Squeezy, but Golska,
oh my God. What?
He hits the G-slide. I think a bit of a delay there, but it does get that kill with the help of the grapple, I think it was. 4-2 lead though here for Golshi.
Yeah, I mean, that was crazy. I mean, he just turned into a ghost or something, but that was a crazy kill right there. Because you have Mafushi getting aggressive. A little bit ill-advised, in my opinion. I mean, yeah, like I said, that's not the kind of range you want to be fighting at. Leverage your advantages right there, and also a little bit isolated. Golska needs to slow it down, wait for Mafushi, and then they can make a good push together. Don't get over-eager, that's it. That's not what you want to do. Too much cycling right now, too much getting over-eager. Slow it down, make a good push. I think, you know, maybe the game 3 occasion's getting a little bit to their heads right now.
Yeah, Pulse and Hex here with this red base control, slowing it down for just a moment. But you can see Pulse might be about to run into traffic here if he's not careful. As some players pushing towards the low side here on the side of Golski. Pulse does put down some damage. It's now going to back down, but the push comes in. Pulse gets taken down. The trade though is going to be there 5-5. As Golska and Hex may be about to meet here towards the jail, but are they going to be aware of each other's position? The 1v1 goes down. Who's going to win it? Hex wins it with the thruster pack. A killing spree for Hex.
Yeah, same story as the last game. Hex picking right where he left off, already on 5 kills right now. Just doing exactly what I said, just getting aggressive, getting in engagement. I'd like to maybe Pulse join him, but a little bit more double up when they don't know where the enemies are. As you have Mafushi sneaking around right now, getting into a fight. But I mean, everyone is just so split. It's just fights after fights all over the map. But just with this thrust, I don't blame him for getting aggressive.
Yeah, he does actually choose to leave the grapple and carry on using that thrust. And you can see Mafushi, he's feeling confident on the map, trying to be aggressive. But Stu, that new shock rifle about to be up, and we already saw the damage that can be done with it early on in this game when it was in the hands of Golska. But are both teams maybe going to elect to bait it here for just a second as the push now coming in? Mafushi jumping up towards the top red, does get some damage down. The thruster pack to stay alive.
Nice.
The bait and switch comes in, the well-placed grenade. Is he going to find a connection? No, Hexed. He's going to find that cleanup. And once again, it's a 1v1 on the map for just a moment as this game is so tightly contested.
Yeah, teams doing a really good job sticking together, bait and switching. But maybe you'd like to see a little bit more equipment use, right? Like that grapple bottom mid. Use that to get the shock. You don't have to charge head on right now. They could be regretting that decision, but maybe they won't be regretting that decision when Golska's hitting those commando shots.
Yeah, great use that commando from Golska to extend that lead just to 2 as this game 3 looking a little bit like what we saw in that first game in this series. Very tightly contested, very closely matched, and Golska making a very sneaky play here towards front red. Is going to have Mafushi there for support. Does jump up, catches this player unaware. He's going to decide to push, but is he going to catch out the second player? 2 players put down to 1 shot, but Lever able to get cleaned up. Mafushi, last player left alive here for Golshi. Is he going to find the kill? The fight going down, but you can see the players for Easy Sweezy just trying to bait and switch out. The fight still going down. No one getting taken down, but finally this game gets tied up.
That was some much better bait and switching from Easy Sweezy right there. I mean, they're just isolating Mafushi now. They were just a little bit over-eager, a little bit over-emotional, chasing down those last 2 kills. And as I really like this from Easy Sweezy. They're trying to get aggressive. They're trying to put the pressure on. And just close the distance. And closing the distance has been the key to success for Easy Sweezy.
Yeah, I'm still hearing Hex behind me getting so loud. He's playing so confident in this series, in this third game. 9 and 4. Shock rifle as well. He's going to be in the hands of Hex, but Pulse. Bit of a slower start in terms of the stats, but can he catch a play out here towards the fountain? He's going to be last player left alive on this team for just a moment, so wisely backing down, trying to play a bit sneaky. Does catch a player out here. Is he going to get to find the kill? Looks like the answer isn't going to be yes at the moment, as that player does stay alive, but is able to find the headshot on the side of Easy Sweezy, extended that lead to 2 now.
Yeah, I mean, Pulse are excellent long-range shooter, Hex, an excellent close-range shooter. It's a match made in heaven, you could say, right? One player getting the damage, the other one pushing. As you see right now, this is his range, but as you can see, Mafushi and Golska are not too bad either. This is a very, very high-level scrap here towards the big door, and both teams fighting for this position as it is the most important position on the map.
Yeah, this game has been so close, but it seems like finally we're seeing one of these teams trying to find a little bit of daylight in terms of the score. 14-10 now in favour of the Easy Sweezy, and it seems like they're really electing to try and lock down this red base, and it's definitely paying dividends for them in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's like every asymmetrical map on Halo, right? There's always one side that's better than the other, and I think a lot of players have kind of identified this red tower as the strong position with the high ground, so they're going to be locking it down, slowing it down, but like, we got the lead, you've got to come to us, we're in no rush to do anything. Like, they're slowing it down, waiting for that shock, and I feel like we might not see much happen until that shock happens, but this is good. You get the sandbox, take your time. Halo is a scavenging game. That's exactly what he's doing as he hits the flank with the grapple with shock coming up.
Yeah, Pulse here trying to make a play, but he's actually going to get caught out for just a moment. He does get taken down as Hex going to be left by himself. That shock rifle about to be up. Once again, it's going to be Goldsheet in position to get the grab. Hex going to be in the 1v1, backs down, tries to wait for the support of his teammate. Pulse now has respawned.
I don't like this.
So a 2v2 here could be going down, and this could be a big team fight in this game.
Yeah, I don't like this. They've really telegraphed their position. If I was them, I'd rotate away. They're going to be fighting a literal uphill battle right now against 2 enemies, but that's a huge pick with the damage right there, overextending again on Team Golshi right now. But we looks like we do have a shock rifle in the hand of Golska. He put on a clinic earlier. Let's see if he can replicate it.
Yeah, can he connect with a shot? It looks like yes, he can. Another headshot with a shock rifle. As Golshi doing such a good job kind of putting his powers to use, but it just seems like when it comes to the straight-up bandit fight, still the favour is going to be on the side of Easy Sweezy. His Hex has been so difficult for these players to take down. Can he hit the shot? No! He does get taken down. It's going to be Hex now, shock rifle pound, 13-6 in this game. He is absolutely popping off in this series.
Yeah, I mean, this has been his series so far. I mean, as you said, there's been a few nice shock rifle shots from Golska this game, but it's been like maybe a little, it might be too little too late. Again, you'd like to see him slow it down, but there's no slowing it down when Hex is running you down, and that has been the name of this series, because he's just running in straight lines, not missing, and I mean, look at the scoreboard, 14-6.
He's just playing so confident in this game. 18 kills here for Easy Sweezy. The pressure is piling onto Golshi. They need to find a way to flip this game back in their favor, as Hex is just being such a difficult kill. But the kill does come in. Pulse he's going to be there for the trade though, and this is the thing, right, Stu? The trades are only going to favor Easy Sweezy.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you got to do, is you got to play for trades, right? You can even slow the game down. They have to push you. I mean, Team Hex are getting aggressive. If you're on Team Golshi, you've got to be setting traps. Don't be headbutting into them as well. Don't be meeting them in the middle. Just set these traps right now, because they are playing very aggressive, Team Hex, with the lead. But maybe now is a little bit more of a smart approach, just controlling the red tower.
Yeah, it seems like, though, Easy Sweezy continuing to play aggressive, and are they going to be aware of this flank here from Pulse?
Very aggressive.
He doesn't actually get spotted, and he's not actually shooting his gun yet. He does finally take the 1v1 towards Blue Tower, puts this play down to one shot. The cleanup does come in. Hex finds that kill, his 15th kill of this game. Can they find the second player? It seems like they are aware of his location. He does get put down to weak. Pulse going to be collapsing from the left side. This is such a difficult position for Golshi to be in, but somehow this player is still yet to be taken down. Pulse does find the kill. Can he find the second in the 1v1? Pulse with the jiggle peek, trying to buy time, finds the kill. You can see Pulse getting loud in the player cam. 22-16 now.
I mean, the tale of this series has been individual skill, and that's exactly what Easy Sweezy have. They have that in spades. They are winning all their pibs, and that has just been the difference maker in this series.
23-16. Only 2 more kills needed on the side of Easy Sweezy to get to that second round. One more kill needed now. 17-8 from Hex. Easy Sweezy, can they find that last kill? The Ego Chow going down. The collapse now coming in. Pulse and Hex putting down that damage. They're playing so confident, so aggressive. Collapsing towards the red blade. Pulse is hunting this player down.
And that's it.
Back. He's going to get it. Hex stands up. He spreads his arms out. And in the end, I mean, despite that close game 1, Stu, you got to say, game 2 and 3, dominant victories for Easy Sweezy.
Yeah, Hex spreading his arms out there. I think he kind of knows he was the main character in that series, and he was like, you know, and that was a great series. And Les Pulse waving to the camera. As wholesome as always, loved in the EU scene. But yeah, what a great way to maybe wrap up the day right there. I mean, so we got some nice 2v2 action, some really good shots, some aggressive gameplay. Sometimes 2s can get a little bit stale, a little bit slow, but that was not anything but slow. What a great series.
Yeah, you can see in the stats there, like we mentioned, Hex definitely the kind of MVP of that series, 17-8. I think what really impressed me from Hex is he was the last player to get taken down that game 1 to lose 25-24.
Yeah.
And I think for a lot of players that might affect their kind of mentality, but he really didn't let it affect him, and he was definitely the kind of superstar in that game 2 and 3, and really got the shining light that pushed his team towards victory. As you see a few of the highlights here in this game 3, but yeah, I mean, definitely a difficult round 1 for both these teams, but that's going to give them so much confidence.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Hex before this 2v2. I know he was I was like, oh, you had a really good weekend, how do you feel? And he was just like, oh, you know, it went okay, but it could have been better. I'm like, you learn from every LAN you get, because they lost a heartbreaking game 5, right? So it's like, that's the kind of thing that will build your mental, that'll build your composure. And I feel like that is just unbelievable composure from Hex. Like you said, from that game 1, a bit of a rough start, but really just showing unbelievable, like, you know, ability to bounce back in map 2 and 3. And yeah, I mean, that's great character building from a player like Hex.
Yeah, I mean, the side tournaments of this event have been really fun to watch. The free-for-all, obviously, we saw earlier on, went all the way down to Y with that finish. Obviously, can be able to get the victory there, but there's so many tournaments to keep track of. Obviously, the main 4v4 is going to catch most of our attention, but the free-for-all, the 2v2s, you got the Halo 3 as well. It's always interesting to see how these players are able to kind of perform in these different environments, on these different games, different game modes. And I think, like you mentioned, some players, they might have a bit of a struggle in 4v4s, but they might have a few more kind of tendencies that favour them in kind of having success in a 2v2 format.
Yeah, and I mean, these are a great way to make a name for yourself, right? Like you said, we got them on the stream. Everyone can see how good they are, and it's just a great way to like really make a name for yourself in this scene. So if you ever go to any side tournaments, don't scoff. I mean, if you go to any Halo lands, don't scoff at the side tournaments. These are a great way to make a name for yourself. Loads of players have done it in the past throughout Halo history. You know, the list is too long to name right now. So we'll never underestimate the side tournaments. They're big. Yeah. So in the end, big win for Easy Sweezy as they are going to advance in our 2v2. We are going to go to a break, guys, as we get back to the action. But it seems like actually we might have an interview coming. I see people walking out towards me. I do wonder if we might get an interview. I won't speak too quickly as I see Pulse and Hex walking around beside me. And I'm actually kind of interested to see what they want to say about that series, because we did see Hex getting loud. So I've just heard the interview could be coming. I see them walking towards me, and I have many questions to ask them. We'll have to point them towards the headsets. It might be the most handsome 2v2 team we have as well.
No, definitely. Take a seat. You might have to go on either end.
Yeah, maybe one on each end.
Hello, guys. Yes, congrats.
Hello.
Good job. Good job on your match. I mean, we were just talking. That actually was a very cinematic round of 2v2.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, dude.
This is definitely made sense for our team.
That first game, I felt very bad because on the way it ended, it was such a heartbreaking. Like,
it was so heartbreaking.
Yeah, and I was kind of worried, like, are you guys gonna have the composure to bounce back in it? But it almost seemed like you just bounced back from it quite easily. I mean, especially you, Hex, game 2 and 3, you really took over. So what did you kind of do differently, do you think, in that second and third game?
Yeah, I think the first game was just feel out on how we want to play this.
Yeah.
And it was the 24-24. I have the sniper in my hand, so might as well just go for it. Like we don't lose the series if it goes wrong. Well, it did.
It did go wrong.
But good thing. We got practice on vacancy now, so it was definitely worth it.
We were saying that I don't think anyone's ever seen a vacancy 2v2 in their life, not me anyway. So I was really interested in how you go play. I mean, how did you find that vacancy game? Playing it for the first time.
Like going into it, we were like, how do we play this? Just play it like a 4v4, I guess. And it ended up just like, let's just stay together and let's just run around. And it just turned into like going back and forth on top red.
Yeah.
And like. Yeah, Hex just popped off and went in doubt,
Yeah, I mean, that's quite tough. I was going to say, that's quite a tough first round for both of you guys to get, to be honest. I mean, I almost feel bad for the other team having to play you guys so early on, but I think for you guys, you get to build a bit of confidence playing against such a strong team. And I guess, looking at the rest of the bracket, do you guys think you got a chance making a kind of deep run, hopefully, in the tournament?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
100%.
We looked at the bracket, and it seems really good for us.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think we placed someone named Bound on Syrian.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
Who are they?
So,
yeah, exactly.
Never heard of them.
I think it's pretty free.
Set up for success, that's for sure.
You got any questions, Stu?
Yeah, I mean, I was just wondering, in that game, like, I feel like game 2 and 3, you were playing like much more aggressive. Was that a conscious effort, or were you just kind of feeling it, like?
Yeah, it was not really conscious. Like it was the same as game 1.
Yeah.
But I think maps just felt better for us. Really.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's really. I think you especially, Hex, you were just taking some like kind of 1v1s with a bandit and just winning them.
Yeah,
and
up close as well, especially.
It seemed like when it came to straight up bandit fights, you guys were definitely getting the better of it. And the first game was a bit more like mixy with the snipers and the camos. They were maybe keeping it closer, but. Yeah, I'm excited to see how you guys do. Like I said, there is a lot of sweaty teams this tournament, so there's a long way to go. But I mean, you couldn't really ask for a kind of more confidence building round 1, kind of beating a strong team, I think.
100%.
Yeah, great match to watch as well. So it was a lot
I'm glad you enjoyed.
No, it was very good. It was very good trying to work out how to play vacancy. But
oh my gosh, yeah.
But yeah, no, I think you guys are doing a good job. Like I say, congratulations, guys. I'm not sure there's any more going on today in terms of the 2v2. It seems like there isn't. I've just been told. So. Yeah, I mean, you guys can rest, thankfully. I know it's getting a bit late, so you can lock in, go for some VODs, maybe. You never know.
Watch the stream back, that's for sure.
We'll cut to another intermission, guys, as we just kind of close out the stream here. But thank you guys for sticking with us, and we'll bring you some more Halo action as soon as we can tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
to face. I need to find my purpose again. It's been hard to keep my composure, and I really wanted to be over. In a sense, in summer rays, we come back swinging. When it all comes crashing down on us, stand your ground. Faith is something that is really hard to find. So take it on yourself and keep your head up straight. Brighter days will come, so you better be prepared. When it all comes crashing down on us, crashing down. Vision is clouded. It feels like we've been aging faster. I feel so secluded. I really wish that things got better. It's been hard to keep my composure, and I really wanted to be over. In a sense, in summer rays, we come back swinging. When it all comes crashing down on us, stand your ground. Faith is something that is really hard to find. So take it on yourself and keep your head up straight. Brighter days will come, so you better be